Is just completely, I don't know, like it's just completely broken. Like you get that shard, you get the, it's healing you while you're dealing the damage. It's not like at the end of it. Also like reducing the cooldown with the level 10 talent. Like Grimstroke is the first pick material for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how supports will be prioritized because it was first phase banned yesterday in China in both the games that we saw. But I'm curious to see what this Mongolian squad is capable of. Lilgun. I didn't really get to watch too many of their games. I guess, Black, you saw a handful of them, but I looked up all their Wikipedia pages. This is like the first team that any of them have played for, and I think that's part of the appeal of the DPC is that these countries, these players that normally would not get that much competitive experience are actually getting quite a bit of exposure and quite a bit of competition here in a league format.
Yeah, like a lot of new faces. You know, even though I did watch quite a bit of them, I've never heard of them before the DPC season. Like I played against them in pubs occasionally, of course, but never really saw them in a tournament. And now they're in the upper division.
What's their pain when they play in such occasions?
That's a good question. I think it's like a 90 or something.
I feel like you would have a lower ping playing on like Chinese servers.
Yeah,
or something.
It is not very good. Like it's probably like EU to like East America, something like that, probably around 100, 110.
Dude, then we gotta get them on land. We saw what Thunder Predator was capable of from South America.
That's why I'm asking. We gotta get these boys on land to see the full potential.
Ankle weights first, make it to the major, and then take them off.
Sure.
And you're ready.
And then their opponents, Smart Omega. I also didn't really get to see too much of them again. These were both lower division teams, so it's kind of good that they're easing into upper division by fighting each other. They get their feet wet with the patch. Though I guess yesterday the RNG Sparking Arrow Gaming showdown was not really that fair of a showdown, but here at least these are all players that most Filipinos are immensely familiar with, and long competitive history for a lot of these players.
For sure, like experience-wise, they definitely have the edge. But you know, I think Lilgun has the advantage, or at least they used to have the advantage back in the draft and coming out with all the
sports like I was always a big fan of that guy. You know, when he played for TNC, then he kind of disappeared from Tier 1 C.
A couple of years.
Yeah, I mean he was still playing for what was it called? Detonator.
Oh, Detonator. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Get into the Tier 1 C, very strong offlaner. So I'm kind of surprised that he got into those teams, and now we can see him back once again in the upper division, where he can show his full potential.
Especially because I look at the new patch and I feel like the offlane pool didn't really change that much. I look at the heroes that were good last patch. Mars, Timbersaw, Tidehunter, they're all still good this patch also. So for the offlaners, they didn't have to change too much.
With the addition of Possible Centaur, I think after reading what he does, having the cooldown on ulti 90 seconds compared to some other ultis coming up from the offlane, and like all his abilities got buffed. So I think he's one of those heroes who can once again close the gap. It was pretty much encountered like these oracles that were super popular. You use Stampede, you get on top of them. Just overall a good hero right now. I think OG played it last night, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And he was having a very good time. Like they did new, what's it called, Stampede cooldown is actually insane. Only 90 seconds on every level. Like you get so much mileage out of it. And I really liked the last patch, especially because there were like a couple of really slight nerfs, but it was mostly a buff patch, which like made a lot of heroes very viable. And the ones that were viable are still viable.
How about the carry heroes? As we take a look at our carry to carry comparison, it's going to be Sanctity versus Tino. We saw Phantom Lancer got a shard in one of our Chinese games yesterday. Then in the OG game,
Ana also got the shard at the very end.
After farming for like 20 minutes straight.
Like the shard is actually a very strong addition to the hero because the bounce range is so far and it just bounces onto the backline, and the support can't handle the damage of that illusion. But yeah, like they didn't first pick Phantom Lancer like the Chinese team did. It made a lot more sense when OG picked it. And we have seen Juggernaut also still very popular, very strong still, very good touch, maybe even buffed in some ways, So it's going to be interesting to see. I personally think range carries.
Range carries are, I think this is the future of this patch if nothing changes, because like Manta Style, range Manta Style got buffed. I think Drow Range is very viable right now as a hero. Like this is only the tip of the iceberg, Playing the patch for like 5 days, seeing only a couple of competitive games, like that people are going to experiment. Like, we're going to see some position 4 Huskars possibly because of the new armlet, how strong it is. Like, there's so much in this patch that it's just undiscovered yet.
Carrie's going to start leveling stats?
Possible. Anti-mage, we go back to Burning build. 1-1-1, and then stats. I don't mind that.
It's just, like, Dota has been built around, just using your spells. Like even anti-mage's mana break got like buffed so much that if you don't max it, you're gonna feel why am I not maxing?
And counterspell used to be his like Ag Scepter upgrade.
Yeah,
now it's just like built into the hero now.
Yeah. So like I feel like you can't really skill stats anymore. It just doesn't feel as good as before. Where like a lot of spells were kind of like one value level, and then just skill stats doesn't really work anymore.
Because spells are good right now. Like before, the spells that have been scaled, like you had 1.5 second stun Sven, and you get like 20 damage, whatever. So like I'm just gonna take the stats instead. The same goes for like Juggernaut was really popular with the Master Madness.
Master Madness stats
70, stats are just Master Madness. Get 1-1-1 and then just fill them up, tank them up. I don't think it's viable in this match. Like for certain heroes, maybe I've heard some stories of seeing players trying to figure out like Tiny with the 1-1-4 build and then getting the stats.
I
don't mind that.
Good?
Yeah, look good.
Good.
You get the SNY, the status resistance. Your strength gain is high, so it's potentially something to play in this patch. I was thinking about Bane because he has the same stats gain for every level.
True.
So just go with the means.
Go get some more stats.
Yeah.
It was what, like 2.4 on Strength Agi and Int or something like that?
It's the same number.
It's the same number.
When it came out, like I think one of the patches actually broke Bane.
It did.
And then like people were complaining.
It was the 20% nerf. Every single thing across the entire board got 20%, and so Bane's Int gain, because that was his primary attribute, got 20%, I think. And
they buffed it back up.
They buffed it back up.
They had to. Like Bane has been like that forever. You can't break that game.
And Bane's hero is quite good also. I think he's being slept on. And Feeble having the heal reduction, it's like a 100% uptime Spirit Vessel. It's better than Spirit Vessel. I think it's like 60% heal restoration reduction.
It's good. And, like you have ability to outpush the lanes. Like this is something that Dice Rock has been working on. That pretty much every single hero can outpush the lanes coming off of those like position 5 that is not viable. Like Bane has now AoE Brain Sap, Decay from Undying deals twice as much damage. So like I can see in which direction like he wants to go. Like every hero to be viable in terms of like team fighting and have an ability to just outpush the lanes. Blitz will be very proud of you, shouting out the
waves.
What about Jakiro?
Oh, Jakiro is
The hero got
super
buffed
good.
quite a bit, yeah.
Oh yeah, it feels really good.
Like his laning ability, I laned against the Jakiro yesterday. He felt so strong. Like I felt like I couldn't do anything. Like I could just got bullied out of lane. Like 2 dual breaths, I was done.
Yeah. And then what? So his shard stuns now, and
Yeah. Still did the
Magnifier
percentage damage.
Still percentage damage. Still works on towers.
Yeah, but you have liquid fire. You have the whatever it's called, liquid frost.
Frost, yeah.
Yeah, like if you apply both the towers, they drop like 25% health right away. It's like super strong. I think we're definitely gonna see quite a bit more of the hero.
Yeah, for sure. It feels one of the. From what I've read, from what I've seen in clubs, it feels like very strong, like a solid position 5.
Especially because he was one of the few supports that never had a cast range talent, and so all these other supports that had cast range talents got axed real quick. I'm still salty about Coddle. We get 2 solar bind charges now, but like having cast range was so nice for warding. You were able to do it from so far away.
Oh, wow,
Hard
look at me.
disagree. Black cast range talents. How happy are you?
I always hated them. Like I told the cost like 2 months ago. Oh man, all these cast range talents make Dota so annoying to play. And it's like,
yeah, you have Rasta with the
full hex
a
screen.
neutral item with the cast
with
range
telescope,
talent.
oh my god, it felt
like-
so good. If you get it on Rubik, then you can just shackle people from like 2 screens away.
Nobody liked that. It's
I loved it.
But it's so stupid.
It felt safe as a support. You didn't have to get into the meat of a fight.
like you're like the 6-slotted carry just getting full screen shackle on your team.
No,
can't
like,
help
because
you.
it was like dumbing down the game. I would say where you don't have to care about your position.
You're too safe.
You're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna be using hex from like sniper distance, which is kind of But this hero,
But you want to talk about dumbing down the game?
Beastmaster with the
Beastmaster?
Aghanim Scepter, he can go for, he can go for a solo roach kill with the smoke. Seen that on Reddit. Seems super strong.
But they have the counter already. Just mana drain him a little.
Oh yeah, with your spell immunity. Oh wait, Beastmaster also says a spell immune canceling disable. This hero was way too good. We saw him in mid lane yesterday. Twice.
Yeah, I think like if you're playing him in Offlane, you need to adjust your item build. I don't think Aghanim Scepter is a way to go.
What about Coddle Beast Offlane? That sounds pretty fun.
What about Io Beast offlane?
Or it could be Io carry as well.
True.
Like it got nerfed a little bit. I still think it's very strong.
Those numbers, like on his balls, are just.
Things not viable anymore.
No, I feel like the damage is just not high enough.
But Dominator got buffed.
Sure.
Maybe. I mean, I've seen it just a little bit. So, sure, you get your items like a minute or 2 slower, but once you get them, you're still that same strong hero.
I mean, Heart is still impossible to deal with on an IO regardless, but it definitely slows him down quite a bit.
And you talked about cheese. You can see the Broodmother ban, you can see the Huskar ban, the Lycan ban. What do you think about new Lycan? Now that Necro's gone.
I never lost the game against him. I never won a game with him. I think that hero is not viable anymore.
No, I feel like the damage is just not high enough.
But Dominator got buffed.
Sure.
Maybe. I mean, I've seen it just a little bit. So, sure, you get your items like a minute or 2 slower, but once you get them, you're still...
You can just shackle people from like 2 screens away.
Nobody liked that.
I loved it.
But it's so stupid.
It felt safe as a support. You didn't have to get into the meat of a fight.
Like you're like the 6-slotted carry just getting full screen shackle on your team.
No.
And sure, but
but
what do
it's
you do with
slower
it?
also. It was 650 move speed, now it's 550 move speed.
Oh, true, yeah. So it got
and
nerfed
you also get some extra HP, which is kind of meh.
100 health. I'm a big bad wolf.
But yeah, did you know that with Lion, when you hit level 20, when you can mana drain your allies,
You mana drain the enemies too.
Yeah, you're still magic immune. So like you can do so many things with Lion's mana
It's really
drain.
funny.
It's like, okay, someone blinks in, I'm just gonna mana drain.
Yeah, you just
What are you gonna do, guys?
one of
What are you
your
gonna do?
ranged creeps in your lane and be like, oh great, I dodged one of your projectile stuns.
Yeah.
I'm also getting health now for every finger stack, by the way, so I'm gonna be quite tanky while being magic immune. Why not?
So you have any estimates on where this Tiny is going to go then? Because
I like mid tiny again this patch. With the new bottle, you have a lot of sustain, you get your levels up fast. The runes make you very strong, and you get the nukes up fast as well.
One thing I dislike about this patch is, like, what do you do
Radiant
with your like
team
position
pick.
4s? What are the timings that you
Wrath
have?
May.
Like a rune spawning every 3 minutes.
super
Nighttime
weird.
is like 5-minute cycle. Then you have like rune spawning at 2, at 4. The river runes. It's just like, and that doesn't feel right.
Now, I'm just gonna tell you, like, I don't like +4 now
10
because
seconds remaining.
mid lane is just never killable. They're always full health, full mana.
Exactly.
Like, so honestly, it's just all about laning now with pos 4, at least in my opinion. So we'll see a lot of laning pos 4s like Skyraf Mage. Makes a lot of sense. It looks more and more like the core IO, possibly.
Yeah.
Because IO Skyraf is not a support combo I want to have.
No stuns.
Yeah, you wanna have something, some kind of a brawler, most likely coming out from your position 4. Beastmaster, IO, like they go way back. You have this roar into relocate type of a play.
Yeah.
Roar, long duration stun with the Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage got some buffs, like his shard he gains
5 in per spell usage
spell
and 1
usage.
armor as
One
well.
armor.
He gets actually really tanky now because he doesn't have any armor again.
On the other side, Underlord.
What do you think about that against? It doesn't strike me as super good against
5
Beast anymore.
seconds remaining.
Oh, what exactly?
Like the Underlord. Like it used to counter him because of Necros and stuff. But
Underlord got like so many buffs. Like you have 3-second downtime on your Firestorm with the shard.
Druid.
Yeah, you just can't push.
But it doesn't heal you anymore, right?
You don't care.
Yeah.
You know, when
I mean,
they're
you're
going
Underlord.
for the high ground, you're pretty safe there anyway.
You have additional AoE now, like more than before, right? And also more damage, I believe. It's just overall a pretty strong hero.
I will say, I think his scepter is the worst
Dire
scepter
team back.
imaginable. It's 2 charges on Dark Rift. You can cast it on allies, and I think the AoE is bigger.
and I think it
Radiant team
reduces the
But
delay
to-
by 1 second.
It's for the
Yeah.
memes. You go in, you cast the next one already, you go out right away.
I know, but like I saw it and I was like, either you win the fight and you don't need to rift anywhere, so you don't need the second charge, or you lose the fight and there's no one to rift out because your team's dead. So what's the
Yeah.
point of 2 charges?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the weirder axes.
10
But
seconds.
What about,
remaining.
you push the lane, you TP to Roche, then you take the
5
Aegis and
seconds
come back with the
remaining.
Aegis into the fight.
Dire
that
team back.
sounds great.
Or you just have an Aegis and walk to a fight.
However, his 25 is really broken now. Like, he gets the old Aghanims, his damage aura gets
Oh,
applied to
that's right,
allies.
yes.
Like, that one is really good.
That one's really good.
But it's also 25, so getting there is not easy. And, speaking of cheese, Lone Druids on the table.
10 seconds
They got all of
remaining.
them, man. Like, you can't ban all of the cheese heroes. And now Lone Druid is here.
5 seconds Radiant team
Oh man,
back.
Hoodwink ban. I don't think in any of the regions I saw a Hoodwink yet.
No, but I played against it in a pub yesterday. Jerax played it.
Ooh.
I just hate that hero. Like, it's so hard to deal with. He just stands in the trees, pushes out lanes all the time.
Yeah.
Can't kill it.
Okay.
You need to have, it's like
10 seconds remaining.
playing against Tinker. You need to have a hero that can get the good jump, something like a Storm Spirit
5
possibly,
seconds
like
remaining.
anything that can jump on the trees, try to find them, something that provides vision, possibly
Dire
a
team
Beastmaster
pick.
with the Hawk, because it's really annoying hero. It's hard to deal with.
Or like a Tinker Ward or something. Also one of the classic combos again, actually. Centaur, Skyraf. I played that in 2015 in the VG squad already.
Radiant
Like, it's one of the
team
most
pick.
potent dual lanes in the game. You get the silence on,
Yeah.
the double edge deals so much damage. It's actually insane. And just, of course, the easy setup for the Skyraf ult as well in the mid game. Very strong combination.
Yeah, so it's looking more and more likely that's like a core IO. Bans. Actually, I mean, the
10
bans,
seconds
Lilgun's kind of
remaining.
expecting it to be support, I guess, because they ban out Luna, which
5
is.
seconds
I
remaining.
guess you have to play it carry now because she lost her cast range talent. And they pick up an Abaddon.
There could be either, though.
This could be Abba carry. I like Abba as a carry also, but also as a position 5. Like I think this hero is going to be highly contested in the patch. Like, you can't just talk about, his shard is broken. You have to
Templar
play
Assassin.
Dota
Now
for 20
select
minutes
your
to get
heroes.
there. But his shard feels really, really good. You can use Photic Shield. You get those Curse of Avernus stacks. Like you literally need to hit him like 2 times. A Photic Shield pops. You use a coil, so that's like a second one, and then 2 + 2 = 4. That's a silence.
They also added cooldown reduction now, right? On both spells?
Yeah,
by
by
1
minus
second.
1 second.
Which is really big too. It's like 5 seconds cooldown on the shield. TA, yes.
Dude, I'm hype about TA.
That-
Her scepter.
Dude, TA crushes Beastmaster in lane. And just overall, they don't have great heroes against TA. Like, he could really be taking over this game. And it's a very good pick. Complements Lone Druid very well.
Okay.
Big fan of the draft, actually.
I'm still okay. So Tino's going to be playing the IO on Omega. Which way is your prediction going, Black? I want to hear what you got to say.
I think I'm still gonna probably go with Omega. Like, sure, IO got nerfed, but I feel like their combos in lanes are just pretty. Like, it will all come down to the TA, and I just don't believe TA can like 1v5 a game really.
Lacoste, how about you?
Looking at these heroes, it's a good Templar Assassin game to start with. Whenever I see Lone Druid, I'm kind of like Is
You're
that a
not
good
quite
lone?
correct.
I don't have a good read on the lone druid
It's a weird hero.
because it's a really weird hero. Exactly. I'll still go with Omega, where like Abba plus Io, I still find that strong. I want to see how strong it is. Now that Io got a bit of a nerf, but something I'm looking forward is Skyward Mage plus Centaur. Like this lane should pretty much stomp. I would say like it's an extremely powerful lane. A lot of aggression coming from.
I have high expectations of the Templar Assassin. I think that this hero has
You told me
been...
it's the most broken hero.
I think that his potential. I think that
Yes,
with the
ladies
scepter
gentlemen,
and her
we are
shard,
here
with
for
the silence,
first best of three
it's going...
of the SCA Season 2, and it is MLP Dota and John X-Fire joining you once again. John, welcome back to SCA, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. I'm feeling good. Back to the sea, back to the beaches. It's summertime here in Southeast Asia as well. Very fitting. We've got, of course, an exciting matchup. Lilgun up against Smart Omega. Panel talked a bit about the history. Now, mind you, Lilgun did beat out Smart Omega in the DPC, but afterwards, in a couple of tournaments in the downtime, Smart Omega has been winning, and that was with their new lineup. That was with Shanks and Sam H in, so we'll see if they can keep that momentum up. It is a different patch now, and we'll see if that affects anything. For Lilgun's part, their draft is pretty much in line with what they love to play. Lone Druid coming out as their core here. We've seen them dip into this sort of cheese pick, and it has paid off.
30
but again,
seconds to
Smart
battle.
Omega is not an easy opponent, so they're going to have to pull some surprises here, as looks like both teams aren't actually going to run into each other. So kind of clumping up around those bounties, but not really finding any of those engagements they want to get.
Talk to me about the IO, though, John. Obviously, the IO may be a little bit nerfed in the previous patch. Is it still a viable position one, do you think?
I think it is. Like, the timings, as mentioned by the panel, it's a bit tighter. Like, the initial damage isn't great, but once you have your Ags, it's still ridiculous. You have to note as well, Tino was one of the first players to bring back the core IO in Southeast Asia. BTS Pro Series 4, Pro Series 5, and maybe even Pro Series 3, if I'm not forgetting wrong. He was one of the few players that kept reaching into the core IO. And back then, we were doubting it as well, but just somehow makes it work. It's probably a comfort hero for him at this point. So Smart Omega just kind of want to set themselves up with a core that they're very familiar with. And, Tino's played a lot of this, so it's just something that he knows the timings of. And I think despite the nerfs, he should still be able to hit those timings well.
Absolutely. We are having a gander at the mid lane, Sanctity against Mac. Because we do see the mid Beastmaster showing up again on the second day, and I suppose it is still very popular considering that Aghanim Scepter has not really been changed. Up against the TA, who we haven't really seen much of. He did receive a few changes, but I feel like the Beastmaster might still just be favored.
Yeah, I mean, there's some back and forth you can do here. You've got the range advantage on TA. You can play with your side blades. Mac is obviously not going to go for the board build for the most part. Maybe a value point down the line. Sanctity can punish those summons, and as long as you play around your refraction here for Sanctity, you're not going to be worried too much about the damage. You can still pile up, so you have to watch that spacing, but maybe once you hit level 3, level 4, Mac shouldn't be able to overrun you, but you can't really stop Mac from just sitting back and spamming those axes anyway.
That bot lane, you'll see Sam H and Shanks up against X1, 2, 3 and Ace 12. Very dangerous kind of lane here for the side of Lilgun. Centaur, if you do manage to land the hoof stomp, it's going to be a lot of follow-up damage there from Shanks on the Skyrath.
Denied.
Very dangerous indeed, but I'm sure 1, 2, 3 should be able to just sit back and relax for a bit. Quite interesting as well that they opted to go for the lone druid route. It's another hero we haven't seen very often. I'm very curious to see how powerful it is in the current pack.
It's again about comfort here for Lilgun. They played a lot of Lone Druid in the DPC and even afterwards in a couple of smaller tournaments that came in between. It's just something they're very comfy with the timings for. They know how to play around with a bear, get the aggression out. There's a lot of versatility with going for the LB and the bear build as well nowadays. See what they opt for down the line. You will have to watch that lane matchup. Like, you get that ancient seal off, as mentioned before, and you get the double edge off down the line, so maybe level 3, level 4 spikes here, even level 5.
That's a lot of damage on Tino. He's going to be alright. CML was there just in case they needed the Aphotic Shield, but Lilgun so far, in terms of lanes, things are going pretty decent. Mid lane, of course, evening out right now. 16 to 15 last hits between the two. I'd say the bot lane is going pretty well, and the top lane also going pretty decently for Lilgun so far. See what Omega does do about it. I mean, it is still very early days here, so there's not really much in the way of predicting who's really ahead. And Omega is the one with a very slight net worth lead. That bot lane, they are going to make it up with Sam H. Top lane, though, they are also jumping CML, and neither side really going to commit too hard. Suppose there isn't too much kill potential in any lane yet anyway, as you do need quite a few levels up on these supports to actually get them going. So both teams going to try and stick to farming for now. You see CML getting a little bit aggressive here on some Marvel, but not going to mean too much. And just saw in that mid lane as well, Mac was dropping fairly low on the Beastmaster, but he's going to be alright.
He's got the runes up. You can just grab a bounty, top up, even though it's still just down to 2 charges again. Still a lot to play around with mid, but you are giving Sanctity space out on the mid to kind of get his farm back going as well. So you're giving a lot more space towards the TA. The flash farms for the TA can really skyrocket if you let it get some levels up.
Ace.
And again,
Nice stun out on Shanks. He thought about coming back to the courier, but realized he couldn't really afford to. Just salve up and walk away. I do like the fact that Ace is trying to pull that large cap before he can get the pull off, but it looks like Shanks was dedicated enough to make sure that pull did occur. They will still get the small camp pull on the side of Lilgun anyway, so it does even out. Let's allow 1-2-3 to get involved now and try to be a little bit more aggressive as Sam H is going to have his mana drained, but not too big of a deal. And meanwhile, mid lane, Mac again dropping extremely low on the Beastmaster, but will barely be able to get out.
yeah, it's just such a tough lane for the Beastmaster to hold. You get hits up a couple of times here by the TA. You got a lot of minus armor going. You don't hold that lane too well. Sure, you can try to build up stacks if you're Wild Axis. Against the Refraction, the added damage will still stack up, but it takes way too much spam early on for the Beastmaster to kind of sustain that playstyle. So just a bit more of an edge here for Sanctity early on, and the side lanes, they're still trying to get aggressive. We are hitting some level spikes here. Sam H is now level 5. He did opt for Max and Retaliate, so he wants to hold the lane steady instead of looking for opportunities with his Skywrath Mage. That does mean, again, it's a more passive lane. The supports just poke each other, but the cores are still finding that farm they'd want from both sides.
They are. Now he's going to take a fair bit of damage out from Shanks. Going to be just fine. Neither team really finding that first spot opportunity quite yet, but we really haven't seen many rotations occurring either. I suppose this to be quite expected when you've got a Beastmaster TA mid. You're not really going to expect too many rotations early on. Both sides really just want to farm up and get those levels up as Ishki gonna run into Mac. Mac will just roar him immediately on the Tiny. Can he find himself out of this? It looks like he can. Mac, he went back for the bounty, but still can get the axes on target, and CML is gonna be the one to get the first blood gold on the Abaddon. Very nice stuff.
Really nice kill to get. Mac just kind of zoning out for
Dire's
Rune
middle
for the bounty. He
tower is
really
under
wanted to
attack.
get it, didn't want to give it to the Tiny, and CML seeing that opportunity to keep you down makes for a nice rotation. Of course, they might want to line up for Sanctity, but without Roar, the TA is a tougher target, and CML's only at level 4, so his potential tankiness up front and his damage isn't as great, but some early movement out from Smart Omega. And the one thing with these lanes is that for both sides, it's really hard to bully out some of these boards. Like Lone Druid, you can maybe drop down, he can just sit back with his bear, and that just allows 1-2-3 to kind of farm up safely. Same thing for Tino up against Marvel. The Underlord versus Io is really not one where you expect either side to get any kills, so the supports can just kind of roam around the jungle, maybe get stacks, and just play poke with the other supports, but it does mean the side lanes hold very steady, for the meantime at least, in the lane phase.
Starting to look a little bit concerning here for Omega. Like, you look at the side of Lilgun, and those top 2 net worths right now are 1-2-3, and the TA, of course, Sanctity. Now, it's going to be a bit of a concern for Omega as these heroes, once you get to that mid-game, assuming you got a good laning stage going, you can really just snowball and take over the game.
Dire's middle tower
Wondering
is under
what
attack.
Omega intends to do as top lane. CML is going to get hit down by Marvel. Tino, unable to help out on the IO, of course, is just going to have to back off. And as I said, John, every lane is just going very well for Lilgun. And I'm afraid for Omega, with their draft, they may not be able to keep up throughout the mid-game.
For Omega's side, they have to wait for some spikes here.
Dire's
They're
top
basically
tower
waiting
is
for
under attack.
level 6 on Shanks to really get some good rotations out with, say, the Mystic Flare available and the combination you have with the Centaur. And you're also going to be waiting until Mac has his Ag. He's rushing it, going Brown Boot, Soul Ring, straight into the Agnons. It's still kind of building up, but you are allowing the TA to keep pace. And the one thing with the TA is you definitely don't want to see Sanctity with an early Desolator into the Blink. You can just rip up, as mentioned, the combination with the Lone Druid in terms of physical damage output, with the Meld Minus Armor, with the side blades bouncing around. There's a lot to rip through these heroes on Smart Omega.
Stampede committed. Really sure for what. Nobody was in danger across the map, I don't believe. Everyone was fine. Maybe a bit of a misclick there from Sam H. Well, X123, he sees an Abaddon. He'll just back right out of there with the Spirit Bearer and just go up towards the top lane. And of course, with the Lone Druid, John, you can always push towers down very, very fast. They are going to try and trade down to the bot side of the map. And that should be pretty quick to solve for the Beastmaster.
Dire's top tower.
So it looks like
is
both
under
teams just
attack.
happy to trade towers.
Radiant's
Neither
bottom
one
tower
really wanted a
is
big
under
team
attack.
fight yet. I still feel like this favors Lilgun. Just allowing the TA and Lone Druid to farm up like this is never going to feel good for Omega.
Yeah, I mean, you are
Dire's
getting
top
something here
tower
from
has
Omega.
fallen.
Like, it's space out for Tino to clear out the jungle. He already has his Dominator up, so he's fairly efficient there in jungle clearing out stacks. It's a bit slower due to the nerfs to the spirit damage, but again, it's not too bad. Still getting that pace out. As long as they can protect the IO and hit those item spikes, I don't think Smart Omega minds too much. Like, they're starting to get some EXP going as well. They really just need a Skyrat Mage to hit 6. Like, Shanks has sacrificed his own gain quite a fair bit just to ensure Sam H has a good time. But now he's got space down mid to soak that EXP, and you should expect something to happen, especially since he has his Veil of Discord up. There's so much magic damage that can come out. They just need a combo to be ready here.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got the damage. Sure. Maybe just waiting on Sam H to feel ready to start initiating for the team, or even, of course, their Beastmaster, Mac. Speaking of Mac, he is getting fairly close now to having the Aghanim Scepter up, which might be about that time where they want to start moving as a team. They're on mid lane. TML looks like he's been caught out on the Abaddon again, and of course he's not level 6 yet, so he will die. Now the Hex is out. Sam H trying to get a stun in time. Right there, and Lilgun, they're just going to back off. Nice, easy pick-off for them. Sam H, he's being very aggressive with his positioning. He does have the backup. Lilgun, they are not participating, or maybe they are, because they're going to chase down Sam H and force another stampede. The second stampede of the game that really hasn't amounted to anything.
It doesn't hurt the center as much, mainly because of that buff on the cooldown, like 90 seconds to use for an escape. It's gonna be up by the next fight, unless Lilgun really force the issue. They are smoked up right now, though. You've got Ace and Hishki, and they're both at level 6. They've got a ton of burst on hand. And if they catch out anyone, it's probably the hero.
Oh, smoke pop, but Shanks, he runs right into them. Oh, he gives him a finger, but now Mac, he'll turn around with Aurora and will at least find one as a trade. They might even be able to take down Ace if they can get a stun off in time. But no, Sam H, he was unable to close the gap. They do at least get a trade for themselves, and again, it's a very even game so far between these two teams. 3-2 right now is mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Had to be around to defend the tier 1 tower, which was being forced in by the Underlord. Pretty much it. Looks like they are indeed just going to continue waiting on Tino. Still ready on the IO.
It's
They
kind
are
of the
putting
same
all their
playstyle.
trust in him.
Kind of the same playstyle for Lilgun as well. Like, Sanctity is still saving up for the Desolator, more than likely into the Blink. They're getting some free farm here out for 123, who's also going for a Desolator after this Mask of Madness on the bear. Maybe a bit inefficient, but I don't think you mind too much. It allows you to really just play solo as Lone Druid, go into any lane and pressure a tower if you want to. And again, when it comes down to a farm war, you are getting a little bit more here from Lilgun. It's a lot more efficient for the TA to clear out these camps at this point. So much damage on hand, pretty good mobility on hand as well.
Sam H.
Just walking around, they're not punching.
Mid lane, he's been locked up. Do they have the damage output from Tanky Centaur? They may just. The Meld Strike comes in, but CML be out with the Aphotic Shield, and that's going to be enough to force them back, at least for now. Only problem being, though, is they can easily take this tier 1 mid tower, unless Omega want to take a 5v5 team fight. But it doesn't seem like they want to. They'll stick around with the Wild Axes and keep pushing out the lane, but Lilgun, they might just commit here. Get a battle's down. Makes good front lining, but here comes the bear, and now Sanctity. He's going to be in danger as they get the stun out with the Mystic Flare, but a great toss away. It's going to stop anything from occurring, at least for now, but Sanctity is still being chased down. They will eventually find the kill. Now Omega, they can make something happen here. Onto Marble they go. That'll be a dead Underlord.
Radiant's middle tower
Into the mid-T1 tower themselves, they even found Hishki, who came back in for an avalanche pass. It wasn't quite enough to do much. Right into that tier 1 mid tower. Omega, they played that team fight extremely well.
You've got to respect that first damage. You get the Ancient Seal off, you get the Flare off, even with the toss out, it's just not enough. Beautiful wraparound from Tino as well from the back to clean up.
Radiant's
You
middle
get so many
tower
kills on the eye, it just accelerates that farm. And the one thing here for Smart Omega as well, when they throw these spells out, they're lower cooldowns compared to the side of Lilgun. Like, Finger is such a long cooldown, 160 seconds still. There's more uptime for Smart Omega to play with their own burst, and they can just easily force fights whenever. That's why it's really low committal from them. They've stalled out long enough that Mac does have his Ags up, so you've got that major spike on the Beastmaster, and he can really just do what he wants to on the map. Like, he's got consistent damage output now. He can look at the Roche if the side of Smart Omega wants to try to pressure that objective early. There are some good wards here from Lilgun watching the area though, so they're gonna have to commit a smoke if they want to sneak that one out.
Bot lane, Hishki. A little bit cautious, Shanks. Find him, but have what it takes to initiate. He wasn't really nearby. Again, it's a bit of a farming kind of game here between these two teams as will just keep going on the IO, but now Shanks has gone very, very deep underneath the Sentry Ward.
So 1, 2, 3.
And he's basically a one-shot by Sanctity, but top lane, Tino kills off 1, 2, 3 with Mac. That's a really bad trade for Lilgun. Definitely very bad news.
This is the point where you can see some more activity from Smart Omega. Like, Lone Druid still needs time to cook up. We're seeing the Ag Shard being saved up here, so you're going to have that Dispel on hand and AoE fairly strong, but until then, like, without a way of protecting yourself, if the LD's caught out alone like that, it's very easy to punish, and you have to respect Relocate, you have to respect Stampede, you can be all over the map very quickly for Smart Omega, and you just don't have that kind of mobility on Lilgun yet. Sanctity saving up for the Blink, maybe the Aghanims would be pretty good to counteract, say, the Relocate plays here, but until those items are up, you can't really expect to match that facing just yet.
MH, mid lane, a lot of damage flying in, but CML's trying to help out, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, now CML is going to be the one in danger. He tries to run, but there's your route out from the Spirit Bearer, and there's just no way out. More TP's coming into the mid lane, but they are preparing to defend that mid-tier 1 tower. With the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster, it's not going to be too hard. In fact, Mac, he can secure the kill on Marvel. And there's actually so many ways of getting damage out from a huge range away. With those, I guess, the spirits plus the wild axes, it's kind of impossible to push down a tower now.
It's very difficult to commit, and they do trade fairly well there for Smart Omega. They drop their support, they get Core Underlord in exchange. You've got the Ags up on Tino. He's just able to really apply that early damage on, and it's still strong. Like, you saw him twacking away on the Underlord. He had a Hood of Defiance. It's just not enough when you have to deal with that and Axis. The reduction is just simply not enough. The shield is not enough as well.
A nice smoke break there from Ace. He's just going to have to tank the gank here for the team. Now, they can get everyone else out. I think Lilgun should be happy, but Mac's got a haste rune, and he still has that roar up. He is getting more efficient. Those axes out, 1, 2, 3 now. Gonna get scouted, but already got the melee form
Radiant's
off.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna be enough for Omega. Start slowly heading towards the road sharp bit, but they do jump in Lilgun. They want to go straight after CML. But the Abaddon just so tanky, will turn right back around onto the Tiny. They will get at least one as Marvel now. He's trying to Dark Rift down to there, but there is no time for that. Gonna get the car warmed up. And Omega, I think they're just gonna go for an easy road shot.
this is an issue for Lilgun. Like, he can't really team fight well. The best AE controller is Hit of Malice with Avalanche Toss. Maybe you can get a good Earth Spike or Fear off from Lone Druid as well, but it just doesn't compare to Huge Stomp. It doesn't compare to all the axes flying through in white AE, the spirits coming out, and just see how fast it throws from helps. It's just ridiculous with these Ags timings. Really well timed from Tino and Mac to kind of approach their item timings very close to each other, and sure, they only have a 3k lead here in Smart Omega, but this is the moment where they're strong. Lilgun need to try to find a way to slow this game down, get their farm going on 1-2-3, protect him as much as possible, and stall the game out to get the TA and the Lone Druid to the point where they can just stand in front and do the damage we need to do.
Yeah, I think it was Sanctity. Offlane kills off Shanks by himself, which I suppose is to be expected if the TA finds you.
It's a trap.
Saw a ball. Try and find this Beastmaster, but it seems that Mac is well aware of what's going on, and of course with these axes, they'll find the illusion, but Shanks, he's happy with what he just saw as ace. He's going to get caught out now. He tries for the TP play, but Mac is going to commit the draw. Now Marvel is going to be in danger as the spirits come in. The Pit of Malice has been dropped, but he is just such a slow Underlord. There's no way out of this one. MH will lock him down and Mac will take a double. And, you know, Lilgun, they learned the hard way, John, that your smoke doesn't break on an illusion. It's how you know.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Unless they've changed it and I'm not aware of it, but...
Oh no, it should still work that way. Just unfortunate for Lilgun. They're kind of feeling pressured to try and be aggressive. Like, they found one kill, they figured they can take the 4v5 afterwards. It just doesn't line up. They don't get the initiation they want. Once they blow the Avalanche Toss, they lack burst. You have Finger, sure, but even the Ace's Finger, it's stuck at level 1 right now. It's not enough damage to get that initial burst going on a hero. They do get the wrap around here in 1-2-3 though with the smoke.
That they do. They take him down? Yeah, they definitely can.
Is under attack.
Very easily, and Sam H will let them know about it. I believe it was Lacoste on the panel saying he did not really believe too much in the Lone Druid pickup, and I'm going to kind of agree with him right now. It just feels very lackluster.
Yeah, it's not really returning on the investment yet, and even then, the investment, it's starting to sink down. Like, 1-2-3's below the farm of Sam H. He had a lot of free space. It's just been dragging down from all these stats. Sanctity now is trying to buy that space out. He's pushing top. There is a response here, and he does have at least all these traps to scout out, but even these kinds of plays just never feel too safe.
Mel's going to have his for a time prompt, and now Marvel, he's going to go right in. Onto Sam H, but he blinks away in time. Hishki couldn't really get much done on top side. Sanctity ties. Mac and Shanks, they get a bit of revenge, and now back on the bot side, Omega, they're going to try and move in. Knowing that the TA is dead, it shouldn't be too hard of a team fight. They're going to try out to Marvel, but he does get Dark Rift away.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But they still manage to find the T2 bottom tower. And Lilgun, yeah, I said they were going to be strong in the mid game, John, but
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
that good laning start just proved to not really be a factor. Omega, they're just playing way too well.
And they were just allowed to sit back and allow Chino and Knack to farm in the jungle. Like, there were some moments where Lilgun could maybe have looked to play aggressive, but they've got two heavy farming cores as well. And the power spikes of those cores just doesn't feel like it's enough. Like, RTA has Blink Deso, and we saw Sanctity trying to split push, but you have to respect the Hawk. Like, he was hiding in the forest, but there's so much vision that Omega can get just with the Beastmaster and damage that it's just hard to play that split push game, and Lilgun are being punished for this kind of pace. Smart Omega just able to stand in front. Sam H having a lot of impact after that slow restart. Like, ever since he got the Vanguard Hood of Defiance at minutes 12 and 13, or somewhere around that time zone, he's been unkillable. He just stands in front, he cops all the damage, the rest of his team is there to back him up. They only killed him once, and that's because CML couldn't gap close to give him a shield. So they haven't been able to even answer the Centaur. They've jumped Sam H a couple of times in these fights. They need to redivert their focus, find someone else to pick off here on the side of Lilgun.
Certainly agreeing with you on that, John. Sam H is doing a great job, making it very hard, but they do go in Hishki. He finds Sam H again. They'll commit everything on him. He's going to be just fine. He stampedes away, and now they'll reinitiate the team side. CML is right onto Hishki. They'll get the Tiny. And Lilgun Lilgun, they are finding nothing as now they're surrounded by Tino, who cuts them off from the backside. Marvel is going to try and fight this one out, but it's not looking great. Mac, he found the roar of the TA. Sanctity's gone. Marvel is dropping very, very low and should just die here, and does. And Omega once again just playing these team fights perfectly. They even get the Hawk dive going. It always feels kind of bad when you get stunned up by a Hawk.
Is under attack.
That's what just happened. And Omega, they're onto the high ground.
I mean, kind of cursed them. I just said he can't jump Sam H. They throw everything they have on the Centaur, and it just doesn't amount to much. Now he's being held up by the IO. They're knocking right through the high ground. They can't get Megas as the top lane's completely safe, but they're still going to be able to find at least one Rax. And Lilgun, they just need to find a new angle, find a new approach. They maybe wait for the BKB on their TA, but even then, that just makes you a primary roar target for Matt.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle
On the
barracks
brighter
has
side,
fallen.
John, they didn't end up sacking the Desolators like we thought earlier on, so that's good news
Radiant's top
for
tower is
Lilgun,
under
but
attack.
I guess it doesn't really matter anymore. The Omega are in complete control of
Radiant's
this
top
game.
tower has fallen.
In the top T1 tower now, Lilgun, they're going to move in, but Sam H is right in there with a double stun onto the Lion. Ace, he's just going to melt, or maybe not, they're trying to save the day. Shanks, he's the one dropping low, but he's still getting out of there just fine. Now Matt moves in the back lines, and Ace will just die with axes in the back of his head. Sam H moves in again for another stun. Ishki is trying to get out. Thankfully, he'll go right back in onto the Centaur, but how do you kill this guy? The Avalanche toss is there. Tino, he just keeps him alive. They can't kill Sam H. They're still trying. Lost the Tiny again. Oh, it's just a disaster right now. Sanctity tried again onto Sam H, but they can't kill him. They just can't get through the raw HP pool.
Oh my God.
Sanctity, he'll die before the taxi gets him out. He needed an ambulance, not a taxi. It just never came, John.
Yeah, that's
Radiant's top
pretty bad for
tower is
Lilgun.
under
Emergency medical services just not getting there in time. And I mean, Omega, 17k up, 7 to 22. They're just playing fantastically, and you have an issue here. Like this time around, they jumped CML after Sam H, and it's still not the target. It's still an Abaddon. He's got
Radiant's
a
top
Solar
tower
Crest on
is
top.
under
He's got
attack.
the Borrowed Time always off cooldown. You need to maybe reach out and try to kill off Tino, but with the BKB, it's just
Sam
really
H.
impossible.
Another great initiation there onto Marvel. Not going to be quite enough damage to take him out. But Sam H, he's instilling the fear of God into the Lilgun right now, just constantly making sure he jumps in, gets a nice little cheeky stun off, and just backs off to his team again. Lilgun, you can just kind of tell by the way they're positioned, they just don't feel safe across the map. They've got to just stick on their high ground. While Omega, they're just taking over the map. They're in the triangle now. They're waiting for the right opportunity to jump back in and find a pickoff. Lilgun, they're going to make their way out. They're going to try. You're looking at CML again, but that's the Abaddon. He has Borrowed Time. He has the Aphotic Shield. They've got 4 heroes around him, but they just know they can't take him out before his team does join him. That'll be it. They're just going to go back to their high ground, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're just forced to farm in this very small area of the map. They do have CML under vision, but...
You're raw. It was indeed onto Hishki. Mac on this Beastmaster, he's having a great old time as they found another ace. Casting shot going to go the other way, but it won't really matter too much. They get the Ancient Seal off, and with the Mystic Flare to fly in, just look at the HP pool. Oh, check doesn't even be down to get that Shards upgrade. That top lane. Free almost dying. Action all across the map. Like I said, John, I'd love to see the Shards upgrade for Mr. Shanks. Why the hell not?
Yeah, you know, he's close to having the gold. I think he just saves up for it, and he already has his Ghost Scepter. It's hard to kill him off. Like, you focus down with physical on your G-Force. Once you blow your Avalanche Toss and Finger, you're not going to have anything to pierce through the Ghost Scepter as well. Maybe you can get a Firestorm with a good pit, but very disciplined play from Shanks throughout, saving his Force Staff for those crucial moments. And Smart Omega are just really
Radiant's
hard to
bottom
burst down
tower
now.
is
Like
under
Lilgun, they
attack.
are smoked up. They're going to try to isolate one.
Not Sam H, not again. They'll miss the avalanche
Oh,
for
they
good.
missed.
Shanks, he's being targeted now, but he's running out of there just fine. And Sam
Oh,
H
Sam
is
H?
right back in onto the slow drawn. They want 1, 2, 3 dead immediately. Look at the damage output. They still can't kill Sam H. They'll toss him back in, but that might work against them. The Sanctity, he was rolled up. The Dark Rift isn't going to make it in time. No, they barely get it. Still as the finger flies down now. Tino on a triple kill. They even found the TA on the high ground. They won't give the rampage Tino, but it won't matter because they get something even better. They get the game 1 win. And John, it was a very decisive kind of game here for Omega. I mean, the laning stage, it was pretty quiet, but after the lane, you hit the mid game and they just took over. It wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, they were just allowed to farm into those Ags timings, and Lilgun needed to play faster with the heroes they had in hand, but they couldn't.
That they couldn't, John, and with that, of course, we are going to head back to the panel and see what they thought about this game number 1.
What I thought about game number 1 is much what I thought at the Singapore Major. You know, I had multiple rants about Core IO, specifically in regards to its relationship with Support IO, but also overall just the fact that Core IO is it's kind of unbeatable. It got nerfed. We saw some collision damage nerfs, a little teeny tiny reduction on how fast it gets the items, but once those items are online, Black, it's just as unanswerable as ever before. What do you do against this hero?
Same good old hero. I don't even think the patch introduced any like great answers to it, like no anti-reduction or anything like that. So yeah, it's strong. It's strong. Let's put it that way.
What about Bane? You know, Bane
Bane
the
is
healing
good.
reduction.
Does it go through BKB?
No.
Yeah.
I think it's
so.
Like, that's the biggest problem just with Core IO. Like this BKB makes all these items like worthless. Only
Yep.
Skadi works, which is whatever.
So was this the best hero, or was it still Beastmaster? Because Beastmaster is first
Be-
pick every single time.
Beastmaster is just a new Beastmaster. You know, you thought that the old Beastmaster with the Necro units, you send it to plus the Boron, someone on the supports, they die, you devour the whole map. If you thought that was annoying, you know, just watch the new Beastmaster, especially with the sound of the axes. Like, constant spam of these axes. It's just like this has to be changed. Like, this is
How would you
not
nerf it?
really just changed. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you don't necessarily need to kill the hero. I think it's pretty similar to what Mag had when he had zero
Skewer.
Oh yeah,
Cooldown
zero cooldown
skewer.
skewer. That was great. They nerfed it with mana cost, I think, right? Or
Or
something.
they
like
gave it cooldown now as well.
Oh, okay, they give it cooldown also. Yeah, just like reduce the damage per stack on Axis.
Yeah, or just give it cooldown, like 2 seconds.
Yeah. I definitely think he's probably the number 1 candidate to get hit in the B patch. But I also hope it doesn't dumpster him, because like conceptually it's interesting.
Yeah.
They took away Necro from him, and they gave him something better.
Yeah.
This is much better, I would say. Problem in this game, I'd say, you know, Tiny being played as position 4. For a moment, I thought that would kind of be like some kind of a mid Tiny, possibly a carry Tiny, but then like they just switched it to position 4. This hero has been nerfed, not at this patch, but the previous patch where like his combo got nerfed, so you don't really deal damage. Everyone is so tanky now with the introduction of possible stats. I don't think anyone picked stats, but you know, you get those neutral items, you get raindrops. Like Tiny, if he gets shut down early on as a position 4, the hero just doesn't scale. Like you're pretty much just Avatar's combo. You literally have 2 out of 4 spells.
I mean, all the changes were tailored towards the core Tiny, right? And then
Yeah.
they put it as a support. Unsurprisingly, he ended 1-7 with absolutely nothing. Yeah, like core changes are there for a reason, you know. Like you gotta use the changes you get. Like don't just ignore them and play the hero anyway. It's like, why would you play it?
So then can you still get away with heroes whose 4 position capabilities did get nerfed? Like Tusk, for example, tag team got nerfed.
No, it's not a nerf. It's 5 damage. It doesn't matter. It really
Okay.
doesn't matter.
I mean, it's like
the
a little
same
nerf,
hero.
but like you know, like Solar Crest buff is really good for him. That he's got a lot of things going for him as well.
Because I spam Tusk. Like, the first thing I did, you know, I Control F Punch, see what's happening with my boy. Control F Tusk to see what's going on there. It's a slight nerf. The cast range for the Snowball could actually be the buff. Sometimes, you get yourself into trouble with it. Shards also cast range got reduced. It's kind of a, okay-ish, because Tusk seemed really, really strong. His ulti got a buff, like you get that punch a bit earlier, like the cast point is better. His sigil got nerfed. I didn't see many sigils. Sometimes I think it was picked up in the Chinese region, because now it reduces ulti.
Yeah, not attack speed, but you get more vision now.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel like a good pick up on this. But overall, still feels good. You mentioned the Solar Crest, but the build-up is just so good. It's kind of like a must-have Tusk item, I would say.
MVP for this game is going to be Mac. So I think these Beastmasters, look at these bars, man. Literally, you could not be doing any better as a hero.
You can always do better. Yeah.
What can we say?
He does not have 100% kill participation, so you're right, he could be doing better.
Whoa.
He's not Yopaj. We've seen Yopaj during the major. He had 100% kill participation in his puck game.
I want to see if he, especially Yopaj, if he's still the same guy, or his fire is like, like it was like burning at 150%.
What happened to Wind Ranger? Wind Ranger can't break the limit anymore on move speed. Yeah. That's a pretty big one.
But 30% passive evasion.
Also true.
Yeah, also one of the problems in the previous game is you pick 2 right-click cores. You have Lone Druid, you have TA. Like, that gets countered by pretty much one item. Crimson Guard on a Centaur. SamH did a good job, like, just itemizing. And potentially, as the game goes later on, like, those cores are not gonna scale, because like Io, he had a casual Sange, which he likes to buy, would probably transition that into Heaven's Halberd. Possibility that like Beastmaster gets one, Centaur, then you're like 2 cores. Like these are the items that all 3 cores on side of Omega want to buy, and it's just hard to play into. Like you get countered by items, which is not something you want to do. You don't want to have that mixed damage, a bit magical, a bit physical.
I mean, you mentioned a good thing here. Like, not only did they have 2 physical cores, but they also kind of an anti-synergy where both of them wanted to buy Desolator, which is like the same concept as like a Sven TA. Both of them want to farm Ancients. It's usually not going to go too well, because like they just don't complement each other, and they just couldn't really make anything happen in the mid game at all.
Hopefully these are some obvious draft issues that Lilgun will be able to revise, but we're going to hop to a quick break after we show some love to our sponsors, HyperX and Secret Lab Chairs. When we come back, game number 2 of
conclusions after one game, of course. But in that one game, they did look outclassed in both strategy as well as gameplay. So hopefully they can fight back in game 2 a little bit better.
The 3 games that we've had the chance to cover between yesterday in China and today have all had Beastmaster.
Yeah.
What
All in the
are
mid lane,
the
too.
high, all in the mid lane? Why are other bans being higher priority than Beastmaster? Is Grimstoke really that good that you have to keep banning him out?
Yeah.
I mean, Grim is definitely really good, and like Beastmaster, I think people just don't quite realize it how good he actually is. Like, he's like, yeah, he's gonna farm, he's gonna get his eggs, sure, I'm gonna get my BKB. That's not how it works, you know. Like, he's just so obnoxious. He's always safe when he spams his spells. You can't reach him.
He did well in lane also versus a Templar assassin.
Because of new runes.
Triple
He
rune.
gets actually the sustain, you have 3-minute rune, you have 4 minutes or 2 minutes or 2, 3, 4. Like you get the
And then the bottle refill at 5.
It's just too much, you know. I personally think something needs to be done. About
One of the
runes,
3
one-
runes needs to go.
They need to go. It's just too much, like especially with the bottle. Bottle kind of got nerfed to get the 2 charges, but it's still sustain. Makes the game kind of play like you mentioned it well. You know, position 4s, they don't really want to rotate to the mid because everyone's full HP, full mana all the time.
Yeah, you were talking about 4 position Tiny. I was with you. I was just like, I don't really know
Well,
what he's
what's
going to
his
do.
role?
What does he do? Does he go mid? He doesn't have enough burst damage at 2, 3, 4 minutes when they're full HP.
Yeah, I think this patch especially will, at least further down the line, focus on like post fours that are really strong in lane and not so strong at rotating. Like the Skyra, for example. Like, he just dominated his lane, had a good time, and didn't really ever think about rotating, simply because it's just too difficult in this patch.
In Earth Spirit, I mean, in Europe though, we saw Earth Spirit be used quite
We did.
success.
We did.
Stoneman on Brame was doing a lot, and so
Yeah.
still some roaming potential.
Sure. You know, Earth Spirit's still an Earth Spirit.
Spirit's
What
the
he
Earth
does, I also like the play that we've seen throughout the major, where you like offlane, break the second creep wave, you get level 57, and the creep wave TP to the mid lane, and just roll in and get the kill on the mid lane, which is something that you need to be aware of in your lane
10
against the Earth
seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
And Lilgun learned their lesson. Beastmaster finally has been
5
banned
seconds
out.
remaining.
Razor also first phase.
Radiant
Interesting.
You go with Tiny again. I mean,
Radiant
I just
team
hope
back.
this is a core Tiny. I've said it so many times. I've seen it throughout the major, seen it throughout the first DPC season.
Dire
That
team
this hero is just not a good position for. Like,
Why do people always get baited and pick?
Radiant
I don't
team
know.
back.
It's one of those heroes, you know, that it's like, yeah, we can still
Dire
make
team
it work.
back.
No, you can't.
Not as long as Fluffy Hat is in the game.
Still a
Yeah,
Grimstock in the pool.
Exactly. Like this is the best item pretty much against Tiny. That plus a raindrop.
And IO again.
Oh, it's Lilgun. What's the answer?
IO Tusk, one of the strongest combos in the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised
10
they actually don't get it back.
Oh,
seconds
they go back to the Huskar right away.
Bit of a cheese.
All right, so
Five
seconds
Huskar,
remaining.
Huskar Shard has HP regen reduction, and
Yeah.
you can cast it while disabled.
Yeah.
But Io is a ranged hero, and the spirits will still hit you from very, very far away.
But your auto attack range is the same range as the whatever it's called. What is it
spirits?
called? No,
No,
the
inner
spirits, but
fire?
the auto attack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, inner
Auto attack
fire,
range, inner
sure.
fire, same range. So it is decent against the IO. It's really good against the Tusk. But yeah, like
Radiant
they still have
team
long
back.
range damage to deal with him. Pre-BKB at least.
Dire team
A
back.
bit disappointed, you know, that Lilgun is not using their names to full potential. Marvel is not their captain. You know, Captain Marvel.
And Ace is not the ace in the hole.
Hey-oh. God damn it. At least their logo is
seconds
adorable.
remaining.
I love this raccoon
Yeah, the
with
trash
the water
panda.
gun. Trash
It is.
Panda, that's right. They actually had a
5
different logo for
seconds
season 1. It was
remaining.
still same concept. It was the trash panda with the water gun.
Yeah, they upgraded after
But they upgraded.
qualified.
They
They
got
got upgraded?
they got that DPC money, baby. It was like,
Zach,
oh yeah,
what-
17K. Let's use it for a better logo.
Probably spent the whole 70K for the
It was worth it. It was 100% worth it.
Dire
Actually, can we
team
get a shot of this on our beautiful screen over here? I want the people to know what we're capable of in the graphic design department, because I look at
Right
other
there it
regions.
is.
Look at that adorable little
It is,
creature.
it is adorable. But first game, it kind of got strangled.
And I don't know if they have the answer for the IO. I mean, Huskar's cute.
10 seconds
they're-
remaining.
Icebreak at least brings him down to like about half. And then he heals himself
5
back up in
seconds
overcharge. But
remaining.
at least he brought him down to half.
Radiant
Sure.
team
You
pick.
still have like 2 heroes with safe potential. You have Roche taking potential. Tag team is insane. You have BKB piercing ability coming out from Tusk. I just don't feel like it's a possibility, that this Huskar is not a core. We've seen Virtus
10
Pro
seconds
having a
remaining.
jungle Huskar.
That's
Dire
like,
team
like you're leaning really far to the window. Like only 1 foot is still on the floor here. But it's a possibility, as you said.
I mean, if you're only interested for the shard, Death
But
Prophet.
DP absolutely dumpsters Huskar. That's like not even fair.
The hero did get nerfed quite a bit, though.
It did. But
It was a bit
Exorcism
OP.
is still the same pretty much.
10
And
seconds
Spirit Siphon, I
remaining.
think, also didn't get nerfed. It's just the movement speed that got nerfed and the armor.
Yeah, the
5
armor from the
seconds
shard.
remaining.
I think the shard got buffed, but the move speed, her inherent move speed, and the
Reduced by 20.
Yeah.
And her armor got reduced by 1, I believe. Something like that.
Oh, that armor. Yeah.
But Spirit Siphon still is super strong against heroes like Huskar. Exorcism as well goes through BKB. And we have seen this IO DP combo many, many times.
Radiant
So
team
much
pick.
healing coming up from these two heroes when
Sky
they're paired up
Wrath
together.
Mage.
So much sustain. Again, the snowball. Like if you have, let's say, 5 stacks of spearing. What's it called from Huskar?
Burning
Spears.
Burning
That's like one didn't see Huskar in a very long time. Forgot his
10
abilities.
seconds
So
remaining.
yeah, he can use the snowball to save people with that. Undying.
5
Undying, I think
seconds
that's he's a
remaining.
viable hero. Has 15-second on a tombstone on level 10, and he can kind of push the waves now because DK does twice as much damage to creeps as it does to heroes.
He can farm neutrals also now. That was always
Yeah.
like one of his biggest issues. Although I'm definitely leaning it being a core Huskar because they spend 3 bans protecting it.
It's definitely core Huskar. Like, the mid player always plays it. He has been playing it for many years. That's kind of how they qualified into the upper division. But I just like to go back to what I always say about heroes like IO and DP. Heroes that just passively deal damage by existing are very strong. Like, they don't actually need to do anything. You don't need to right click.
Necro's the best hero then.
Necro is pretty damn good this patch, actually.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Leshrac?
he got buffed so much. It is Leshrac, yeah, and a good example. You just run at them, and you keep running with them, and they can't fight back, because otherwise they die. It's like a little bit of a silly concept. If it was me, these heroes would not be in the game, but it's not about me. So.
Well, thank God you're not the one who's balancing
Thank
the
you,
game.
thank you.
At least the move speed creep that everyone has been crying about has been reduced. All the cast ranges got removed. A lot of move speeds
Took
got
us
reduced.
some time.
Can't break the cap anymore.
335 move speed, starting move speed on a hero that has this ability like a Spirit Siphon.
And Exorcism that buffs that movement speed by 20%.
Yeah,
that was wild.
that was a bit much.
So what do they need? Like they could potentially, most likely this is going to be their 4 and 5, considering the way they played. Undying Tiny, Huskar most likely mid, so they still need an offlaner and a carry.
This Tiny again seems so like...
It seems weak.
Like,
Radiant
you can't kill
team
Tusk.
back.
Maybe Skyrock, otherwise like 2 fluffy heads. And what?
Dire
Can't even kill
team
Skyrock
back.
anymore. Rotation potential. On the DP, not really there, I feel like.
Nope.
And like, how do you lane against IO plus Tusk? Like, I feel like you don't.
Yeah, I can't even think of an offlaner that would really enable him too much.
Maybe carry Tiny could work. Like, I could see that possibly.
10 seconds
This could
remaining.
also be like offlane Dead Prophet. This could be
Yeah,
like
it could be.
Core
5
Tusk.
seconds.
Omni Knight offlane, I
remaining.
like that. Omni got buffed quite a bit. Movement speed got buffed.
You know, and I'm just
Radiant
going to throw it out
team
there. I
back.
would love to see...
Carry Omni?
No. Core Tusk. Just get that Aghanim Scepter a bit earlier, and they go in with their heroes. You just kick them out if you're in trouble. Like you get
good.
like a medallion. You don't even need like a blink dagger. I actually feel this like rushing Aghanim Scepter here could
10
potentially be
seconds
like
remaining.
great against Huskar because you're like
Yeah, he jumps in, you kick him out.
Kick him out.
5 seconds
He's
Or you
remaining.
could just have
Pizza
Core
for
IO,
you.
who doesn't lose any games. That
Sure.
also seems
But
really good.
that could
Dire
go-
team
You don't
back.
have to overcomplicate things. You can keep things simple considering what you got. You have Skyrod, Dead Prophet, IO. This looks really, really strong.
But Hammer of Purity.
Got buffed. Lower cooldown, but less of a
Less damage
multiplier.
overall, yeah.
But I think like overall your DPS is much higher.
Is much
well,
higher,
like DPS over like 30 seconds, I guess.
seconds
And you heal
remaining.
more frequently.
Yeah.
Radiant team
But it's not that
pick.
good.
It's not that good.
Unfortunately.
It's very mana intensive also on a hero that has
I mean, it
immense
costs 20
issues.
mana. It's not
Yeah, but
that
then like
much,
it's like your entire carry. It's like if Juggernaut's crit costs mana,
Sure.
and then
yeah.
you're like, well, now I don't do anything.
And also, you have to not forget to activate the auto cast. 'cause
Yeah.
I forgot and I didn't hit for it.
10 seconds remaining.
That was pretty silly.
Also,
5 seconds
it
remaining.
would be disabled by
Dire
silences.
team
And Smart
is.
Omega have 2 silences,
It is.
so that's a pain in the ass for him to deal with.
I mean, it already is. Like, they picked an Omni into a pretty rough game, I'd say. There's still a lot of magic damage coming out. It's not like Guardian Angel is a great solution to anything they really offer. I guess Exorcism maybe.
Exorcism, yeah.
But Omega still
10
have
seconds
a
remaining.
mid lane to pick or off lane. Lilgun, they need some damage.
5
Damage,
seconds
yeah.
remaining.
I'm a bit
And they're
worried
also
for-
lacking stuns. Like they're lacking a lot of things. And they go for a Dark Willow. I mean, that's damage with some stuns. I like that pick quite a bit. That means it's a carry Tiny then.
If it's carry Tiny, I like that a lot more compared
Yeah.
to game number 1.
But if carry Tiny lanes into DP Skyrath, he's gonna be very sad. They could pick another mid hero. What's good against Husker? Like a Lina. I would like to see Lina maybe. It's a lot of right click damage. It's good with IO. Good magic damage as well.
And you have like AoE stun for Dark Willow. You need the ground targeted stun to be able to just stop the TP. Could be potentially problematic. I like Dark Willow. I think Dark Willow also got a bit of a buff.
It's a good pick, yeah.
It feels good. Just the fear mechanic is decent. As you said, they're a bit limited on the stuns. They have like Tiny. That's pretty much it. Dark Willow. Bramble Maze is a root. She has a stun, but
And if it's a carry Tiny, you don't go Blink, right? You just go St. Joshua right click.
Yes.
Choose your
That
hero.
stun isn't even that reliable.
Omni Knight's second ability also got you get more strength, right?
You get
do.
more strength,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so
and if you
that's
put it on
really-
a Tiny, who
put
then
it
has
on a
the
Tiny.
St. Joshua plus the status
Status
resistance,
resistance,
It's
or
true.
you put it on
80%,
Huskar,
let's go.
extra
Titan
strength.
Sliver?
Like this could work for Lilgun because they have.
could.
Yeah, it's kind of a cheesy.
But they
once
do
again.
snowball, right?
Yeah, they do. They do.
So they do go for Dazzle.
Wow.
Okay, I like that a lot too.
Dazzle is an
So is it
insane
Dazzle
hero.
off lane or mid? It is a mid Dazzle. Or is it plus 5 DP?
5 DP carry IO.
So it could be a 4 Dazzle then still.
Could be core Skyrat, which you like.
It's Sam
Edge Tusk.
10 seconds
Not a core
remaining.
Skyrath.
Okay, I
It's a
like
mid
core
Dazzle.
Tusk
Wow,
because
mid
I
Dazzle.
just want to see that
Remaining.
axe.
Yeah.
I've said it. This is how you
Dazzles.
counter. Whoever goes in, it's a low cooldown ability that goes through magic immunity. Like Huskar can't play Dota, and the thing is, like they don't have stuns. So if it comes down to that, like Huskar jumps in, like you just kick him out.
Yeah. I mean, I like the
got-
Dazzle pick too.
Sure.
Like it's so good against Husker in lane. You do pure physical damage only. This new shot, this Hex is super good. I really like this.
So
I
what we
love
got?
this.
We got
I'm going with Omega.
Same.
Yeah,
I'm caught Tusk, as you
this-
said. This Aghanims, I want to see it. Jump in, kick out. Let's go.
This is looking like a yeah.
Oh, they
they
already
already
in?
know. They already. I mean, it's
They
core
know.
IO. As soon as they picked the first hero, they already knew who I was going to be predicting. I don't think that they have answered it. I am curious to see if the Huskar builds Shard because even during the major, I was wondering, is there any answer in the world for core IO other than nerfing it? And apparently, nerfing it wasn't the answer. So that and
Draw shot.
What is what does Mid Dazzle build? Solar Crest.
There's a couple of builds. Like some people build Midas, some build Solar Crest. Necro is out of the occasion now,
Yeah.
of course. You want to get the Shard ASAP. Greaves, really good.
Shard. Oh yeah, the
Good.
Hex. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I think it's like Solar Greaves into Shard type
Solar
of a
Greaves
build.
Shard, yeah, sounds very good. Very strong.
And then what does your offlane Tusk just straight up rush the Aghanim Scepter?
Possibly
go.
a blink. Possibly a blink to initiate first. But Axis.
Now I don't think you need initiation because like you have
Yes, ladies and
just
gentlemen,
group up
welcome
with
back.
Dazzle
We are
Dazzle
and
officially
Divinity.
into
Yeah, exactly.
game
And with the
2 between Lilgun and Omega Esports. It is Emil. Once again, John, welcome back, sir. We have 2 new drafts in front of us. How are you feeling about these ones?
Tsunami put it best. Tino gets the IO once more. It's something he's been playing for basically the past year now. It's a very strong comfort pick for him on the core. There are a couple of wild factors here for Omega. Mac on the Dazzle without the Necronomicon, which really was one of the mid-game things you've seen from for Dazzle. The itemization's got to be slightly different. You do see the Midas being queued up for Mac, and that's one way to just kind of build up, have a lower cooldown on Midas once you have the bad Juju up, and continue to scale. And for Lilgun's part, the Huskar is out along with the Omni Knight. There's some potency there, especially with
30
the
seconds.
slight buffs he's gotten on Omni Knight. Heavenly Grace is going to be a lot of bonus strength to toss onto the Huskar or the Tiny. And Sanctity is playing the core Tiny as well, so we'll see if that overcomes the IO in this case. but it should make for a good back and forth. But this is a lot more aggressive for Lilgun. They have less downtime with their draft. They have a lot more options to access these fights early on, and that does fix an issue from Game 1. Game 1, we saw 2 of their cores just AFK farming, and the investment just didn't pay off. So this time around, Lilgun should have some more power on hand to force some issues up against Smart and Mega.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk as well about this this core IO and how you can really nerf it down so it's not quite as effective. And the only idea that comes to mind, John, is we just delete the hero. I think that'll work perfectly. Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's just way too potent. I don't know if you'd want to delete the hero. I think there are other heroes you'd want to delete on top of that. I mean, you know, you delete IO, but then Techies is still a hero, right? And it's not been picked in Southeast Asia, but we did see in other regions where the Techies was kind of famous. So I think the Techies deserves to be deleted more as a Techies hater, but the IO is really strong, yeah.
I never said IO was going to be the only hero deleted list, but I've got Ice Frog. If you are listening, please email us on Twitter, let me know. I'll give you the list over and we'll get it sorted. But apart from that, John, laning stage looking pretty strong for Omega, right? Like, you've got this mid Dazzle, it doesn't really struggle up against the Tiny. It looks like it's going to be a fairly easy matchup for the Dazzle with that Poison Touch. Got plenty of sustain there. And for Sanctity, you're kind of just stuck trying to secure CS, but as you just saw, Mac can play a few games with his healing wave and kind of make it so he can actually deny those range creeps very effectively.
Got to watch out for that for Sanctity. Like, he's a melee hero against the Dazzle. The Poison Touch, as you mentioned, is strong, but really the Shadow Wave is what ruins Sanctity. Once he runs out of the tree grab charges early on, he's going to have the gap close, walk right into the creep wave, and Mac can just spam the Shadow Wave and make it hard to trade for Sanctity. Sanctity, you know, there's talks about the skill build. You might not want to fully invest in the Avalanche Toss here. You might just want to go for that right-click build with a tree grab. So if he does go that route, it could be a bit hard to sustain this lane against the Dazzle.
Fair enough. We were having a look down at the bot lane. You saw Shanks and Sam H up against X13 and Ace 12. Not so much of a challenging lane for 1-2-3 yet, but there is definitely a lot of kill potential here with this core task. Be very wary of that, as even mid lane, you just saw the Avalanche coming out. Mac could not chase down Sanctity on the Tiny, but the problem is Mac is securing all the runes. Sanctity is just struggling a little bit, as he will be able to go for the bot rune now, but the damage output a little bit scary already from this core Dazzle.
I mean, you're going to be able to sustain yourself with all these runes, as you see, but Sanctity's already forced to TP back just to get control of this wave, find those last hits, and Mac is already in a really happy spot. Both of them have their water runes up, but Mac is under no pressure to pop his, so really smooth lane for the Dazzle, and Sanctity's going to have to find a way to recover that lane. He did opt to level up the Avalanche, so it's not a direct build into the core right-click Tiny, but you might just want to play more of that space-making blink-in Avalanche Toss combo, but that will take out the potency of his late-game scaling now.
Certainly. Talk about last lane, we haven't really talked about it all yet. It's the top lane, where you'll see Tino and CML. Never mind that for a second, because Sanctity is taking way too much damage again. He's going to back off and let the Poison Touch wear off, but you see how frustrating it is for the Tiny in this laning matchup, and now we can have a look at that top lane, where you do see Marvel, along with its Dark Willow, up against CML and Tino. And it's basically a similar story to last game, where Tino, he's having a good old time, not really struggling as bot lane. Speaking of struggles, there is going to be a first blood. Shanks and X12, rather X123 goes down. Shanks able to help secure the kill, and now top lane Marvel can't really farm very safely on the Omni. Against this duo on the top lane, it's very rough.
Yeah, it's not easy. Marvel can kind of hold his own. He's got the Soul Ring up, so he can try to just spam out the heals, force out the wave. But the dual lane of Io plus Death Prophet, it's just nearly unkillable. It's almost like the Abaddon in that sense. You don't have a direct way of saving your Io here, but it's very hard to punish CML for going beyond the creep wave, for just getting these Spirit Siphons off. Very hard to out-pressure him, and even the bot lane, right? But we saw our Husker fall. The durability of Husker is not that great early on. You've got the option to get healed by Ace with Soul Rip, but again, the Undying does have mana issues. Ace does have 2 Mangoes on hand. It's much easier for Shanks to just spam his skulls, sit back, and be happy with the trades here.
Look at this mid lane, Sanctity. You can't catch a break. every time he comes close, he cops the poison touch. It's just not a fun lane for this Tiny. It's rather disgusting. Mac, he's going to have a very quick Midas build up here, as Sanctity will at least have Ishti just TPing in to give him that full bottle up now, but that early Midas pickup on the Dazzle should pay some dividends here for Omega. Once again, Sanctity, he comes close, he'll take the creep aggro, but he's going to take so much damage in the process, and that poison touch still has not worn off. You have to continue taking damage.
Worst thing is that Max got a level advantage, so he already has a bad GG to play with, lower cooldowns, minus armor on hand.
Ace, he's in big trouble. He tried to salve up, but he is going to go down. Still 1-2-3. He's going to chase down Sam H, try to get a trade going, but it seems that the Tusk might be just fine as 1-2-3 goes down, and they get Sam H in the end, but he didn't even get XP for that. He even got Shanks on the Skywrath with the fire. But they did kill off the Husker, and again, 1-2-3, he got no XP out of it, so it's not really that amazing for this POS1 Husker.
It doesn't feel great for the Husker to have this kind of lane. You're off to a slower start, your farm is building up, but you're not trading well in the aggression. You really want to win out these trades with the Undying on hand, and it just means that your level spikes for the Undying is kind of slowing down here. You want to hit level 4 at a good point to start leveling up your other skills. For the side of Smart Omega, sure, Sam H is having a slower time. He's still level 4. They've been a lot greedier with getting that EXP up on their Sky, and I think that's just been paying off. It allows them to get that first damage down, and the saving capability of the Undying is just not quite there yet.
Not. How do you feel about the Undying changes anyway? In fact, Holbert thought this top lane, they're going to go in right now, but the Avalanche toss is there from Sanctity. He does kill off CML. Now Tino just needs to TP out, but he sees the Avalanche being used up. He knows he can TP out of there, and at least for Sanctity, he does manage to secure a kill for himself on this Tiny, which is naturally going to be quite important considering how bad of a lane he has had.
Yeah, and you take anything you can get here for Sanctity, really good use of that power rune. Just managing to at least find a simple pick-off and kind of even out the kill board, 3-3, less than 1k lead. You're not stopping Mac from hitting this timing with a Midas, though. So yeah, you kill off the POS 5, but you're not really doing anything to put a dent on the Core's farm right now, and you just worry about the Dazzle getting too much value from a sub-10-minute Midas. That's just going to be really hard to play against in terms of net worth. It's just constant for Mac to build up on.
Here we go. Speaking of Mac, he comes right in onto that Undying with the tag team up for Sam H and Ace. Completely melts as Sam H. He's looking for 1-2-3. He caught him going into that tree line. 1-2-3 is going to try and TP away in time. Sam H. He can't get the snowball. Very close call, and even top lane. A bit of a chase here onto Marvel. Marvel, the Heavenly Grace can survive a bit longer, but Tino wants to continue this chase down. The end will decide better of it. Well, bot lane again. See a rotation in from Sanctity. He's going to try and go in onto Mac. Mac doesn't have Shallow Grave up yet, so he is going to die. Ace even finding a secondary in the form of Shank. It costs them a lot of rotations, but maybe they'll even find Sam H with the snowball. He's probably not going to save, and he kind of messes up the shards there. Locks himself in, and well, those rotations out for Lilgun are very worthwhile.
Definitely. They managed to get some punishment on Smart Omega. They find 2 cores for their trouble. Really big win there for Lilgun. They can look to apply pressure on that bot tier 1. Not the most important tower, but the gold injection is going to be really good. It gives Sam H less space to play with on the Tusk, and that should open up a little bit more map space here for Lilgun. Give them some access to the triangle. They've already got the deep ward, and that should allow more rotation potential once they commit fully. For now, going to hold out. Ooh.
Yeah, Marvel dropping very quick there, Tino. Able to take the kill for himself, and, well, Sanctity, he is going to rotate, but can't really even kill off Shanks at the moment, which is rather depressing. Off into that mid lane. I suppose with this core Tiny, you've just got more farming to do.
Radiant's top tower
Queued
is
up the
under
blink,
attack.
but be a bit of time while that's happening bot lane. They might run in for that kill attempt there with Sam H, but not really the case. They see a very low Husker right now, but he does have help, and meanwhile, mid lane, Shanks does indeed end up going down. Sanctity able to find another one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the burst damage on hand, level 2 avalanche, max level avalanche, level 2 toss. He's got the root up, so it's a lot more damage. And you can see now, Lilgun are invading that fight.
Gonna try. Mac, he'll be targeted here. He gets the healing wave off, but it's not gonna matter. Again, he doesn't have the shallow grave yet. Can't really survive once he gets ganked like that. But for Lilgun, again, great news for them. Just finding these important kills, and you look at the farm of 1, 2, 3 now. He's right at the top of the net worth board, and it is a Husker after all. He's going to be very powerful very soon.
Radiant's
He's already at
tower
that.
is under
He's got
attack.
the armlet up. Like, it's very hard to burst down 1, 2, 3 with all the regen on hand. You've got really high leveled Undying now. He's got his level 6 and max level Tombstone. So if you do go into these prolonged fights, it's not good news for Smart Omega to force that issue. Although they are smoked up here. That's great.
Gonna lead to anything. Damn H, he's having a look at Roshan, just throwing the fists up. Meanwhile, top lane Marvel. Careful. Back into the mid lane though. Sanctity being jumped with the Mystic Flare out, and
Dire's middle
even if he is a
tower
core
is under
tiny,
attack.
he still melts to that Mystic Flare damage as everybody else does. Omega towards that mid tier 1 now. They have the Exorcism, they can abuse it, and that they will. Try and fight this one out. Bedlam there from Hishki. Starts out as well. The Husker going to jump right into the Shanks. They have the Shallow Grave this time. And 1, 2, 3. He gets this arm, but it is not in time. He will still die. Onto Sam H though. They will at least find a 2-for-1 trade. Not going to feel too amazing losing that Husker like that. I suppose they do defend that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they hold on to the objective. What really hurts here for Lilgun is the fact that they're forced to throw their pause one Husker in front, which, again, is fair. Husker is a very early game-oriented hero, but look at how much space Tino gets. Like, he's basically free-farming top lane. He switches down bot, maybe looking to push in that bot tier 1 now, and you just haven't done enough to stop the IO. So even if you're getting this Husker finding some support kills and having your Tiny around to soak, the question still stands, is that enough to stand against a free-farm IO? And it just doesn't feel like they've done enough to stop Tino from just playing the game he wants to play.
They'll try and farm up on this Husker and just trying to keep up on 1, 2, 3.
Radiant's bottom
The
tower
armlet
is
toggles, you
under
can easily
attack.
just take these ancient stats by
Dire's
yourself.
top tower is under attack.
Can do the same thing with
Radiant's
Roshan
bottom
as well, and we'll
tower
see when
has
1, 2, 3 wants to commit for that Roshan. But while he was doing that, the bot tier 1 tower does drop. Tino able to pick it up, and Omega, it feels like a similar story to last game where they had a bit of a slower start. But as time goes on, they're getting everything they want, and you start to wonder what the answer is going to be from Lilgun. This Husker, it has its limits, especially in terms of time, right? Like, in the late game, it doesn't feel that great.
No, I mean, it's got some scaling options, but still isn't amazing. Then you have to worry about scaling late, not just against the IO, but Dazzle really hits its stride once you hit level 18. Max level Bad Juju, 50% CDR on, say, Guardian Greaves, and lower cooldown Shallow Grave, and the Shard that can come out with a Hex on Poison Touch. It's a lot of control to contend with, a lot of durability coming out from Smart Omega as well. And they are sort of allowed to slow down the game while also finding objectives. Like, Mac is still finding farm, just right behind the Husker, and Lilgun, again, they're playing passively, but their lineup doesn't really want to do that. So they need to find some opportunities to be aggressive. Perhaps with this blink done on Sanctity flying out, they can look to set up, find some angles, get a smoke out, invade the jungle for a bit. They don't have the best aggressive wards here from Lilgun though, so it could be a bit blind if they want to roam into the other side of the river.
So, smoke up in the mid lane. Lilgun want to try and get aggressive now around that mid-tier 1 tower, and of course if they can get a nice team fight going, they can try to secure the mid-tier 1. Problem is they're not really moving around too much. They're trying to decide which way to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They're
attack.
not going to find anyone quite as yet, or maybe they are. On CML,
Team Jacks, aren't we?
nice start. Run to the Roshan instead, so they avoid the mid-tier 1. They'll go for the Roshan play, and one would argue it might be even more valuable. Not going to be able to scout this out, though.
Is under attack.
Can Omega fight this? Damage, can get jumped on immediately by Sanctity. They're going to try and distract them while the Roshan's still happening, but they have lost Marvel. Still the Roshan does go down. Now Sam H is a man on the run. Try and get himself out of there. Shards are going to be very nice, but Sanctity is going to blink forward anyway. Still chasing down this pass. Sam H, this is a lot of space being fought, but perhaps not quite enough, as he's still running away. Now the ped looks out, but Sam H is not really taking too much damage. He'll turn around with the snowball, still on the run, will avoid all the roots, still running away as Sanctity will toss him back in. Won't get rooted up, but it won't matter. They get the kill in the end. It just took a while, but they get it done.
That's so much space, as mentioned. It's so hard to play against that, and it opened up some space. X123 was trying to chase down Tino in that downtime. If he had the rest of the team, they might have been able to get the punishment on the eye. So because of that space, he missed an opportunity to still line up for mid. This could be big.
Shanks, big trouble. Avalanche toss. The shallow grave was there by Max, but it is not going to help him out. Fairly easily there. So, this core Dazzle, it's got some catching up to do now. It's still ahead of the Tiny, but it feels like the side of Omega need a lot more to really be able to make this Dazzle pick worthwhile. But I suppose as time goes on, the later this game goes on, the more Omega are going to be favored with this craft.
Is under attack.
Big knock.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's got the axe up now on the IO.
Dire's
Just needs to be careful because they are kind of surrounding him. He's going to be just fine, at least for now.
And they're playing this really smart for smart Omega, right? Like they are kind of split pushing, CML just solo pushing that bot tier 2, and they did cut the wave, but there's still enough for CML to maximize this exorcism, so they might find a good trade, although down mid.
They are trying to push in the mid tier 2 tower, but you see that bot lane being forced in as well there by Tino. Shanks, he dived on here by 1-2-3, and that should be a very dead Harass Mage as he couldn't really turn around and do anything. They are still trying for that mid-tier 2 tower, but now in the backline there is a snowball now, but still the Shadow Realm is there. Sam H unable to block him out either. Hishki can just keep going with the Cursed Crown, and they will find another. Sam H to drop on the tusk.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lilgun, they are right back into that mid-tier 2.
Dire's middle tower.
That is a really smart play from Sam H though. He cuts off the TP coming out from Hishki, so he can't come in to maybe deny off that bot tier 2. It's going to be an even tier 2 for tier 2. A bit better for Lilgun as the mid tier 2 does cut off access into the jungle a bit better and gives you better control on the triangle as well. And they can look towards the high ground. They've still got the Aegis for quite a fair bit longer, about 2 minutes on that, on the Husker. And try to maximize that builder strong. They need to get as much as possible.
1-2-3, he's just standing his ground. Into mid-tier 3 they go, and Omega, they're the ones who need to have an answer here. 2-3, gets a bit of chip damage, and that's going to be enough for him. He doesn't want to risk too much, it seems. And as well as that, of course, you do see the creep skipping now by Tino. A nice little thing the IO can do with his dominated creep, but he realizes he's being chased down as we speak. He'll back off. He'll be just fine.
I think Smart and Omega are still fairly happy about this. Their high ground's protected. They're still waiting for Aegis to expire before looking to really re-engage for those
Yeah, he's in a bit of danger here. Snowball going to fly out to make sure he can't TP away, and they would at least find the support undying. For now, but they're going to try for a bit more. With the Ron of Atos out, they do lock down Marvel. Marvel is a little bit too tanky for them at the moment. Or maybe not for Tino. Tino does come in from the side. Awesome shot there with the spirit damage flying out. Marvel is starting to drop low, but a nice avalanche into the Terrorize. Gonna make sure that can't continue this chase onto the Omni. Instead, Omega, they're gonna go back for that mid-tier 1. And while it is gonna be fairly late, managed to take it out.
And you're still happy about the pace here for Smart Omega. You're in the lead by less than 1k. Most of the gold on Lilgun is still just riding on 1-2-3. So they haven't been able to redistribute that towards Sanctity or towards Marvel. The other cores are taking the backseat here. MH is as well on the tusk in comparison to all the other cores, but you don't really mind on the tusk. Like, he doesn't need too much gold to be active. He's got the levels to kind of play around. You might want to prioritize the blink now. They are trying to line up for the tier 2 top here on the side of Lilgun, but the bot tier 2 is going to be pressured, and they do have exorcism up on Smart Omega's end.
It's only level 1 exorcism, but it still does do a fair bit of damage onto those towers, and he's going to end up popping it. Whilst Lilgun are going to be forced to rotate and defend this tower. Sanctity is going to rush right in, looking for a toss target. Might find one. Well, that's what Omega just wanted, is to force them back and not allow them to go on high ground again in the dire side of the map.
Radiant's bottom
to back
tower
off.
is under attack.
Regeneration.
Smoke out from Lilgun is not really meaning too much yet. But Tino, he is under vision right now, so this could be a great time to initiate, but they don't find him. Be able to back down to the south.
The dusk
And with that, it looks like a bit of a reset from both teams. If it could just kind of get back to what they were doing. I suppose for Lilgun, it's trying to push that high ground again, but the problem is this bot lane is always being forced in by Sam H and Shanks. I don't think they can really commit for that mid-tier 3 tower yet.
No, I mean, they also lost the Aegis. It does expire. So Smart Mega can actually look to make a turn on Husker if they want to, and they're still lining up for bot. Like, it's just a consistent push. The creep wave is cut off now, but there's a fresh creep wave coming in, and they had to pop the Fortify for the tier 3.
I love the fact that Tino just cheekily kind of relocates in. He was not going to take Sam H back, it seems. They're going to leave him there and keep applying pressure, but Sanctity now is going to come in and clean him up. They'll get rid of this pesky Tusk, and they might even find Shanks. Try for the TP play, but the damage output is way too high on Sanctity, and it's right into the mid lane. Again, they go. That high ground, the tier 3 tower, once again being chipped away here by Lilgun. Omega, they're going to be around to defend, but it's not going to be quite as easy as it would have been with your whole 5. So they are doing a good job of it. 1, 2, 3, forced to back off. Now the rest of the heroes are going to respawn from Omega, so once again for Lilgun, they get a bit of chip damage, but they are going to back off. Arm up a bit more and maybe come back a little bit later on.
They're starting to get some good farm distribution here for Lilgun. Sanctity's getting a little bit more. He already has his Echo Saber, going for the upgrade down the line, so saving up for that. Smart Omega, I don't think they mind this time too much, right? They're still waiting for level spikes on their Dazzle, still trying to hit level 18 for that full output of utility and damage, and you're also saving up for the Ag Shard here on Max. So the stall out is not too bad. Net worth gap is starting to go towards Lilgun's way, but it's not substantial enough to kind of get big advantages. You do have to watch out. There is a smoke here from Smart Omega, but they're the ones lacking vision now, so they're the ones going in a bit blind across the river.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They are. Teams once again kind of just unable to find each other.
Bottom tower has fallen.
The bot tier 1 tower does drop in the meantime. So they're going to try and just trade towers on the side lanes again. Omega just not really feeling too confident. Going to have a quick pause out. Ace apparently having some ping issues there. But that's fine, John. We can have a nice casual conversation while we're waiting.
Yeah. It's good. You know, there are ping issues, of course, coming out from Mongolia. I checked stats for a bit. It's not as bad as I expected. I believe I'm seeing around 90, 60. It's not too bad, all things considered, but of course, the lines sometimes act up, as you would know.
John, that's not what the people want to hear. They want to know what you had for merienda today. What was merienda? Everyone knows that's what they want.
I haven't had any. I think all I have on hand is maybe some coffee, maybe some banana chips. I don't know if you've had those. Have you had banana chips before? They're like
yes,
fried
I've
up
had banana
bananas,
chips,
fried
John.
up with sugar. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, probably just that. Simple. You know, it's a nice. You know, it's the middle of summer right now in Southeast Asia, but it's a nice cool day. Nothing like a hot cup of coffee while watching some Dota in the afternoon. I would love some, I know, ensaimada sounds good. But I can't really go out to buy some of those nice fluffy pastries right now, Mike. Unfortunately.
Very, very upset. Luckily for us, John, if this pause does go on too long, we've got Black who can jump on and start beatboxing for us, but looks like it's not gonna happen. We do get the unpause, so the viewers will have to wait for that little treat.
Is under attack.
Omega was back down the top tier 2 and the bottom tier 2 being taken down by Lilgun. very easy stuff for both teams, but it does seem like Omega, they're going to be more than happy to try and commit for the high ground and once again just try and force back Lilgun, and that's exactly what they're doing. Force back the rotations, but Sanctity is going to be in with the Avalanche and the toss back. CML, he's still alive, however, just kind of backing off as they're trying to find a bit more. CML, is he really going to get himself out of this? They'll turn around with a Walrus Punch and the shards out the blocks away. Lilgun are still trying to make their way over, but it looks like Omega are going to be just fine. Or maybe not. The Avalanche initiation is in from Sanctity. Right onto Sam H. They'll get the Shallow Grave off in time. Sam H, he should be at least one dead. Or maybe not yet. Sam H still alive, still being healed up. It's still burning. But no, he's fine. He is absolutely fine, Sam H. Is going to be saved, and Lilgun, maybe getting a little bit overly confident with the Fire Spear damage, will miss out on all the kills.
Dire are scanning.
You know what it is? That's just going to get worse as this game goes on. That's still a level 2 bad juju as well, so it's not even the full CDR just yet, not the full cooldown reduction just yet, and once you have that system, it's just so hard.
Found the Undying. Nice easy kill there onto Ace. It's 1, 2, 3. He's going to start moving in, but CML seems happy to just try and man-fight him now. They've got those max shards up. So here come your hexes with the poison touch. 1, 2, 3 is going to try and fight. He'll dive right in onto the Dazzle. This could be harder than anticipated unless Sanctity gets the initiation like that. It kills off CML. Pino, he relocates out to Sam H now. Is going to be chased down by 1, 2, 3 with the Fire Spears. He will die this time around, as they're going to go for a bit more now. Shanks is very, very squishy. Sanctity will be able to finish him off. Lilgun proving to be very strong again in these team fights. Are going to be able to move right back into the Roshamp here.
That's going to be really big. 3 Ag Shard coming out in the second Roche. You're going to have a lot of potential for that. Maybe getting it out to Sanctity or 1, 2, 3 here. Really big boost for both sides. Would probably maybe hope for it on Sanctity instead, just to have that uptime with the key grab. We'll see what the call out is. No responses from Smart Omega. They've lost all their heroes. Big ones like count. And that just means they have to play into Aegis Cheese, and that shard upgrade going for free. Let's go to 1, 2, 3.
Very nice stuff. 3 going to be very, very happy about that. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next, it looks like. Forcing targets to attack Husker. Increase cast rate. So Husker turns into Axe when he gets Aghanim Scepter. That's very good.
Very
or
nice.
rather,
Piece of
more like
control.
LC, I guess. It's like a Legion Commander duel, almost.
Sort of. Sure. It's really nice though, right? Like you get that control right when you jump in. It's going to be hard for Smart Omega to kind of break off that initiation. And with the Inner Fire upgrade, lowering healing is big against IO and Dazzle. Like a lot of these engagements for Smart Omega has been riding off the back of all this regen they get with Shadow Wave coming through, with the lower cooldown Guardian Greaves. Now you're not going to get as much value there. So there's more opportunities for Lilgun to just keep applying that pressure, keep jumping down, shoving themselves down the throats of Smart Omega, and Smart Omega's just not going to have as much healing on hand to ride through those damage spikes from Lilgun.
Not happy face. Mega esports appearance here. Gotta tell you, John, I really missed SEA. No, season 1. Of course, we had the pleasure of casting North America, but there's just something different about Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
It's just, you never know what to expect from these. That's the thing, right? Like, with these drafts, I know we're into a new patch, and, you know, we're expecting new drafts anyway, but it's always a bit of fun to see the free experimentation from these teams.
Oh, definitely. There's just a very different playstyle, and I think we mentioned it when we were casting NA. Like, this patch specifically feels like it's kind of forcing the Southeast Asian playstyle, or even South American playstyle, to all the other regions.
I mean, it is.
It's just team fights, constant fights, up till, you know, there's early ruins. Supports might want to throw their bodies out, or they just want to contest their lanes, just want to keep throwing themselves out. There's not too much downtime to farm. That was an issue for Lilgun in Game 1, but you can see what happens when they're allowed to fight. As long as they play to the pace of the patch, it's working out just fine so far.
That it is. We also had the cheeky comeback of Anna while while we're in the break between the season 1 and 2. Very good to see the man back. Obviously, people saying not playing, or rather just playing in Oz, is a weakness. I disagree.
Fearless.
Been training very, very hard. Arguably the hardest server, maybe apart from SCA.
Yeah, it's interesting because every time I hear your tales from the Oz server, I just wonder what the heck even goes on there.
I mean, you were watching me today, John. It's terrible. Bot lane, Six smoke up, and they're going to run right into the Skywrath. Shanks being caught out and probably has very little chance of survival as he just gets bursted down by Sanctity. Now they even found Sam H on that offlane task. He's going to try and chance block his way out of this with the TP. Can he really make it out? It looks like he can. No way to really cancel it as the Yules was on cooldown by Hishki, and the Avalanche was not available either with the toss from Sanctity. Still, it's going to be fine. You got the pos for Skywrath. You're still controlling the map if you are Lilgun. It's all about just being patient. Keep chipping away at that high ground when it is saved. Of course, for the other side of things, Omega, they're just waiting on Tino. Tino is about to hit that level 20 mark, and that spirit damage can get a little bit obnoxious.
Certainly can be. You've also managed to hit the level spike here on Max, so max level bad juju in play. Let's see the cooldown. Guardian Greaves, 20-second cooldown. Shadow Wave down to 4 seconds. Shallow Grave down to 9 seconds. Always nice having all that really up. You have to be careful about that spike, but high ground should be easy now. If they can just chip through the tier 3 and maybe look for more.
Well, the tier 3 tower finally going to go down here for Lilgun as they start to move in onto his melee barracks. X out from Mac, not really going to last very long. Still, they're just trying to chip away at 1, 2, 3, but he's got so much sustain. Touching up from Marvel. It needs to commit exactly. He's going to be the one to do it right off the CML, but the Shallow Grave going to save the day for now. The thing is, 1, 2, 3 has already gone to the melee barracks, and they're going to move in into the backside and try and take by now as Dino. He sneaks up from behind. Sam H is in trouble. Guardian Angel is out protecting everybody. The Shallow Grave is there in time for the task. But is it going to be good enough? Not quite. They'll lose CML and they'll lose Sam H. And Omega, they are just lacking an answer. Tino, he's going to be chased down here with the Cursed Crown. He's going to try and buy out as much time as he can, but Ishki is going to try and control him up, but he gets the root on the tether. That'll be a dead Tino. Continues to try and fight back. They toss him up in the air, and Marvel gives him a little bit of a cheeky tip.
It's really starting to build up for Lilgun now. 7k lead, 25-11. Smart Omega running into damage issues with all the sustain on hand from Lilgun, and they just don't have their own sustain. Once 1, 2, 3 is up there with the inner fire, you just really can't keep yourself alive long enough. And even if you are alive, there's just nothing coming out from your heroes to burst the ranks. So Omega has to look for a new approach. But 1, 2, 3 just stands forward with a status resist. There's nothing that stops him from just getting those hits off.
It's not 1, 2, 3 just having a very happy day as we'll go right on to CML now, and CML forced to back off, but Hishki is moving in. Get the Yules off of the map into the double avalanche of Sanctity. Not going to be quite enough to kill them off. Still, now moving in, Omega. They know they need to team fight somehow. But where's your damage output for 1, 2, 3? Will dive in by himself with the life break on to CML, and CML, he is just burning alive. The fire spears are a bit too much, and Tino is going to heal him up, along with Matt. Back on a 1, 2, 3 they go, but again the sustain is there for the Husker. Thankfully just casually kills off Sam H in the meantime. How do you kill this Husker, John? He's just not dying.
They can't. They have to focus on the backline somehow. They just don't have the best gap closures now. All they really have is Sam H, and with him out of the picture, does have buyback, but they just can't find the angles.
Anthony right back in onto CML, gets another kill into another. They'll go on to Shanks. They're trying to help him out. Tino, he even joined in, but the damage output from 1, 2, 3 just proving to be a little bit too high as Shanks does die. And they are yet to find the answer. They try to move in onto Ace. No snowball is there. Sam H, who at least will get one. The damage out from 1, 2, 3, just taking Sam H down onto the DP. That'll be CMO gone. And the Guardian Angel is there in time. They'll at least get his G. But can they kill 1, 2, 3? He's running. Buyback is there from the Dark Willow. They're still going to try as the life break is back the way of Tino now. He wants the man fight this IO. There's your discard. The Shallow Grave out immediately from Mac to make sure Tino survives. Sanctity, he's right back in with the Tiny, trying to find a target. He will not die as Mac now being jumped again by the Husker. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do. They actually get him down.
There falls my fall.
They'll even find Marvel on the Omni.
Scanning.
This game, although it took them a very long time, is clearly not over. And eventually, it seems they can kill 1, 2, 3.
It's a lot, and the right things happen there for Smart Omega. They managed to kill off the Undying first, then sort of split up the team of Lilgun. They managed to kind of just break up the 5-man pump up, which is where Lilgun's really strong. Like, they've got 2 sources of healing, they've got a lot of control. They need to clean up the supports first in this case, maybe even shooting for that Omni Knight as soon as possible, if they can kind of burst him down. And as long as they can do that, they've got some angles to go into. Lilgun, they lose some heroes, they overstay their welcome, but they are still 2 Raxus up. They are 31-15 now with a 9k lead. Smart Omega is still on the back foot. Still need to figure out how to constantly reach that back line. There is an Octarine up on Mako, so even lower cooldowns. 3-second Shadow Wave, 6.8-second Shallow Grave, 6.8-second Pulsing Touch, 15-second Guardian Grieve, so it is, you are finding some itemization coming out here. It looks like we need to see a little bit more come out. And we need to see Sam H really find the right targets in the back. So much riding on this Tusk to just find the angle, get the lockdown on one, and clean up the 4v5 afterwards.
You know what Omega really need, John? They need a spell prism from their Dazzle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they'll find one. If IceFrog wants to bless Omega, I'm sure they'll get a spell prism later on to just amplify the cooldowns of Mac. One little fact, by the way, Mac with the spider legs currently has 1.5 seconds worth of downtime on those spider legs. Very fast away.
That's ridiculous. It's a speedy Dazzle.
It's no wild axes though, John. No 0-second cooldown.
True. That would really be balanced. Imagine a 0-second cooldown Poison Touch back. Thank God that hasn't happened. Goodness.
Go, right, jungle is occupied right now. Lilgun, they're going to move in with the first crown out of the CMO, the life break just from a mile away. The Shallow Grave's going to save it now. Sam H, he jumped in with the snowball, trying to go onto the Omni Knight. They want to burst him down first, but they've lost Sam H and they've lost Shank. On the Tino they go. In fact, never mind Tino, they want Matt. That'll be his Dazzle gone. TML, he just can't. He can't live through it. They tried to get Marvel in the backline to at least get rid of some of the sustain on this Husker and get rid of the Heavenly Grace, but even Marvel proving to be a little bit too tanky on that Omni Knight. Now they'll go for the final lane of Barracks. With no buyback on your Dazzle, how do you defend this? Toss back into the IO Tino, gonna get life broken immediately by X123, and that's it, they call it GG. Lilgun, they make the cheese work. And Omega, they're gonna have to try and make game 3 work. He really didn't seem to stand a chance in this game 2.
Yeah, and there was some good back and forth there. At the end, we saw the permanent Shallow Grave coming through from Mac, but the moment saw the permanent Shallow Grave coming through from Mac, but the moment you jump that Dazzle, you just take that out of the window. And Omega Esports, they try to experiment Mac Dazzle, doesn't quite pay off in the way they'd want to. Sam H really had a slow game. I think that's one thing the panel was looking for. An Ags Rush on Tusk would have been great, but never happened for Sam H, so they're going to have to find a way to redistribute that form across all their cores next time around.
With that, we are going to head off back to the panel, and hopefully we'll be back very soon for game number 3.
some well-rounded farm may have helped out Omega, but I'm just shocked that, by golly, we may have found the answer to Core IO. And it's with the hero that's even better right now. Core Huskar. It's been first banned pretty regularly. It's terrorizing pubs all across the world.
Yeah.
Is this the answer? Is this how you beat maybe anything?
I mean, it has really good timings, right? Like usually, heroes like Io, they really excel in like the mid-late game, and Huskar's timings are just like way faster than Io's. He was like at the high ground when he just finishes Aggro on his BKB, which is not really when you are the strongest, right? You still want to have your heart, but even once you have your heart, you still have that 50% heal reduction that he got from the second Roche, the shard. So overall, it's a pretty good hero against Io, but just as you said, in the meta, Huskar is a boss right now.
I don't consider this to be like a cheese pick anymore. Like Huskar just seems like a viable hero. I think a lot of the teams will consider this, especially since like these early Roche taking heroes like PA, Ursa, Huskar, like possibly Beastmaster, you need to be careful. You know, you take the first Roche, you take the second Roche, so from the second Roche, like this is the timing to pretty much end the game. Before it was always like that, you know, you get the first Roche, you build up the advantage, try to choke them out in the map and get the second Roche. Now it's even better, like you get the shard, you get cheese, Aegis and the shard from the second Roche. So like this is the timing that teams need to be looking for.
They did need to dedicate a lot of bans to protect the Huskar, though. So
What were the 3 bans? AA?
Necro, Viper, and they first phase banned Razor.
I'm surprised we didn't see a Bloodseeker. I always felt Bloodseeker was really good against Huskar, because obviously you're always on like 10% health. And it's really easy to cut into the backline. The shard is pretty good against Huskar as well. One of the better answers I saw. But maybe they're just not comfortable with it.
Doesn't seem like they were too comfortable with Tusk either, Lacoste. What was the deal with Sam H this game?
Oh, he had a rough one, man. Like, he was sitting at the bottom of the net worth. Like, that Prophet was pretty much the only hero who was less farmed than him. Like, I saw his item build, you know, phase boots, into Falcon Blade. He wanted to go for it, didn't end up going for it, and wanted to get, like, Orb of Corrosion. Like, these are all small items. You know, they make it tanky, but in the end decided to go for a Blink Dagger, which I personally think it's a mistake. Should have gone for that Aghanim Scepter before the Blink Dagger. This is that type of a game where, like, you need to get it, because they don't have enough stuns. The only stun they have is pretty much Tiny and the Dark Willow. So you can afford, like, once you get that Aghanim Scepter, they would be much less vulnerable to the push, and they could split push more with the Dead Prophet and Io. Like, you just have Dazzle sitting behind you. I like the Dazzle items in this game, so you can like snowball, kick him out. You don't have to be afraid, because there's going to be a Grave, there's going to be a Force Staff coming up from Dazzle, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but it made a lot of sense. Like he
goes
in with Guardian Angel, kick him out, Guardian Angel is over, and suddenly you don't feel that strong anymore. Would have definitely liked to see it. Didn't end up happening, unfortunately.
No, and I guess part of it is because of our MVP 1-2-3 on the Huskar. It's difficult to deny anyone else, because I was skeptical if this hero was just like, you know, a pub stomper, or if he was like competitively viable. But especially with an Omni Knight behind him, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
You need to have something. Like, I don't think you can just straight up pick Huskar. You need to have a hero that covers him. Like, Omni, Oracle comes to my mind. Yeah, something that has any kind of heal, anything that you can protect him with. So
maybe like a Winter Wyvern even.
Possibly, yeah.
But definitely, like, you know, we spoke about them being scary with those heroes. Game 1 it was banned out in the second phase. Game 2 they were like, alright, we know you're gonna ban it out, we're just gonna pick it straight away. And they had no answer to it at all. So maybe we see a first phase Huskar ban this time around.
I mean, last time you said they can't ban out all the cheese.
Yeah, they can. But maybe Brood, you know, like, take your chances, because now you know Huskar, he kind of just stomped you. So, can you really deal with it in just one game's break?
One thing you can do is possibly like open up with Ancient Apparition, just to be sure, you know, and then you're kind of set.
Yeah. I mean, AA is a good hero regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so even if they don't go for a Husk, you still have AA, which is fine. Sure. It's not like you're picking a hero that is, you know, some Garbo tier.
Well, Beastmaster was the hero of game number 1. Looks like Huskar's the hero of game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out who will be the hero of game number 3. support from Secret Labs. And hopefully in game number 3 we can get some pro-level support from Sam H, because I think that Tusk was a real shortcoming from Omega. Less than expectations.
You just want us to bash Sam H?
No, that was the only way I could transition into pro-level support. Because the other supports did fine, right? Dark Willow was a good pick. Well, it came out of left field for me, but it definitely checked a lot of the boxes for Lilgun. And then...
They did some adjustment, this time around there was no tiny position 4, which I just don't think there is enough space for you to get the items. You actually do nothing. I think it's either mid tiny or it's a carry tiny. Other than that, you should not try to experiment too much. People have been trying, and if you read the patch notes, the hero got buffed in terms of scaling. So, as a support, you don't do that.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really check to see if he leveled stats though, because I was curious.
He did.
He didn't?
I mean, especially as a mid tiny, you
want to have a combo.
Oh yeah, that's true. He was rotating quite a bit, and then
maybe
he
if
didn't
you're carry tiny.
He didn't end up getting the shard because Huskar's shard was higher priority rather than unlimited tree charges.
Or he just went Axe, Aquasaber, and Crystallis. So he just went for the 3 volley kind of build. Not really the right kind of build, but the long range barrage artillery kind of style. Still very strong. It did so much damage. He actually killed the Skywrath and the Dazzle pretty much by himself.
Oh yeah, so then what do you think about the Skywrath? You think, that's because 2 games in a row now that we've seen it, is it really that high priority?
It's a good... You have something smart to say, go.
No, I was just going to say that I like it with an offline that actually enables you, which is not Tusk. Centaur is good. Just a good setup. What does a Tusk really do for you? It's don't like it.
Sure. I was thinking about more like when you have core Dazzle on a mid, like he doesn't really scale with this type of items, even though I like the item build, don't get me wrong, but then you need to have like something from the offlane that's gonna scale, something from position 4 possibly that can scale, instead of like Skyrend Mage and the Tusk. Now that I'm looking for, it's easy to be smart after the game, but you see something, you learn from it, and I hope they're gonna learn from it.
How'd you feel about Dazzle's shard?
It's good, it's really good, it counters like...
What was the cooldown with Octarine and 18? Did you catch a glimpse of that? Like 8 seconds or something?
On what?
On Poison Touch.
Poison
Touch, I think it was lower actually.
Yeah, I
I think
think
it
it
was
was
like
like
5-6 seconds.
That's a hex every 1.25.
Yeah.
Every about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous.
And it counts, like Dazzle Shard counters the illusion heroes. I think Phantom Lancer. Whenever there's going to be a Phantom Lancer, you need to
Pick
ban
Dazzle.
out Dazzle.
I feel
coming
like
up from
Naga
position
might
5.
even be worse off than because the illusion cooldown is so long. Like I've seen it in one pop. I just know he said I'm never going to pick Naga again.
Yeah, Naga even in the previous patch felt to me weak. Yeah. She does like she farms, she wins the battle against the creeps in the jungle, but she does not kind of win the game.
Yeah.
She's never fight ready.
She stalls the game for a very, very long time. And I've tried, I thought, Mage Slayer might be a good way for her to, actually fight. It's just, you always feel like you're an item behind everybody.
Yeah, it's like a hero that only wins when your team is already winning.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you lose when your team is losing.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the point of having it?
Yeah, so then I guess the only illusion hero that we saw has been Phantom Lancer. I haven't seen any TB, and we saw a lot of TB towards, I guess, the middle of the major, whenever the Chinese teams are playing a lot of TB. Phantom Lancer was also kind of popular. Naga, infrequently at best, and CK we'd only see from the offlane.
Yeah.
So illusion heroes may be more dead than ever now.
It's definitely not the greatest time to be an illusion hero. Yeah, TB also got nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we're probably not going to see too much of him. PL also got nerfed. So
Shard got buffed, right?
Shard got buffed, yeah. But I mean, just the charge got nerfed a little bit. But the Shard was really good. Like we've seen it yesterday in the EU region. It was insane.
And then what do we got from the mid laner? What happened to Invoker? He got, the meteors? The shard is useless.
Yeah, but the stats gain on
right,
the
stats
orbs
on orbs.
is really good, especially Quas. You get the extra strength. You get very tanky. You sit at 1,000 health at level 5 or 6 already.
But you have way less regen in lane.
Way less region, yeah. Which was ridiculous before, so I'm a big fan of that change, even though I'm an Invoker spammer.
So then you think
you're not a real spammer.
I mean, not
Trust
anymore.
Me. No. If if you have a certain hero and he gets a nerf, you have to be vocal about it. This is inappropriate. This should not happen.
Well, where's your Pudge vocalization then? Are you happy with the state of Pudge?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a legit hero now.
I mean, are you considered a spammer if you have 600 games? Or?
Yeah. Everything over 500.
Okay, I have 600 Invoker games, so I'm a spammer.
You're a spammer, trust me.
Good,
So to go back to the Pudge talk, he got 1 extra armor, got a bit of attack range.
I see him every game, pretty much.
Because he's strong.
His scepter's amazing. It's like a 400 range, whatever, banish.
Well, I'm going to tell you one secret, guys, one secret. On Radiant, there's this one spot, there's this Pudge spammer, he's level 28. If you hook him in there, you can't move out of it.
Yeah.
That spot actually killed my mid laner 3 times. And he was just complaining and then he abandoned the game.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, the Pudge, you can feel the lower cooldown hook. You can use it
5
2
seconds,
times.
right?
Yeah, you couldn't use it before, when you're chasing people down at earlier levels. And his shard is just completely broken.
I mean, it's a 400 cast range now, right?
Yeah.
Super-
You can
the shard.
You can save people with it. And
The scepter got buffed to its rot. Does a ton of damage now.
a ton of damage,
Plus
and bigger
100.
AoE. Yeah.
And a big AoE, yeah.
And it reduces
10
healing.
seconds remaining.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But the shard is wild. It's
it's hard to farm.
5 seconds
Pudge,
remaining.
But the shard, you can get that. It's a viable save. It also dispels things.
Yeah.
There's some weird. It's a strong dispel, on allies as well. You dispel.
You mean
things.
when you eat them?
Yeah,
When
when
you
you
eat
eat them. There was some weird interaction with the troll ulting, and then I ate him, and he pops out, and his ulti's gone.
Oh. So even it dispels positive buffs?
You dispel
Oh, jeez.
battle trance.
Okay.
Nice grief.
Yeah. And I mean, for a hero that builds Aetherlands very commonly, now that you have
No,
like a
no, you don't.
You don't build it on anymore?
You do not. You never did.
What?
But-
Yes, you did. I saw plenty of Pudges build
No,
it.
well, in a Pepega bracket, but yeah, you don't buy that item. It's not a good item on Pudge. It's too much investment. Doesn't get you
Situationally, it
anything
can be
here.
good.
No, it's not good.
Not even if you're sieging high ground?
No, never. I never.
Because
buy
I got
that.
hooked from the tier 4 tower. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need like if you're
Sorry.
skilled enough, you don't need that extra range. Blink dagger,
I see
you
how
need
it
a
is.
blink,
I see
like
how it
because
is.
it also allows you, to save people with the shard.
I mean, I would never buy it anyway because I play mid patch.
Like the
Yeah.
only situation that I see Aetherlands being viable is when you're playing like against the Pangolier. You don't have
Radiant
any
team
BKB piercing
pick.
ability.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, other than that, it's just a no-go.
But then you pull and then you get stuck.
Lion.
You know who is good against Pango is Puck, as a Smart Omega will have that as their first pick.
I wanted to talk about the draft, but they're not picking the heroes. Already like 1 minute.
We'll talk about the bans. They ban out Huskar, they ban out Broodmother. What's the other cheese left for Lilgun?
I mean,
That's,
we
that's
already
what they're
expected
taking
10
over.
seconds remaining.
But there's no way you're taking 90 seconds to pick your first hero.
They're debating
5
if they should
seconds
cheese in the first
remaining.
phase.
Now they're discussing about Pudge, whether they want to go like right now or
Tiny,
they're saving
huh?
it for the second pick. Also, what do you think about having second pick so you put two
Dire
heroes
team
in a row
back.
that it kind of feels
Grim
much stronger.
stroke.
Counter hit like one of their heroes
Radiant
that they already
team
picked
back.
and potentially cause like an upset if like one of their heroes that they first pick doesn't counter, so you have to like counter two heroes with one pick, or just consider like banning certain heroes.
I mean, it's much better because there's so many good combos in Dota now.
Yeah.
And like the only upset you have now is that you get the last pick in the first phase, which
10
oftentimes
seconds remaining.
these combos are strong because they don't care about a counter.
5
I mean, I wouldn't say
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
Lion is like
You
a
know.
great
Dire
combo.
team back.
Oh, Grimstroke, here we go. Let's go.
Two leash mechanics, so I don't think they can pick like any of the spirits. I like Lion as a response to Puck. You need that disable, but
What do you think about Puck now? Like the new phase shift? Is it a big nerf or
10 seconds remaining.
how much was it? Like is it
7.5 seconds now?
5
Instead of 6.
seconds remaining.
And then it scales down to 6 again. So the mid game is still the same.
yeah.
Just
Radiant team
Wait, it goes
back.
7.57, 6.56?
yeah.
Dire team back.
His level 10 talent is also super strong. Yeah, like you get 0.75 extra silence, so that's
It's good. Instead of
it's
the cast
good.
range.
Yeah. Instead of a cast range, I
Radiant
think
team
like this
back.
talent is a bit too strong for level 10. To be
How many
honest.
seconds is that? 4.25, I think. in
I
total?
think it gets to 4.25 or 4.5.
I think it maxes at 3.5, so 4.25 sounds right.
Radiant
Yeah.
team pick.
It's crazy good.
It's AoE silence.
Yeah,
And the AoE increases later on as well.
yeah. And although we never saw the shard, I thought the shard was good to like break coil, but these days people just like
No,
pair
you rely on
Puck with-
getting a tier 3 neutral item. Get that psychic
Psychic
headband.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
need
true.
to invest gold.
Psycho blast them.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and then Grimstroke finally makes an appearance. Is shard
5
core?
seconds
You have to build the
remaining.
shard.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, especially against this team, especially against a lion.
It's a monstrous upgrade.
It's a strong dispel.
Yeah.
Like any hero just jumps the lion. He's like, oh, I gotta hex him. Okay, he's out of hex instantly. And then you pop your BKB in the lion and it's just... He feels sad. I mean, Tiny also.
No, it applies strong dispel at the end of it.
Dire
At the end.
At the
team
end of it,
pick.
How much situation 3.6?
I think it's
3.7 or whatever?
3.5, 3.75.
Yeah, something like that. And it heals you throughout, right? Like every time it deals damage, you heal? Or
Yeah,
only
you
at the
heal
end?
instantly. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like spell lifesteal pretty
Yeah.
much.
It does so much for 1,400 gold. It's actually insane.
10 seconds
Like, we
remaining.
went like a kind of like a little discussion that cost me. It's like some shards,
5
Some shards
seconds
are
They feel like an
remaining.
Aghan's upgrade, actually.
Even better. Like
Yeah.
it's
For 1,400.
Yeah.
A third of the price,
Radiant
but you get a
team
much better
pick.
deal.
Earth
The Lord
Spirit.
again. It's very good against Puck. I mean, this Puck should not have a good game. Tiny is quite decent. Lion is very good. Underlord is very good.
they could potentially shift
Dire
to a
team
different role.
pick.
Like 4 or whatever.
Templar Assassin.
So does Grimstroke need one of those?
Grimstroke could potentially be mid. Sorry. This hero has so much potential. Like even before, like Thompson was playing it. I've seen some like 9 playing mid Grimstroke. I think this hero has potential, especially right now. Like
10
E-Blade,
seconds
also
remaining.
got a bit of a buff in the previous patch, not this one. The cost of the
5
Eagle
seconds
Song,
remaining.
and it just feels really good. Like once you get that level 3 Phantom, like it's insanely good. So yeah, they definitely need to swap this Puck to something else. Like it's not a
What,
big
you
Puck.
dare first pick Puck? Counter there were 4 heroes.
That's
I
a
think
lot of hate.
what you can do right now is play Puck 5, play Offlane Grimstroke, and Third Spirit as a position 4.
How about like a good old Viper here for Omega?
Sure, I'm down.
I like
for some
Viper against this matchup. And then you can just rearrange the other heroes
And then
however
she
you
buys a
want.
bottle and refills at minute 2, minute 3, minute 4.
Yeah. And TA, I mean, you
jungle.
can buy a bottle, but you don't really want to. It's like a big investment for a hero like TA.
He bought a bottle in the first game, I believe.
He did. And I mean, I also bought a bottle online. It just feels like you have to, but it's just so bad. Like, it just doesn't feel like it does much for you. Like, bottle builders are definitely the way to go. Well, I mean, even a Leshra could be really good here with that
Team
strong
back.
spell. I would love to see that.
Dragon Knight.
It's pretty decent against TA.
Yeah, I guess the mid lane matchup is Smart Omega's biggest issue now.
Yeah. You definitely don't want to have the puck there.
No, Puck is
10
out of the option,
seconds
obviously.
Well, what about an
remaining.
Earth Spirit?
Mid?
Yeah. Can you do decently? Like,
Sure.
Once you level
5
6, you can actually
seconds
kill him.
remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can kick her under the tower. Like,
Radiant
one
team
rotation.
ban.
It's kind of a guaranteed kill.
Dire team back.
Dragon Knight. Okay. He's one of the better heroes against TA. Like, you can't really lose lane ever. The new Fireball.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can use it in melee form, and it's
Finally.
great at burning
Finally.
refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dumb that you had to activate Dragon form for it.
Dragonite late game, like mid-late game, is super strong. Like,
Dude, his
he's
25
10
balanced,
seconds remaining.
The AoE Dragon Tail is actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
400 AoE.
5 seconds remaining.
And everyone is stunned for 4 seconds.
It's super strong.
Yeah, what level is his stun talent?
The duration talent?
Yeah, the duration
15.
talent. Oh, okay. Wow.
So that's a 4-second stun then.
Jeez.
And level 20, you get 150 bonus attack range also. It's so good.
Wow.
Breathe Fire also got buffed. Instead of 25, I think it's 30% now, damage
Yep.
reduction.
You can actually siege towers outside of tower range now. It's just all around the hero seems
It's
very
not like
good.
you cared before, you know.
Sure, you didn't care, but now you're
As
actually,
Davion.
safe.
Yeah, Davion. We should call him Davion.
That's true.
That's
Night
his real
Davion.
name.
That's for season 2.
What's his last name? Does anyone know?
That's a good question. Do any heroes in Dota have last names? I feel like they only have like.
I mean,
First
Warlock's name is Demnog Lanik.
Really?
Why do you know that?
Because Dota won.
Oh.
Demnog Lanik in the house, man.
Radiant
And none of these
team
heroes
back.
have 2 names. It's like Kowlin for Earth Spirit, Grimstroke's just called Grimstroke, Puck's just called Puck.
What about Bloodstick?
TA's Lanaya, Strigger, I don't even know, STRYGYR.
Strigler? Yeah.
Strigler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that.
What was Necroforce? Rotunjer?
Rotunjer, yeah.
There's a last name right there.
10 seconds
No, but it's like an
remaining.
apostrophe. It's like rotund
matter.
apostrophe Jer.
5 seconds remaining.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, Ursa.
Ursa.
Ursa, that's right.
Or Razor and Gillette.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
he
those
was
were the
Gillette.
secret names in Dota 1. Zeus was Merlini, wasn't it?
He was.
Yeah.
Antimate was
taken away.
Burning.
Yeah.
Spectre was QWER, I think. QWERTY.
Corty, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of old names. Jackie Chan.
Who was that?
Chen.
Oh, okay. Now I kind of feel bad.
Jackie Chan, who was that? Monkey King.
Viper gets banned out.
Dire
Actually,
team
Smart Omega
pick.
banned it out themselves. It's a little bit surprising. And they ban out Lycan. I thought Lycan's a dead hero. Why is he still getting bans? Batrider banned out by Lilgun and now looking for their last ban.
Like, Batrider actually got hit by some strong nerfs. Everyone's like not necessarily by anything, significant, but
10
Radiant
seconds
like
remaining.
his cast points, turn rates, and everything. Like, so he's just bad.
However, at least your shot, Flame Break now applies 1 napalm, which could be pretty fun. I haven't actually seen any Bad Rider ever in any game, so don't know if he's good or not. But
10
SEA loves it
seconds
here.
remaining.
Dota's so fun right now. Like when he start after the patch,
5
that is
seconds
like
remaining.
7 days old. Like there's so
It's the
many
honeymoon
things. Like
period.
it's almost impossible to like guess what they're gonna
Choose your
pick.
hero.
Alchemist. Okay, I could see that. Lane's a bit rough against Underlord, but you just go to the jungle. It's good against TA. in the
What
mid
about
game.
TA? What if they put Alchemist mid against TA? Like,
It can work decently. And then offlane or carry DK, offlane puck.
yeah, you have like
work.
Dragon. Like even if it's like safe lane Alchemist, I would still love if he gets 1 point in stun. Possibly, yeah, I know it's mana consuming, but with the Grimstroke,
Oh, they go for the lash.
there you go, Lash. Okay.
So that's Safe lane Lash? It's a support Tiny again. Support Tiny.
Yeah, did not do well in game one.
Not a fan.
They didn't really have a choice, though. Well, I guess, so why are they picking the Leshrac last? What's their idea? Something to deal damage to DK?
I mean, the thing is they had some really big damage issues, and Leshrac is like a pure damage dealer, right? So in that sense, it makes, like, it's good, but it's just a support Tiny. Like, how do you pressure this Alchemist now? Underlord Tiny, how?
Maybe it's like gonna be Templars. If it's safe lane Lash, it should be safe lane Lash.
It is safe
yeah,
lane
yeah.
Lash.
Like you can't play Templar Assassin on the
Against
safe
Dragon
lane.
Knight, pretty good. But yeah, I like the draft. I just don't like the Tiny. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Omega.
I'm just thinking about how they can invade the jungle possibly for the Alchemist, where he's gonna farm. They have good ways of protecting it with the Earth Spirit. Like Pocket is a good hero to just rotate.
Even Dragon Knight is pretty good there too.
Sure, he needs to be level 6.
Yeah, Grimstroke also one of the best fighters there. I'll go with the Omega as well.
I think.
I feel
Yes,
like Black
ladies and
twisted
gentlemen,
your
welcome
arm
back.
into
We are
this
officially
one.
here for the deciding game between that of
Prepare
Lilgun
for
and
battle.
Omega East. Of course, game number 3. Pull this one off, and an immediate smoke up here from Lilgun, which is very nice to see. Of course, I'm here once again with John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've got a pretty great time here. Game 3 coming out. Lilgun managing to force that second game. A really different set of drafts coming through here. The puck sliding through for Smart Omega. Going for the last pick, Alk as well. Lilgun going back to the support combo of Tiny, Lion, and as you heard from the panel, Tiny on the support. Probably not the best spot for it right now. I think the bigger issue is when you have a Lion 5, you've got 2 supports fighting for blink times. It's like Lion needs a blink and maybe an Aether Lens just to have that max
30
potential out,
seconds to
and
battle.
you don't get enough space on a 5 Lion when you've got a 4 Tiny, so we're going to have to see what Lilgun does to relieve that pressure, and if they can start hunting down this Alk. Like, Tino Alk is also one of his comfort heroes way back when, TS Pro Series 4 or 5. Tino would love the Alk and the Io, so it's another comfort pick for him. If he manages to get that farm up, the hero could still bounce back and still have a lot of farm to play with.
As you know very well, John, this could be a very depressing game for me, as we do see the Earth Spirit in this game. And, I don't know what Earth Spirit did to deserve nerfs, but you got a lot of nerfs, John. Made me very, very sad. You keep telling me we can play core Earth Spirit now with the damage bonus at level 10, but I continue to tell you it's garbage. I'm yet to see it.
Hey, Yopaj plays at mid, okay? So
Yeah, I mean, but that's that's our idol, John. Of course he plays at mid.
that's fair. Still, we'll see how much Shanks can get out here. Already kind of sneaking around the jungle, hooking back. Bot, you do see our mid matchup just for a bit. You've got Mac on that puck up against Sanctity on the TA. Should be fairly even. You can kind of try to zone out the puck, but the puck has the orb to toss out, has good mobility to secure those initial runes as well if they want to really scuffle over it. And as mentioned, Sanctity, you do want bottles on mid every single time, but it will stall out the timing for your initial itemization into the Desolator, so, and even the Wraith Band, so you're going to have to watch yourself there. If you do commit, you have to get the max value on that TA.
Taking a fair bit of damage right now, Sanctity. Matt trying to be extremely aggressive. In fact, it might be a first blood, Sanctity.
Oh.
What's this? A
Uh-oh.
fascinating
Not a great
substance.
start for the TA. Already going down to Mac at level 1. And now you're going to have an XP advantage on Mac, which is going to feel pretty bad for Sanctity.
Yeah, that's not good signs. I mean, the puck is a hard hero to lane against, but not something you'd expect to immediately take over on level 1, so Sanctity's going to have to watch that spacing and try not to bleed out anymore. Like, if Mac is just allowed to overtake this lane with that EXP advantage, it's going to be hard to recover against the puck.
It is. Let's have a look at the other lanes as well. Bot lane, as you see, bit of an initiation there onto the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, top lane, Marvel is also getting extremely low, and well, there are going to be kills happening across the map. Marvel does die. Well, bot lane, nothing really panned out there. It was just a bit of harassment out onto Shanks. Speaking on Shanks, he's trying to go into Ace 12 now, but with a DK off lane, you don't have really that much synergy, I feel like, until you have a few levels up on the DK. Sure, you can set up the rolling boulder with the Dragon Tail, but Looks like for now they are just going to sit back and relax.
It's a difficult lane for Smart Omega to be aggressive in. Like, it's 2 melee heroes up against 2 ranged. Your setup for the Earth Spirit's pretty much a melee stun as well. It's not like you can gap close onto 1, 2, 3 and just force him out of a bad spot. And that should Leshrac ride smoothly here. You're already seeing 1, 2, 3 on top of the last hits. You can hit him with the fire, the breathe fire here, but the damage reduction doesn't do anything against Lesh. Like, you play with Split Earth, Edict, and you still have a great time finding creeps.
Spike out, and they have caught Shanks. Gonna try and kick away 1, 2, 3, and he will be fine as Sam H now. Gonna go right back onto Ace 12, but the Breathe Fire is not gonna prove to be enough damage. We'll be able to salve up back in onto Shanks, but they missed the Earth Spike. He'll be just fine to get himself out.
Bottom tower
now we can look at the top lane, which is the one lane we haven't really talked about. We've got Tino and CML there up against Marvel. Marvel will have his position for Tiny, played by Hishi. A large camp fullback. Marvel playing with fire here onto CML. There's going to be a follow-up stun to the Inkswell. He shouldn't really, or maybe he will. Stroke of Fate doesn't connect, which allows Marvel to get himself out. This looks to be another pretty difficult lane, at least for Lilgun at this top side with Tino. Can get a bit aggressive with CML, and with the Inkswell and follow-up stun from Tino, it can be a substantial amount of damage.
They're not really doing enough to stop Tino from finding farm as well. Like, without the threat of kills, Tino just goes in, drops his acid spray, clears out of camp, clears out the wave. You are durable here as the Underlord, but the minus armor from acid spray just makes it very unfavorable for trade. And if Hishki, as a melee support, stays in that acid spray as well, and he has no armor, so you're just not trading favorably at all.
Certainly not. Bot lane, Earth Spike, not quite out in time onto Shanks. Fine. Still X123 having a pretty decent time with the Leshrac so far, farming up nicely, and we've seen this pretty much every game throughout this series. Both position ones just more than happy to farm as CML.
Top tower is under attack.
Nice toss away. Tino now is going to be kind of just forced to stun himself. Luckily for him, he's an alchemist and he can still farm with acid spray while he's stunned up. So no problems there for Tino.
Tino's just having such a great time. 32-6, really efficient for the jungle camps and the pulse as well. They do have good damage
Avalanche
here.
toss. CML should drop. Salve up is going to be enough to survive. And now the turnaround with the Inkswell and the Unstable Concoction. They'll be the ones to kill off Hishji. Fortunately for the Tiny, he gets nothing as they roll in for more now. Marvel spot a danger, but they don't seem to have the damage output. Without those stuns,
Dire's structures are fortified.
Marvel will be safe, be able to stick in the lane and just survive.
It's still tough, right? Like, you're not dying, but
They roll in again, Marvel. They're going to be just fine. They don't really have the damage output. That's what I mean, John. The Earth Spirit just not that strong. Didn't really need a nerf as bot lane. Onto the DK they go. Sam H. Diabolic Deed going to be there, but it is not going to be enough. Sam H going to be okay to back himself out. Looks like he is left to solo this offlane though, so does have to be very careful on that DK.
he's at level 5 now though, and 123 did go for Edict build, so the damage he does is kind of reduced a little.
Marvel, offlane again. They're going to try this time around, and well, this time he should be dead.
You could use more.
They do get him. However, down at the bot lane, Ace 12 actually also drops. Looks like Matt did a nice little rotation there on the puck and does at least get himself a support pickup.
They're just finding everything right now in Mega's end.
Uh-oh.
5-0 and
They hadn't used foil. They down the Leshrac. X123. He's going to go down. One thing we always say about Leshracs, John, but they can't really afford to die too many times. Otherwise, they just kind of turn into a creep.
yeah, it's still a really good start for the Lesh, but their aggression in that lane just doesn't pan out. You don't want to jump to Dragon Knight with this kind of build. Like, Edict is still great, but level 3 Dragon Blood just mitigates a lot of that damage output because it's physical. So Sam H just gets to live through a ton of that, and now he's got Falcon Blade up in this lane.
Radiant's
Can be able to pressure that tier 1 bot as well, and there's not much you can do now for Lilgun. Like, you're walking back into lane. You saw some space down mid for Sanctity to shove into tier 1, but even that damage wasn't significant, and Tino just comes in, You can start going to the jungle now. They've got some room here for the Grimstroke to soak some
Radiant's
EXP
bottom
and some
tower
farm
is
up.
under attack.
And there's no punishment yet coming out from Lilgun for this kind of early play from Omega.
No, there is not. They're going to try now onto Tino. Blanche tosses there. It's not really going to do much, though. He's just fine. Continue farming that jungle. They will at least take the stacks away from him, which is going to help. Of course, just amplifying the TA's farm a little bit. Overall, Tino, of course, going to hold on to that net worth lead. As bot lane, they are going to try and go on to Sam H. They get the follow-up stone with the Split Earth, and now the Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict is all going on to Sam H. He is a tanky DK, but perhaps not tanky enough, as he should eventually die and does finally go down. But now the turnaround, Tino is there with the Unstable Concoction and the Inkswell. It will all land on Ace 12 on X123. Gonna save the day there with the Split Earth and be able to escape just fine.
Timely movement out from Tino. He can start farming down to bot lane. They can look to shove that to the bot tier 1. It's fairly low now. That does give some space out on Marvel up top to just sort of free farm on the Underlord.
Dire's
But
top
it's
tower is under
definitely
attack.
not too bad here for the side of Omega. Like Tino, you can just go back into the triangle instead, where they are protected with a nice Obs ward. There's no deep wards here from Lilgun yet. So the Alchemist can just go back to this farming game and build up into that Battle Fury.
G having a candy here at Shanks, looking for a toss back, but the kick away is there. So we got the avalanche into the toss now, into X123. He's just gonna melt. So will that tier 1 mid tower. No problems here for Lilgun. With that mid tier 1 opened up, and that's one of the better ways to just counter out the Alchemist, is start overtaking the jungle that he wants to farm in.
Under attack.
Tino, he's gonna have to farm a bit faster if Lilgun do start to invade.
It's shrinking a bit, that map. There's more options here for Lilgun to be aggressive. You do have the supports to back up that aggression. There is a smoke out here from Smart Omega, though. They've got Dream Coil ready to go on Mac. They're going to try to look for a pick-off to compensate for losing.
They are
Dire's
down
top
towards the
tower
bot
is
side,
under
where
attack.
they have started.
Dire's structure.
Samech did already throw out the Dragon Tail, and now might just go for the dive on the tier 1 tower. He's kind of forcing history to come back in, and that's not going to work out for the Tiny. He has been caught out by the Dream Coil and kicked away right back into Matt. Nice little pickup. Of course, while that was happening,
is under attack.
top tier 1 was being focused down by
Dire's top
Lilgun.
tower has
It
fallen.
will be a direct kind of trade between those tier 1 towers.
Radiant's middle
Still happy
tower
for
is under
Lilgun
attack.
here. You're up 2 towers. You've got really good control in that jungle. Look at all the wards here from Lilgun, just keeping track of the top jungle,
Dire's
ensuring
top
that
tower is under
Tino's
attack.
stuck on just the triangle to farm up, and that can slow down the pace of the elf. You're getting some good progress here on Sanctity as well. Blink Dagger almost up on TA. That will help speed up your farm in the jungle if you want to do that, and can really help you set up for some kills if you find a good Avalanche Toss target as well. So you are lining up here on Lilgun. You've got the finger ready to go on Ace. They'll probably look for a smoke play relatively soon to get that spell on cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of a lull period here, but it is a 2-7 for Omega. Still just the 1k net worth lead, so Tino definitely not getting out of control yet. Is slowly but surely getting that Battle Fury up now, the Elk. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like they are going to get started onto Ace 12. They have got the Lion controlled up with Sam H, and they'll even roll in. CML will be the ones to take the kill there on the Grimstroke. A nice little support pickup on that Lion, and it kind of goes back to what you said earlier, John. You were mentioning the fact that both the Tiny and the support Lion are both going to be trying to farm up that Blink ASAP. But just judging by the way that they've been dying, it's going to be a while until they have those blinks up. And they're going to roll in again onto X123 now. And that's a much bigger target. With all the stuns out, they get the kill very easily. Back in onto the Tiny Hishi. He really has no way out. He's trying to wait out the duration. And they'll go back in onto Shanks, but he will die onto the TA. Sanctity and Ace 12 with the finger. At least kill off Shanks on the Earth Spirit. But the Magnetize is still going into the freeze fire. Sam H, he'll get the kill. Back it onto the Lion. They'll find another.
Retract your last move.
They just keep going. Marvel, he's trying to fight back on the Underlord, but it's just no good. He just can't do anything for his team. X123. He might just find CML here, but he might also be surrounded again. CML's gonna run his way out. X123, he does at least get the kill, but it's not worth his life. It's just nowhere near worth it, and naturally Sam H gives him the tip. Says thank you very much for that free kill.
Just way too much to deal with. They might catch out Shanks.
I mean, they may. He's gonna try and roll. He did not go for the kick forward. Marvel will get kicked away now, and Sanctity, he doesn't have the damage. You got to blink dagger first on this TA, and
Radiant's
it
bottom
doesn't really
tower
amp
is
your
under
damage at
attack.
all.
Really doesn't. And for Lilgun right now, at least under Chorus, especially on Sanctity, he just has to sit back, farm up. They've given a lot of space out here for Smart Omega. Look at Tino. 8.9k, 9k gold, now 4k above the TA. All this time they've been forcing fights, Tino's just free farming. And this is the one target you do not want to allow free farm. Even if they lost their top and mid-tier
Radiant's
ones,
middle tower
Lilgun has not been able to use that to bully out the Alk, and that's just bad news. He's just letting this guy free farm, he's got the Battle Fury up and just gets
Oh
worse and
no.
worse.
X123 getting kicked right out of there, and Mac will take another kill. SG trying to hide in the tree line, misses the avalanche. Will at least get Shanks. He's not quite out of the fire yet. SG goes right back around for a second, but Mac is a committed man and does ensure he gets the kill on towards the left side. They'll try to Sam H, but he's just so
Radiant's bottom
tanky.
tower is under attack.
This DK is not going to die anytime soon. Ace, he's sticking around. I'm not sure about that. He'll cop the Dragon Tail stun, and Mac will come in to clean up. They'll roll in, and they'll get another kill. Sam H will take it as Shanks. He's going to die to the tier 2 tower. But you've got to be happy if you're a Mega.
Really pleased. Like, you're getting so much farm, you're winning out these trades for Protect 1 in your playstyle as well. And Tino, he's already got the Sanchop, going straight to BKB. He's going to be joining these fights relatively soon. Sanctity, with the blink, he just can't burst anyone down. He's still saving up for the Desolator. He's still looking for the first Mythical Hammer. And it's just way too much time to wait for. Look at the positioning of Smart Omega. They're just in that bot jungle, constantly forcing fights, looking for more.
Mac going on there onto Hishji. They do spot him out eventually with the Stroke of Fate, and well, for the Tiny, there's nowhere to really go. Trying to pretend he's a tree, but it doesn't really pan out in his favor.
Radiant structures
Onto the bot lane now, Omega, looking
Dire's
very
top tower
confident.
is under attack.
Back, Sanctity is going to find Shanks on the ES. They get the constant stuns out, and they will kill off the Earth Skirt. It's like Omega, they've TP'd up top to try and make sure this tier 2 top tower remains alive. Lilgun, they're going to just try and wrap around and look for some kind of target. They might just run into Mac, but Mac has spotted them out, and now Sam H goes right in onto the Underlord. Mac is still trying to chase down the Lion. CML, he's just standing there, taking all the damage from this TA. He will die, but they do jump in. They might just get the TA in time. No. Dark Rift was there. Everyone does get out freely on Lilgun, so all things being said and done, not too bad. But it was a lot of time committed. Just kill off CML, and that tier 2 top tower does still stand.
I mean, they expend the finger as well. At this point, you'll take what you can get in terms of kills, but it's still not the ideal situation. Smart Omega might have found a kill if Mac's initial Dream Coil landed. He did miss that 1-on-1-2 tree. They miss out on an opportunity on the Lush. But right now, you're still very happy. 1-2 Trees farm has just been on the backseat. It's all flowing out to his Sanctity. He's got some good stacks to clear out. The Desolator just one Mythical Hammer away, about 1,000 gold. So not too much time left to wait. And you do have at least a couple of blinks lining up here. I believe our Tiny Blink is flying in, and that's a sign for them to smoke up. Lion Blink is about 700 to 800 gold off, so you are starting to hit some spikes here for Lilgun.
That they are. Off they go, Lilgun. Where are they heading to? Gonna try for the Roshan, perhaps? It's a little bit early for that, but I guess you could try and sneak it. They're gonna go into the jungle instead now. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sam H thought about jumping in onto Marvel, but doesn't quite find the initiation. They'll smoke up themselves now. Omega. Where are we headed?
Radiant's
Are they going to try for the Roshan? No. right into the dire jungle they go.
Structures are fortified.
Now tier 2 tower again, which is being forced in, but they do get the cliff off. They want to target first. They want to go straight onto the TA, but they found X123 instead. But that's still a great target on the left track into the double. Silence and Shanks. Is it going to be enough? Max dropping low. It will be a 1-for-1. They lost both mid laners, but now Tino, he can get to work right onto Marvel. And Marvel, he's really not that tanky right now as Shanks will even find another on the tail end. They found the Tiny, and that'll be history gone. A 3-for-1 trade. They do at least kill off Mac on the puck, but it's just not going to feel worthwhile. And they're looking for more. Sam H, he's not done. On to Ace 12, the Lion. Ace. Yeah, he's going to get spotted. Sam H gets the stun off in time, and of course Shanks can just kind of perma-stun him now. That'll be enough, Sam H. He'll pick up another.
It's a really great start. You're starting to see some really good itemization here from Smart Omega as well. The Halberd being queued up by Sam H and also being finished up by Tino. That means your TA, the investment you have on that hero, with these two Halberds up, it's not going to do much anymore in the middle of these fights if you're not careful.
Saw History trying to go for an avalanche toss onto Tino, and I think Tino may have thought he was on a trampoline there for a second. It did nothing. Having a great old time, Tino. I mean, Lilgun, with this draft, we know how strong it can be, but it doesn't look great right now. And you're 11k net worth behind, it is very hard to make this kind of draft work. Now Omega, when they're moving into the mid lane, they want more pickoffs, they want that mid tier 2 tower, but nobody's showing quite yet.
I mean, they've got complete control here on the side of Smart Omega. 8-21, a 10k lead. Even with an out, you see the farm distribution. It's not like they've shafted Mac and Sam H. Both of them are still keeping from farm quite well. Sanctity's the one that's really hurt here. There's just not enough map room to really get up. Like, he needs that BKB in order to really stand up.
Foils out. They found the big one, Sanctity. He was just showing for a second. They are going to punish him immediately. Great patience there from Omega. Of course, the tip's out from Sam H. Matt know he's done a great job. And he is, John. A lot of impact here from this mid puck. And it looks like they're ready for that Roshamp hit.
They can melt it really fast. They've got the damage for it. The options for team fighting for Lilgun in there are not amazing. They can maybe try to go for an Avalanche cosplay with a pit. Looks like they are starting to clump up for that. They know the Rosh is get there faster.
A lot faster. They're going to try and wrap around the long way, but it's hard to know how you initiate without your TA being up. They're going to try Marvel. He's going to walk his way in, but this could be a really bad idea. He's going to run right into the arms of Tino, and Tino will just get right to work, because they even found the Tiny. Shit. See you later, sir. Back into the Roshamp pit they go. For Omega, it was just a bit of a distraction.
That's just really good spacing out from Shanks to break the smoke. It leads into a massive kill, and they could get chasing Sanctity.
Oh, they found another Sanctity. He doesn't want to die immediately, but he has no choice. It's a tough game for Lilgun. They're trying to find any space they can to keep up, but the map's just being controlled. I don't even know what they can do at this point to try and come back in this game.
They need to wait for BKB on the TA, maybe wait out the blink on your Lion. Ace is relatively close. He's been trying to inch his way towards that blink, and you really need that in that support Lion just to be able to get control of the heroes you want. So a little bit more patience for the Lilgun. There's not much room to farm. They could maybe try to play around with a Leshrac instead. Like 1-2-3 is fairly strong. We'll need a BKB of his own to truly just stand in front and deal the damage out, but right now the waiter coming in for Lilgun, it's just kind of way too scattered. Like, you walk in with Marvel, it's not ideal. You really just need those two supports to work in conjunction, rip off the backline, or maybe take control of Knack on the puck before he can control you up with his Dreamtail and all his spells and silences.
You see a smoke up here. X123, he has his smoke broken, he sees Tino, and he runs the other way. That is definitely not the target you want to go on right now. Not while he has his team around him, and there's going to be a counter smoke immediately now by Omega. afraid Sanctity might
Radiant's
kind of
middle
go into an
tower is
awkward
under
position
attack.
if he's not too careful, but no, he looks like he's fine. He does avoid Omega. Omega instead are going to go right for that mid-tier 2 tower instead. It's also a pretty good option, considering they are going to get it for free.
Yeah, it's a relatively quick
Radiant's
take.
middle tower is
Lilgun
under
just
attack.
kind of playing in that top jungle, finding what farm they can
Radiant's
get.
middle
They're not
tower
really in a
has
good
fallen.
position to defend that. They're probably just going to have to give out some outer towers when the challenge comes out and just keep farming. BKB, Sanctity still 2 parts away. Ace is only about 50 gold away from his blink, so maybe you get more opportunities with the line blink up. Until then, you're just kind of stuck playing this farm game. AC now up on Tino. He's gotten control of that triangle with the rest of his team, and he's just really hard to deal with. Now, the one bright side here for Lilgun is there's no Abyssal Blink. So even if you go for that build here on the Alp, he's not going to jump you straight away, but just even having the Blink Dagger is usually more than enough.
Oh, bot lane. Not like this. X123. He's doing the hard job of pushing out the side lane, but it's going to cost him his own life. Still mid lane, they might try to initiate now, even though X123's gone. The only problem is they are still there, Omega. As a team, they're going to try and focus down CML. He is still alive, still running away. He just can't kill him. We'll turn around now with the Ink-Swap, but the tree toss will be enough, but it won't pass. Is she still being chased down on the Tiny? Dark Rift is there. Can he get him out? He can. They do at least get CML. That's going to be it, though. They got the support Grimstroke, but that's really all they can afford to get.
It's just counting your blessings at this point, Lilgun. They're just forced into really awkward situations. They are smoked up. They want to find an angle, and maybe they'll find it. They still have Finger up here. At least it's level 1.
Gone to Shanks. It's a much easier target. Just aim down the Earth Spirit, and that's exactly what they do. It does feel like it's one of those games right now for Lilgun where they just kind of have to accept any kill they can get and find another, and it's going to make him feel a little bit safer across the map. He's going to use this free time now to just keep farming up and just try and catch up. And CML is going to run in with the Inkswell and die again.
Do not even grasp. All
Alright now, Omega, no need to give freebies away to Lilgun. I know they're ahead, but they're not necessarily that far ahead.
Well, yeah, 20k up, I think you're still fairly happy for Omega. Your supports are the ones dying, and Lilgun isn't in a position to follow up from killing supports. Like, they've got some good vision here on the Dark Jungle. They could maybe look to be aggressive, but they're not really in position to follow up. So I'm just going to be sitting back, and I'm just farming up in that downtime. Smart Mega is going to enjoy that greatly. The Swift Blink is being saved up here by Tino. He's just about 600 gold off, and that item is still fairly balanced. They only remove one aspect of it with the move speed, but beyond that, it's still ridiculous. So hey, you know it's going to be perfectly balanced once he has that up, and it isn't already.
I do like myself some perfect balance, John.
Dire are scanning.
You know, he's a little bit cautious here up at this top lane. He's thinking about going to farm that wave, but he knows they're waiting. Now the roll in, Shanks. That's going to cancel that off, and Marvel get the Uber started. Right out of there. Mega won't be able to capitalize off that positioning from Lilgun. Suppose Lilgun, they're just kind of trying to drag out the time and just buy a bit more time. More Sanctity on that TA, and of course X123. Is it going to pay off? Is what I wonder.
The BKBs are lining up. Sanctity almost has his, so does 123. So you're going to have spell immunity, but the Ags for Mac isn't too far off. It's just about, I don't know, 1.8k gold here, 1.6k gold until his Ags is up. So even with those BKBs, you're going to have the Dream Coil piercing through. Never pleasant for any hero that just insta-buys the BKB, and the timing's just not perfect. That's something Smart Mega can abuse. But still, if the puck's not in the picture and you have the BKBs, there are opportunities for Sanctity and 123 to kind of try and burst down the Alpha. Really hard with the AC up on Tino. Just has so much armor that even the Desolator T8 might not feel like it does much. But this is probably your best opportunity while the Ags isn't done on Mac. There's only a very small window until that item's up and running on the puck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Mega.
is under attack.
Start moving into the top tier 2 tower there. Tino will get started. No contest either. Lilgun just gonna let it go down, but I think Omega might just keep going. Feels like there's nothing to really be afraid about here for them. As Sam H jumps right in onto Marvel. Now the roll connecting as well from Shanks. With the Inkswell, they just lock him down forever. He's trying. He is trying to get himself out, but he just can't. Onto X123 with the BKB. He is also trying to fight back, but Tino, he is just such a monster. He runs right into them. That's Ace-4 gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He'll buy it back on the
Radiant's
Lion.
structures are fortified.
But now the BKBs have worn off. How do you deal with this Alchemist? It looks like Tina's going to have his Chemical Rage wearing off anyway, so he's going to back off for a bit. BKBs don't really feel like they made much of a difference that team fight for Lilgun.
And not quite the impact you're looking for. They're still holding on to Sanctity's BKB. Hasn't used that first charge just yet, so still has the full 9-second duration now. But it's still dicey, right? Like, the Ags here for Mac is pretty much done. Just 200 gold away. Once he clears out this creep plus, just this creep wave, he's already got the Ags ready to go if he wants to buy it out, and he will. So you've got that BKB piercing stun now. BKB piercing control, and if the BKBs felt useless the last time, they're really not going to feel that great now. It's just too much inside of Smart Omega, and just back into the high ground.
We go. Tino will get started. Inkswell there immediately onto Tino in case he wants to initiate, but won't. Instead, the backlines. They will go straight in onto the Tiny, who was trying to get something done, but it's not really going to work out. He'll buy it back onto X123 and Sanctity, and they are just melting right now. They'll try to BKB and run away. In fact, they'll turn around now and maybe go for a fight, but the Uber out, they have left the building. Sam H, he's very low in terms of HP, but they need someone to hit him.
It's not enough.
It is not enough. They went out a bit too early with the Dark Rift. And now Tino, he's run out of Chemical Rage, so maybe he dies, and he does. It eventually does work out for them. CML on the run, tries to put the TP play, and is not going to make it. Sanctity able to get the kill. I thought that Dark Rift may have been slightly earlier there from Marvel, but in the end, it works out. They will hold high ground. You're playing this game without any super creeps.
They did have to buy back, and that buyback in Sanctity is too big. If they lose the next fight, they're not going to have very good options for defense. They are setting up for Roche. Not too big. There's no out for 40 seconds. So second Roche of the game, you've got the ad shard inside there. And Aegis and Cheese, of course, gives more options for Lilgun to try to find opportunities here. But they are scanned out. It still drops too quick.
That it does.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Easy Roshan there for Lilgun.
Here I am.
Back to triangle now. Looks like Lilgun just going to hang out, get more farm up.
You do have the shard given here to 123, so the Split Earth can kind of combo a lot nicer with Pit of Malice. Basically just chain stun on the side of Lilgun, as long as Omega doesn't pop BKBs, and well, they only really have the BKB running on Tino right now. No BKB on Sam H, no BKB on Mac, but there's a lot of potential to get some good chain control here and rip off the squishier targets of Omega before focusing down Tino. Could be the way to play it, as they are smoked up here.
Try. Rage is up. Tino, how fast can you react with that blink? Ace gonna see himself. No, he blinks the wrong way. He blinks right into them. The fingers out. Maybe they can get it done in time. Tino, he could not heal fast enough. And now Shanks, he's gonna be the one in danger. He will just roll away, but that attack is following him down, and it's not gonna be enough. Now a 4-man coil to lock them in. Maybe they can get something done with this, but no, it does wear off. Back in onto Sam H. He's a tanky DK. Try and find Matt. Back onto the Tiny. Matt, he's gonna be able to escape. I can't say the same for his She, or maybe I can. He is backing off. Sam H, meanwhile, dying to the Pulse Nova, trying to survive. They keep going in on DK. They will finally take him down. Now it's on the CML. Tries to TP up. They have the vision with the TA trap, and they will get another. My goodness, the turnaround here from Lilgun. And you know what, John? They're not really looking too bad. Omega, maybe just getting a little bit overly confident in this game number 3, is starting to make a few positioning mistakes.
Radiant's bottom tower
And it is
under
costing them.
attack.
Yeah, it's just being too far forward here with Tino. It's always a bit of a risk. They've got to respect the control and damage coming through from Lilgun. It still is great. Tino, you know, if he doesn't get the BKB off in time, he's just stuck. So they have to be ready to back him up. They don't have the best saving supports here. The Dispel on the Grimstroke is delayed, of course, until the Inkswell pops. So it's not quick enough to bail out your Elk, and that does mean Tino's going to have to watch his positioning a bit better. Lilgun, they need to do that maybe one more time. I mean, a 19k, 18k gap sounds big, but you've kind of closed the gap with a puck, and that's really the one here that's kind of overtaking. If you can just ensure all your other cores are farmed more than puck and just behind the Alch, then the farm advantage of the Alchemist starts to feel less and less as the game goes on, because, you know, you have this massive lead now, but that's only equal to, what, 1 or 2 items at that point, and that's not impossible for Lilgun to play against. You've got a lot of room to grow here on Sanctity. He is saving up for his MKB. Should be done in just about 600 gold. Once you have that, well, you're going to be able to rip through the Alch a lot easier, rip through the DK a lot easier as well. And even 1-3, opting for the Octarine, it's going to be so hard to kill off this Leshrac as long as he gets his spells off with a BKB. The heal he's going to get from his damage is just a lot, especially if Omega keeps bumping up his 5, which they tend to really do, and it just gives so many opportunities for Lilgun to play without AoE control, to play with the Earth split spam with the shards on him, and does give them on the left back as well.
Offlane, X123 has been called up. He'll pop the BKB, but that is an Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil, so he stuns himself up through it. They are trying to Dark Rift him, but it's too late. In fact, they are still going to commit for this. Sanctity, he's here with his Underlord. I'm not sure about this one. Marvel, he's taking a lot of damage. The obstacle's there by X123, so they're going to try and fight this one out. They will at least get Shags, but Ace is down the line, and now you can just get to work if you're Tino. He finds 2 immediately. X123 with this buyback, he can't help out. The BKB TP away from Sanctity is going to be enough to at least get him out after the Aegis line.
Victory.
That Dark Rift, you know, it was just a little bit off, and you're going to see it right here. The Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil break, obviously stunning him through the BKB, and I thought they may just cancel the Rift off, but they decided to keep going.
They force the issue, and they get punished for it hard. Lilgun overstepping their bounds. They don't have Aegis anymore. It was going to expire in about 20 seconds anyway, so not the biggest loss, but they're going to have to hold high ground up like this with lower BKBs. They've also got to be careful now. The racks are open on top lane at the very least.
Mega. Not going to have the Dragon form right now. They just used it. Sam H still more than happy to just frontline for the team. Slowly but surely, they'll get through that melee barracks.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
There it goes. Now Dreamcore to the right side. They've killed off Ace.
Barracks are under attack.
Lion just gone immediately. Thanks to Mac on the puck. Well, Sam H is still just hitting towers, but a nice toss back. Might be able to set up, but a BKB immediately. One right out of Tino's going to jump right back in with the Inkswell onto the left track. He's going to be alright for now. X123 is going to try and fight this one out. The Dark Rift, it was cancelled off, but it was too late anyway. Could not save the party. Now Sam H, he's right back in onto the left track. X123, he's in trouble. Sam H, he's the one to go down first. You'll save the life of the left track in onto Underlord. Marvel has no choice but to dive. 4 heroes down without buyback. And I suppose now they could just go high ground again.
They can just rip through the next set of racks. There's no other heroes for at least 20 seconds, and even then your other cores are like 60 seconds to 80 seconds away, so a minute off. That's enough time to just melt these objectives. It's going to be a hard one to hold up against. Maybe once you have your tiny lion, Sanctity can look for the angles. Like with the MKB, he does hit hard. Just doesn't feel like it's hard enough.
May have rolled into his death, or maybe not. They get the Dragon Tail stun off in time, and now Sanctity in big danger. They'll try to help him, but there's no helping the TA. No buyback on NT either, as he did have to buy back earlier on. And I believe that'll be GG here for Omega, unless PSG can make a miracle happen on this Tiny, but
middle tower has fallen.
doesn't look like that's going to happen. He's going to try and wrap around, but the Ancient is halfway gone. They'll now buy back Sanctuary. He has it available again. They'll burst down CML, but Sanctuary teamed up again with the Dream Call and the Dragon Tail. Dino just hitting the Ancient. He does not care about heroes anymore. He will just finish off the game, and that'll be Omega Esports taking the series 2-1. And with that, John, we are going to be able to head straight back to the panel to see what they thought about this game number 3. Series 2-1. And with that, John, we are going to be able to head straight back to the panel to see what they thought about this game number 3.
Esports end up taking game number 3 and thus the series, proving which of these lower division promotions were the superior one. But it's still a 3-game series, respect to both teams, but Omega, I think, overall were a little bit more mechanically skilled in all 3 games. I think their draft was a bit of a shortcoming in game number 2 because they just didn't have an answer for the Huskar, but here they had the final pick Alchemist, and I guess that was all they really needed, Black.
Yeah, making it look easy. I mean, they had a couple of hiccups like 10 minutes ago. They lost the Alchemist twice for no reason, which is like an experience thing, right? Like, they're very inexperienced still. They don't really know how to close out games really well yet, but I'm sure it will come throughout the league when they play the better teams. But yeah, good draft, good execution, well played. Puck also played out of his mind, crushed the TA in lane.
Yeah, this should not happen. Like, TA got solo killed by Puck level 2. You kind of picked the hero to counter the Puck. Puck had an extremely good game. Like, Alchemist, you can feel that the hero got nerfed. Like, in terms of, like, Battle Fury, you have less mana regen, you have less cleave, so your farming potential is not there. Also, to get to the Battle Fury, you need to pick up bounty runes. Bounty runes, you get less gold from them, and they spawn not so often, because they spawn every 3 minutes, and you get like one of those most of the time before it spawns every 5 minutes, and you could potentially get 2+. So for Alchemist, it's kind of a big deal. Dragonite, I think Dragonite was also the big issue in the early and the mid game, because they had like no real answer for him. He was going in hood on, pretty hard to take down, and I'm just a big fan of Garaim Stroke plus Earth Spirit combination. You use the Ink Swell on him, he rolls in, pre-BKB, any core is really vulnerable to that.
Yeah, and for Lilgun, yet again, the support Tiny just doesn't seem to do a whole heck of a
Oh
lot.
yeah,
But they already knew that from game 1.
Did they though?
Yeah, I mean, game 1 they did it. It didn't work out at all. Game 2 they picked Tiny again as a core. He crushed the game. Game 3, okay, let's go back to this core. Why? No reason to.
Yeah, you kind of tested it in game number 1, but this just shows, a bit of an inexperience in the team, like the way they're drafting and everything. You can see the way they're trying to close out the game. They feed a couple of kills. Suddenly you think like they might be able to throw this game. In the end, it didn't happen, but you need to give your best. Like, you can't afford to fool around, because like this format does not allow you to make any mistakes.
Yeah, but I'd say for both of these teams, they're just looking to get as much competitive experience as possible. I don't think anyone's expecting these underdogs to make it to the major. That would be quite unexpected, but pretty impressive.
For season 1, I don't think anyone kind of expected Neon
True.
to be first in the group, go to the major, but they've done it. So you said they need more competitive experience. They're like, we won game number 1, we're gonna lose game 2, and then so we can play
full
another
3-game series.
More games, yeah. Skirmishes, hard to come by nowadays with the league system.
True.
Everyone's preparing.
Yeah.
Getting a good 3 games in.
And a good MVP as well. We can give it to Mac for this game number 3. On the puck, he was definitely playing out of his mind.
Yeah, won a lane he shouldn't have won. They picked like 3 or 4 counters to him, and he still had an impeccable amount of impact.
I got it.
And yeah, just overall good performance once again. he was one of the first guys that had 11k MMR at the time. So
Yeah, that's right.
He can, like you can see, like his mechanical prowess is still there.
For sure, like you can feel that he's a bit more skilled than others, I would say. Same goes like when we're watching, I was going to compare Neon again, where like Yopaj seemed just a bit of a different level than the others.
Yeah.
Well, same thing with CML as well of Omega. We'll have an opportunity to speak to him on the interview. CML, let me know if you can hear me, my friend.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Hello.
What's up? Congratulations on winning your first series in the upper division. This is your first time playing in the upper division. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
how do you feel about, I guess, the patch in general as a support player? Anything that you like, anything that you don't like?
So far, I like the patch because it's more on team fights. Like unlike before, there are more objectives, especially with the bound. Like it's every 3 minutes, so there's more objective to take for every team. So there's more team fights, especially in the early game. I mean, the first minute, like wherein most heroes are on mid gathering for bounties. So it's fun. It's more fun.
And what are your expectations coming into this Division 1? Like, did you set up the goal for yourself?
Yeah, it's part of our plan, like to end up first in this upper division. But I want more. I want my team to be like not to be pressured by it. So we're just like having fun. We're doing our best in every game that we have, and we are doing also our best in preparing for every game or for every match that are coming towards us.
Speaking of fun, I need a little bit of advice here. I've been losing to Huskar a lot, and I've seen that you did as well. Like, how do you deal with this hero right now? I just can't beat it.
I think I have the same problem with you.
Same problem.
Based on the game too, yeah. We did not have any answer for those cards.
Okay, yeah, I'll go back to my magic box and try to think of something. I'll message you if I find something.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that the core IO was answered by the Huskar, or was there other issues in your draft that you felt made that core IO not really look as good as it could have?
I think the IO can still fight Huskar, but it's just our draft. Like we didn't expect the Huskar pick, so like our 2 picks was countered by the Huskar, so it was hard for us to adjust our heroes because of the 2 picks that we had. So that's why it was hard for us to counter the Huskar in the overall game.
And then for your game 3, one thing I was curious, you first picked the puck, and then Lilgun like counterpicked the puck like 4 different ways. Were you originally planning on making it like a mid lane puck, and you didn't really care what they picked, or were you considering flexing it?
We didn't consider flexing it. Like the puck is just a good hero, so we had in our practice we tried to do it as well, so we know the counters and what the other teams can do against puck in the first pick.
Well, give our well wishes to Mac, because he played a hell of a game, and you guys played a hell of a series. Congratulations on your victory here.
Thank you.
And looking forward to seeing more of what you can do here in this upper division.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
CML of Omega. It was impressive showing. I think that them shooting for top of the division.
No pressure.
No
we just want to
pressure.
get first.
Yeah. If we don't get first, don't worry about it. But if we,
I mean, I'm sure these teams look at Neon and they were like, "Oh, Neon's a hell of a Cinderella story. They could do that well at the major. We could do that well at the major. We beat Neon in scrims all the time, or something."
Well, you never know, like what's happening in the scrims, but I like the confidence. The answer I was looking for would kind of be, we want to stay in upper division, but I like.
He handled it. He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna be top 1, no pressure." Honestly, it could happen because, like, in your own region, it's always like a coin flip where they win or lose. Like, if you play international competitions, sure, like it's a little bit different. But in your region, anyone can take a game of anyone.
Yeah, I've definitely, at least in SEA in China, I see that happening
China definitely
all the time.
Like, yeah, the region where it is most true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very competitive region, but so is SEA.
So I'm highly encouraged by this lower division, and highly encouraged by our next series as well, as it will be the first true test of the upper division. It will be TNC versus Execration, but we're going to jump to a quick break. When we return, we'll come back with that series. Pack results, them and Boom were the three that were kind of cruising around in the middle towards the end of it all. But we've got a new authority to help me break some of this down. Lizard, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to
Glad
this
to
one.
have you here, my friend.
No, you are not.
I
like you
am.
just told me you were sad.
No,
for
I
seeing.
heard it.
I had to say that because Lacoste bribed me. So.
I see.
But
So
now-
it's
now that
actually
he's gone-
so Lacoste is the mastermind behind the evil mind.
He's always been.
But I broke free from the shackles,
Yeah,
which
you-
is why he's not here anymore. I removed him.
We have removed the aura. This
And now you guys can just share fitness tips all day. We don't even need to talk Dota.
Look, Tsunami, you don't know what you're getting into
I
here.
need
so,
some tips.
Look, you probably don't want us to start on that because
we'll never stop.
we did go a little bit off track a couple of times before. So
Fine, fair enough. Then tell me about the TNC. Why did they not make it to the major? Why is this team with so many superstars cruising around at the middle of the group?
Yeah. Okay. Let me actually tell you about the story of TNC
Please.
and Execration, not only TNC.
Okay.
Because one of the main reasons why TNC didn't make it to the major is actually Execration.
True.
Because they lost to them in one of those early bird series in the first week or two. And Armel, I think, well, yeah. Nope.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Some of these players are not with them any longer, but some are. And Armel, I believe, will have something to say to Execration in the upcoming series because
What do you think he will be saying?
he'll be saying
Slapped.
Okay.
There will be some slaps going
He'll
on.
let his actions speak for him.
Exactly. Let the gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, like don't smack talk, don't tip, just solo kill him 5 times.
Because Execration, they won 2-0 versus TNC in that series. They played their famous Medusa twice in a row.
Medusa bad right now.
Medusa, Cowboy Ken, who's also not in the Execration any longer, but yeah, they had some stellar performance versus TNC, which wasn't repeated again. But it pretty much made TNC not go to the major.
But it looked good for that series at least.
Yep.
And Execration, it's a new patch. It's a new day. It's a new season. There's new potential to be had, right,
But
Black?
TNC did just come off a win of a tournament though. I don't quite remember the name.
Oh yeah, the
Neon,
Apex
yeah.
Predator
Apex,
one.
yeah. They did end up winning that with the new lineup they have.
Okay.
So they should be quite comfortable with each other already. Now they have 5 Pinoys, which means communication should be much more fluent than before as well.
It's much easier to dive.
Yeah.
The Rombulan, it's easier.
Rumbalan.
Exactly.
Rumbalan, yeah.
It's easier to execute. Yeah, some players, however, Fabi, how do you feel about that? Is it?
I mean, all I know is that he has been streaming for like almost a month straight,
True.
like with Sabaton or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
He's been doing some sleeping.
I'm sure he has been.
Wait, is he actually doing that? I didn't. Yeah. Okay, I
So
see.
there was ever since he left the team. So
I got to make that money.
He's
man.
still
What-
been grinding.
Yeah.
Always been grinding. Execration, what are the bright spots for Execration for you then? What are some things that you're thinking we've resolved from season 1?
I don't know if we have. Like I haven't seen them much at all, and as we said, like they started off with a win against TNC, so all of us thought, wow, this team is, you know.
They
good
definitely
surprise for us, yeah.
They definitely surprised us.
And then they surprised us, but not anymore after that. I mean, in a negative way, I guess.
Yeah. they're literally the team that made us predict so many series wrong.
Yeah.
Because if Execration won versus TNC, that means TNC isn't that strong. That means Execration is pretty strong. So all of these, later on, you see Execration with a very good draft and then they still lose. You're like, what's happening here? It's SCA.
Given the roster, though, I don't have as high expectations for them. Really, RR is the one that I've known for having an extended history and competitive. But it's still a 5 Pinoy squad, so I have promise for them that these types of league setups give them the kind of confidence that they need to, form those bonds as a team, as a 5-man squad.
Yeah, but it's gonna be really hard regardless. You still have the upper dogs, Neon,
Fnatic, I
TNC,
guess.
Fnatic, yeah. I mean, even Boom now with 23 Savage. No, sorry, he's in T1.
He's
T1 with
T1,
23 Savage. Boom back with Remocell, I believe.
Yep.
Like all these teams look to be very scary, and Execration, it's gonna be rough for them to take one of those 3 top spots.
Probably fighting for the middle of the pack, maybe battling it out with Omega and Lilgun.
At least their hero pool seems pretty good. Medusa seems like an immensely strong hero right now. You think it's first ban worthy? Or you're still sticking to the Beastmasters and Huskars and Necros that we're seeing in every other game?
TNC, they already got burned by Medusa twice. So maybe...
Imagine if Execration beats them to all again.
with Medusa.
First pick.
They don't have Cowboy Kent this time around. They don't have the Bat Rider on the mid lane. That's a shame for them, but is truly... They got some different players. Palace is here now too. He jumped ship. I believe he was on Vice. Vice got relegated into Division 2.
So he was like, I want to stay here.
Yeah.
What do you guys want?
Exactly.
He did not go down with that ship.
I see ya, guys.
Just abandoned.
And like, if they get relegated again, he's like, okay, I'm...
Just keep cycling. Who else
Just
wants
find a new
that?
team, exactly. It's not my fault, guys.
Never is.
How'd you feel about the previous series in general? Any heroes that pop out that you're like, oh wow, I need to be paying attention to this, or heroes that you're like, this is still bad, like the support Tiny that we saw a bunch of?
I mean, you guys talked about it. I was watching the series and it was just a brawl. It's one of those series in which you're seeing some matchups that shouldn't be win. TA losing to a puck, dying to a puck, and then being dominated in CS as well. It tells a story more about the teams and their skill than about the heroes. So I'm waiting for perhaps TNC and T1 and Fnatic to actually evaluate what heroes are valid and what heroes are actually broken. However, Beastmaster Bounty Hunter, like those heroes need to be picked.
He keeps talking about bounty.
He keeps talking about bounty. I always saw it in Europe.
In Europe, yeah, in Europe it's
But
big.
here it's China and Southeast Asia. It seems to be under the radar.
How many times did we see in Europe? Once, right?
Once. How many games did we see in Europe?
Did he win?
Yeah, he did win.
Oh, damn. Did he own?
He actually owned.
He owned.
He
I
sniped
saw the Korea snipe.
he sniped out the bottle.
I mean, Oracle bought him a bottle.
Yep.
He went to level 0 items.
Yep.
Is that a thing?
Nice try though. Nice try to dismantle my bounty hunter.
We'll see.
Look, the hero still is different, and it's not your standard, let's say, position 4 or offlane, as he doesn't give you disable stuns. He gives you actually 2 stuns later on, but they're mini stuns. They're great and they're annoying, but they're not Third Spirit. They're not Tusk or whatnot. So it's
not Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, not Fiend's Grip.
It's not Fiend's Grip. With Bane, I'm advocating for Bane a lot. We're not seeing any of him. I'm curious to see what will be the most popular heroes in Grimstroke, probably.
Yeah. Grimstroke as well got nerfed a little bit, but also buffed with different shards.
What do you call that?
Balance.
Nerf buff.
Nerf buff.
Burf.
The buff.
Burf.
Burf?
Nuffed.
He got nuffed.
He got nuffed.
Okay. Sure. I hope that doesn't have some different meaning.
It doesn't. Although snuff has a different meaning, but nuff.
Yeah, it's close.
Enough.
It's close. It's enough.
Enough with this. We have Alchemist banned out and we have Dead Prophet banned out.
Alchemist first
Death?
ban.
Yeah. What? Is this 7.28? Is this the Singapore major meta? What's going on here?
DP, in all honesty, she got nerfed a little bit, but she's still very, very strong.
Yeah.
And IO as well.
IO's fine.
This is literally
major
meta.
I know. Give me the puck ban now.
I mean, one of those games that I watched in the last series, it was IO and Dead Prophet as well, right?
It's true. Still strong.
Teams are still sticking to
They're going to handle by a Huskar, though.
a new hero. A hero that's actually been buffed, and I mean, I don't feel
he
that...
looks really buffed, too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, same like Beastmaster. Did you see...
It is a puck ban.
There you go.
It's literally Singapore.
Literally
Voice Spirit
Singapore
first
major.
pick. Oh, okay, fine.
Look at this guy.
7.29.
So they do bans for the major, but then they're like, oh, got this new patch. Let's pick Beast.
I'm pretty sure Beast not only got buffed with the Aghanim Scepter, he looks more buff. Like he's been hitting the gym a little bit.
I mean, you got to throw those axes, every single time.
That's so much back work.
You get core strength.
I mean, he has always been letting his summons do the work. Now,
now he actually needs to throw those axes. He grew. The movement speed even increases, with the roar and whatnot, with the talent.
He's been
been doing cardio.
Yeah,
he's angrier than ever. Also,
wait. Is this a rowing machine? What motion would help you with the axes?
I don't know.
Or get like the tension thing that you guys were talking about, also.
You can do some maybe flies, and hit the lower back and.
He also got the
too.
sounds going for it. You go. Every time.
Radiant team.
Wow. That's for the shower. Wow.
That's actually from some show.
That's I know. Yeah, it was a reference.
The Beastmaster show.
Yeah, I had no
From
idea.
some show, like which what if only I could remember the
From
name
the Razor
of the
show, of course.
Yeah, we have the Razor into the troll.
TNC Predators Radiant Bang.
Yeah, you can't really get away with first phasing troll without banning Razor. Why
Yeah.
would they even first phase
I
troll?
mean,
Why didn't they wait for second
This
phase?
is where the power of the first pick comes into play, where you see those two heroes and you get to counter it. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But then why didn't they
Troll
just
is very
pick
risky.
troll and Razor then?
We
Troll
have
is-
seen
10
some
seconds
teams like
remaining.
Neon, Janwell played Troll 5.
Yeah.
So
5
if it gets
seconds
countered
remaining.
Omega hard, maybe you can switch it up.
The only other problem is that Abaddon is also hard countered by Razor, so you can't even put him as a carry either.
One of them has to be a 4.
Five Razor Offlane Abaddon, you know, like you can mix things up. Abaddon was picked because of the Beastmaster as well. You can get rid of the Roar. Photic Shield works overall well versus Beast.
You can purge the stack charges too, right?
I'm thinking about that.
Basic dispels purchase
Right?
stack
Yeah.
charges. You don't even need the
So
strong
it's good
dispel.
in that regard, but he's still just
TNC
going to be chucking those
Predators
axes at
turn
you.
to
Yep.
ban.
And he's gonna hit multiple targets, not only one.
Yeah,
so-
and it's not like you can permanently shield everybody.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the first phase definitely going into TNC's favor by a lot.
And now
A
they're
small margin. Yeah,
Small.
Radiant
Everything is
team
counted.
Just count.
I mean, they get the best hero in the game and they hard counter the enemy carry. It's a small margin that we're talking about.
Maybe Offlane Troll with Eblade Dagon.
Sure. Weren't you just complaining about how many mana issues he's having now in the new patch?
Sure,
though?
but that,
Radiant
my
team
Banning out a bunch of offlaners next. Centaur and Timbersaw being targeted by TNC. Execration.
Morphling and Bristleback.
Yeah, some carry bans.
Yeah, a carry and overall, not really sure why they're banning what they're banning on the side of Execration. They're
10
just aiming at the
seconds
player.
remaining.
Bristle, how do you guys feel about
Predators
it? I've seen a couple of pickups in pubs. Haven't really.
I mean, it's pretty much the same hero still. Like they changed, like the damage.
Oh, the Warpath stacks.
You get less or more damage now.
You said it was like rescaled. So
Radiant
like.
No, that was for Cold Spray.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
never mind. Then I think that's
So
what I'm
they
thinking of.
added like 5 damage initially, but then -2 stack damage.
Right, yeah.
Which is pretty. Like, okay, you lose 1 damage after the 3rd stack and then 3 damage on the 4th, but like most heroes die when they have 6 stacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're already running for your
10
life,
seconds
trying to
remaining.
get away.
The new Aghanims looks very fun though. You don't have to stop to.
Cast
5
the goo.
seconds
The
remaining.
new Lion Shard as well looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
We talked about this hero before when he got buffed, guys, and pretty much everyone here is surprised that he got those buffs. He was picked.
He was already good.
He was already good. He was picked.
Kaka single-handedly won the
Exactly.
major on that hero.
The hero won the major. Let's buff him up. Not good
TNC
enough.
Predators turn.
Void incarnate.
Tusk, however, also won a lot in the group stage, but he got some minor nerfs. But Lacoste said it wasn't really that big of a deal. Tag team got some nerfs, but
And he also said nobody buys Aetherlands on Pudge.
yeah. Oh, yeah. What's your opinion on that? Oh, you look shocked.
But-
You look shocked, Lizard.
I literally
10
played 4
seconds
games
remaining.
of Pudge in the last week. Every game I bought Aetherlands.
Okay, we need to get
5
you and Lacoste
seconds.
on the panel and really
look.
argue
Okay,
about this.
so,
we're looking.
So the problem with his statement is, Aetherlands, maybe before you didn't have to buy it. You could go Soul Ring Blink or something similar. Right now, you need the Aetherlands because of the shard. The shard
what I
Aetherlands is
said.
actually broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, 625.
Exactly.
Cast range.
They-
You just
they-
eat him
It's
at
a better
half range.
aphotic shield.
It's not even. It's like you save pretty much from anything. You can save a hero from a black hole. You just step up and eat him and run away.
or you eat the
TNC
Enigma by
Predators.
There are some crazy interactions with
Channels.
with channels with black hole in which you can displace the Enigma
Yeah.
while he's
Relocate keeps it going,
Yeah.
and I think Chen recall and Coddle recall keep them going as well. But I'm pretty sure Pudge would break it.
And Glimpse keeps
10
it going.
Pudge would
seconds
probably
remaining.
Yeah. Wait, the glimpse is on the enemy.
5 seconds remaining.
Void Spirit being
testing
picked up. Void Spirit, one of the first Spirit heroes we've seen throughout this series and yesterday's China games.
Oh, you got nerfed a little bit. Now we don't pick this broken.
What were the
heroes.
nerfs? Less range on Aether Remnant
Yeah.
by like 100.
More damage on the shards as a buff.
Yeah.
I think the step. Something happened with the step. I think the range was
Radiant
Range is nerfed.
team
buffed at level 1, or they kept the same at level 1 and then nerfed for level 2 and 3. Yes. But overall, like the changes aren't like super massive.
Nah.
Like, they're-
TNC
Especially, yeah, I think he was
Predators
either
turn
the
to
most
ban.
picked. He was like top 3 most picked and banned at the major.
yeah, I mean, he was crazy good.
How do you guys feel about the Bloodseeker? Like,
Not sure why they picked it. I mean,
no,
it
it's the same.
sustains itself very well against Troll Abaddon, so that's good. Like, you don't really have to care too much. I
mean,
think it makes a lot of sense.
Really?
Against like
seconds
just the
remaining.
lane. In the mid game, we have to see what it does.
Wouldn't you rather have like a?
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
considering this Bloodseeker is a position 1. Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
yeah.
Right?
Offlane Razor.
Could be
yeah.
offlane as well. But
I mean, wherever this Bloodseeker goes, he's going to have a free lane.
yeah.
So.
My worries aren't about the lane, but later on, what you accomplish.
I mean,
with it.
Troll is pretty hard counter. He's going to get ruptured and linked.
Yeah.
What do you do?
That's true.
You actually can't play Dota. And you get axes thrown at you while you stand there, too.
I just put him on. You can't even. You might put. I don't see what you do with this troll.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you first pick a Troll. It's like,
He was strong in the major. He definitely was.
it's still
As long as Razor was banned.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But still, in the major, every single time Razor was banned.
Yeah.
Every single game, if you look,
I mean,
if
not
Troll
every
is picked,
single game. The ones that he lost heavily,
was
enemy
against the
picked
Razor.
Razor. Yeah.
There you go.
So it always has been a hard counter for like 5 years already. You know, some things in history just don't change.
10 seconds
I guess the
remaining.
Bloodseeker's just comfort then, because yeah, I'm with you. There doesn't really seem to be any specific reason, because
5
yeah,
seconds
sure, Troll
remaining.
gets to low HP, but he's already hard countered, so who cares about the thirst stacks?
Yeah.
Rupture's not that big of a deal for a Void Spirit. There are mids that have struggled with it more.
And the silence is
Turn
nice.
to
If you're offlane and you go for Atos versus Void Spirit, I guess it can work, right? Like
Yeah.
you Atos him, then you silence
Atos
him.
got a projectile speed increase.
There you go. There are some benefits, but yeah, still, TNC they're drafting their own style, a little bit different, and this
10
should be a position
seconds
5 last
remaining.
pick for them, right? You have a 4 Tusk, you have Razor, let's say safe
5
lane,
seconds
or offlane
remaining.
Could
Bloodseeker as
potentially
well.
be a 5 task. I've seen it
Okay,
a couple
could
of
be a
times.
4, could be a 4 pickup, so
Yeah.
5 or 4, yeah, sure.
Or maybe we see something completely out of the box, like a 4
Radiant
Razor or
team
something.
I hope not.
I hope not. We have seen crazier things.
I mean, literally, his only job is just to put a leash on Troll Warlord.
Yeah, but
he's
you
doing
need,
his job.
but you still need to be fat enough to do that.
Yeah, and not die.
properly. Like if this Razor goes for Mjolnir, you can die to that, right?
Yeah.
You don't care. You
10
don't have damage. You're still
seconds
proccing the Mjolnir stacks.
Yeah, so
5 seconds
what
remaining.
force would be good? They
No Earth Spirit, no Snapfire.
maybe some more like stuns could be nice, like a Dark Willow or something,
Just Avenge.
or Venge. Well, it's a 5 Venge.
Okay, you have a Rupture into
I mean,
swap.
alright. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not like super impressed with the last 2 picks. Like they're good. Like they have some synergy between them, but
Nothing amazing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
crazy.
Like you had even Grimstroke in the game, and you have Beastmaster.
It's true.
You could have picked Grimstroke, Beastmaster. There's so much synergy with the Bloodseeker, with the Tusk. With the Tusk especially. Like Grimstroke Tusk is an amazing combination of heroes. You could have picked something different, but yep.
So Offlane, they have a lot of problems here they need to solve. How are they going to do that?
Enigma. No, I'm kidding.
There are like 5 offlane bans also that TNC did, so they have
Yeah.
very, very slim. We saw a lot of Underlord, but
Look, they picked Troll and got countered by the Razor, right?
Most Offlane is also get countered by the Razor.
Exactly, and you pick so many heroes that got countered. Just continue with it. Pick Enigma, get countered by Venge. Play the ultimate countered
how about Wind Ranger?
Yeah, but it's the only thing I see, but it's so bad.
I need
versus
another right clicker.
Bloodseeker.
Like against
Oh, yeah,
Bloodseeker,
that's
Bloodseeker, it's terrible.
against Beastmaster, like the hero is good for the lane, sure, but then what? Yeah, I don't really see anything. Like LC, no.
All these
Underlord, no.
melee offlaners struggle versus maybe Prophet, something like that.
Prophet,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, Brewmaster.
What are these lanes?
The lane is going to be terrible, but
It's a mid beast. That should be your.
it's a +4 Avenge actually. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense. Can scale quite well.
You think they won't still put Tims on 5 with the Venge? They'll play it as 4.
Wait, is Tim's the 5 player now?
No,
This
I'm
slot
just asking
Oh, no.
because I'd rather have a task.
I mean,
4,
I would
that's
also
all.
rather have the task one.
Right.
But that's also because I'm not a big Venge fan in general, though.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I still think, though, this Troll, no chance you can make anything happen. This Brewmaster was kind of a mini solution, I guess, for the Razor. You can just spin him up. But his laning phase is going to be atrocious. Troll is not going to be happy in this game at all. Beastmaster is Beastmaster. He has a free lane against Void.
Bartender,
TNC.
could I get 3 TNCs, please?
Yep.
Because this is... I really don't know why their first 2 combo was Troll Abaddon. And what's the point of the Brewmaster? Cyclone the Razor?
I mean, it's like the only offlaner that suffers heavily, but
ladies
then
and
with another
gentlemen,
season
welcome
actually make
back
plays
right
happen.
into a pause. Of course, this is the first game between Execration and TNC. Predator and John. If I'm not incorrect in saying so, I believe it's our first Rumble of the season.
Oh, yes. That it is, our first Rambulan between these two Filipino teams. All chat here as well. Looks like Armel is jealous of how ready Execration is. If you looked at their profile pics, they're all set to the Execration logos. They've synchronized.
Wow.
They've synchronized. They're getting that team spirit up, and it's not quite as synchronized here for TNC. Of course, TNC, as mentioned, they've had a bit of a roster shakeup. They've got Bach and Boomy, in my opinion, the best parts of a droid. So they managed to steal out the best parts of the droid, which turned into Smart Omega for a while. And, well, it's a full Filipino stack again. They went through the APAC Predator League Asian Finals, and they won that one out. So they're looking good with this new lineup. So Execration, they did have an early upset last time. We'll see if they can pull that off again, but both sides are in high spirits. I saw some lobby chat coming through. Tim's was saying that they look up to Nico. Nico for some reason. There you go. And Tim's asked me to help him with English for whatever reason. So there it is. I don't know why. I believe the guy does speak well enough English. I've watched a couple of their behind-the-scenes streams. Oh, Boomy. Okay, so right now, Nico just said Boomy banned out all of Nico's heroes, and Boomy's like, yeah, you're feeling it. Yeah, it's just like, we didn't actually ban your heroes. Get full of yourself.
Everyone very, very happy. Of course, the tips are starting to fly out. Always fun when you're casting a Rambulan, of course. It's always a... Go on, John. What is it? What are they saying now?
Gabby's threatening now. Gabby's telling them, if you guys win, Boomy has a video to show. He's got some dirt. So there's some threats here.
Boomy being a little bit sneaky there. Take your phone out and start recording around the boys, John. That's a no-no. Boomy doesn't respect the street code. Kind of recording here. And obviously, TNC now have a massive advantage, depending on what the video is. Hopefully, we never have to find out.
Yeah, definitely. But should be a fun one. You know, it's right around evening, so it should be around dinner time. I'm not sure if the players have had it. It's a bit early. At the same time, you've got a best of 3 lined up. You might not have the most time in between games, and we're still having some ping issues here, fortunately, so we'll still keep waiting at it.
This is classic Rambulan, John. You gotta have a pause. You gotta talk about both teams. You gotta let the trash talk out first. Maybe a bit of merienda as well. Merienda always very important before you get into your Rambulan, and not to be mistaken, of course, by rambutan, John, which apparently is a delicious fruit. The chat keeps reminding us every time we use the word Rambulan. But, I know why. I've never had it. I've never had a Rambutan. Never had one.
If you drop down here to Davao, you're going to have a lot. It's really good. It's a nice sweet fruit. I don't know. I describe it like lychee. If you've had lychee, it's somewhat like that.
I have had lychee, but I'm not that uncultured. Thank you very much.
There you go. Yeah, really nice, delicious fruit. It's kind of weird as well because it's a fuzzy fruit. You know, it's one of those kind of fuzzy looking fruits. It's a bit weird, but it's really good. So
is it similar to like a dragon fruit?
No, not that kind. It's like it really looks like it has hairs. It's just hairy, not quite fine hairs, but strands coming out. It's a weird one.
Nothing wrong with being hairy, John.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't know it got to you.
No need to personally attack me. You. We are still waiting a little bit longer as the ping queue is probably still there. Pretty funny, actually. I mean, I'm from Australia, and I'm getting stable ping to SCA. It may be 100 ping, but it is very stable at 100. So, amazing. You know, Australian internet, just a casual flex there, John. Just wanted to remind you that we actually have good internet now. Somewhat. Not the best, but it's okay.
You know how it is with Philippine lines. Sometimes they get congested. Sometimes the routing's a bit awkward. Yeah, we experience that in our Discord, right? Sometimes the Hong Kong line just doesn't do so well, and you can see Boomy being very generous here, offering their own pause time if it runs over. Don't go. You know, you can use our pause, Big Brother Nico.
Wow,
fine.
Boomy. Maybe Agent Boomy, the name we used after this game, depending on what happens. And Nico, well, there you go. There's a bit of love out from Nico. Always very good to see. What's Poe? John? Thank you, Poe. What is Poe?
It's like it's one of those things that doesn't translate in Filipino. So we have like ways of being respectful to each other. Like kuya is like a polite way of talking to someone who's older or slightly older than you.
Right.
It's like and ates, the female form of that. Po is usually when you're talking to someone older, you put po at the end to tie up the politeness. So it's just one of those things that hangs over there. Yeah.
Wow. Giving pause time and well mannered. Amazing. Sounds like a real keeper here, Boomy.
Yeah, Boomy is a fantastic player, of course. We've seen Boomy and Bach. This is the dynamic duo out of Adroit, right? Like the Cebuana boys, as they were, all based off Cebu before the Adroit stack. And having them on TNC is actually pretty big. Like, Boomy and Bach are some of the best players in the country, I'd argue. And they've never had their own time in the international spotlight, at least not as much. TNC's probably their best shot at it. In as much as I would have loved Adroit as a whole to go on, this is probably, on paper stronger. So it is what it is. You move on, you get stronger teams. We'll just have to see if they can carry that performance from the Predator League. Again, TNC Predator, APAC Predator League, blowing it out, making their sponsors proud. Yeah, perfect sense, perfect balance.
Absolutely. It's like this new patch, which is definitely perfectly balanced that we've seen. I'm sure we will see again as this Beastmaster has been picked up again. Not this time, but I can almost guarantee what build he's going to be going for after he picks up that bottle soul ring. I have a funny feeling we might see the Aghanim Scepter come back out for the Beastmaster. Not 100% sure yet. Let's see.
It should line up nicely. No scuffle over these bounty runes though, so both sides not opting to try and flex their level 1. It's going to go for an even trade. Do see the lanes break out. Of course, Yoa is already sort of blocking out his mid. It's going to be the Void Spirit up against the Beast or Mill. An interesting one, and not something you've seen before this patch. Obviously, Void Spirit still hold a stat lane really nicely, but you can kind of just play around with Axis. Like, that's the thing with Beastmaster. You can just sit back, toss Wild Axis from a million miles away, and you still find farm. So we'll have to see what Yoa can do even out the lane, but Armel, this shouldn't be too far out of his element here.
No, it definitely shouldn't be, and you see those Axes, they're just so effective at being able to secure CS, even at level 1. Especially that range creep, right? Just being able to throw those Axes from a mile away, ensuring you do connect on the range creep, just make sure you secure a very important bit of XP and gold. Yoa is still not going to have too tough of a time as well. Or BDZ, he might have a little bit of a tough time as he's being chased down by a creep wave right now. He is, of course, going for the pull away, and Boomy was unable to just follow him down. So he won't get punished too hard, and BDZ, he'll take this wave himself. So just trying to hit that level 2 mark to help him be a little bit more impactful in soft play.
Once you've got maybe the man drain up and sort of start to punish the melee support of Boomy, like he's not going to be able to really gap close and apply as much harassment. Of course, you are getting some space here for Gabby still, just behind the tier 1, getting his own farm up. So you're not slowing down the Razor, but at the least you're getting that EXP gain, which is really important for this dual lane. Still gives us a chance to look at that bot lane, the last lane that we haven't really taken a peek at. We've got Tim's there on the pause for Venge, laning up with Bach on the Bloodseeker. There's some potency here once you get some levels up. Stun into Blood, right? Obvious one. But even just a minus armor coming through with the Blightstone on Tim's can make it really hard for the side of Execration to jump up. Palos right now is still finding some steady farm. RR is there to protect him, but you don't really want to force the issue too much against that much minus armor in Tim's.
Certainly not. Palos, so far having a decent enough time. Tim's going to try and get in for a bit of harassment. Was Palos fine. Now, all across the map, pretty quiet thus far. No first bloods occurring quite yet. We'll see again Boomy trying to chase down BDZ, and have I cursed them? I think I may have. BDZ, he's going to try and run, but the first blood does come out. Gabby does manage to pick it up on the core Razor. It's going to be a great start for TNC.
the aggression you can get from Razor on any lane. You have a nice support partner here in the Tusk, you get the tag team off, you trap them with shards, get a couple of seconds off of the static link, and pretty much have yourself a kill. You have to watch that spacing for Execration. It takes a while for your Brewmaster to really apply that new pressure on that lane, even Lion. You have Hex up, but without something like, say, Mana Drain, you're always going to have that spam ability for Boomy to just keep going in and keep forcing an issue up against Execration.
Farming again, Bok. And Tim's gonna spot out the Abaddon there for a second, and Bloodride actually ends up connecting. It's on the edge, so RR not gonna be too happy about that, but turn himself back into the lane is now gonna start to slowly trying to pressure Palos for Palos. He'll turn right back around onto Tims. Bloodride is there, but Tims is in massive danger. Looks like he might just go down to the curse and the slow from RR. Bok will remain just fine on the Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, top lane, however, they are going on to Nico now. In fact, never mind Nico, they'll go after BDZ. Both heroes quite low. The offlane of Execration, but both will survive, and I think BDZ will be nice enough to give the salve away to them.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
just keeping themselves up. Overall, with these side lanes going the way they are, I think you're pretty happy for Execration. Palos is, still a pretty tough lane against Lilgun's Revenge. Lots of leaders, but for the most part, still finding farm.
Easy. Snowball gonna follow him down. Gabby has the plasma field, and that'll be another kill onto the line. In fact, the static link immediately out onto Nico to make sure he cannot capitalize on the low HP pool of Boomy. It's a very clean kind of execution there from TNC.
They're just getting punished for that. The moment you overstep, you've got so much damage to play with in that lane. Even Bok, you're still keeping that pressure in RR. Yeah, Bok is not farming, trying to zone out the support, trying to make it uncomfortable for Palos, finding some openings to maybe apply pressure on the troll. Doesn't lead to much as the first set of Vampires are about to set the spawn in a minute, and Tims is just trying to be efficient on the map. So the stacks, a good block out from RR, so that you're not getting as much, but still could be punished.
Could be, RR, he's trapped in by the shards of Boomy, and now they just run in with the tag team. Nice easy kill there for Boomy and Tims. It's about the Tusk. Not the nerfs, still a very strong player, roaming past 4. He is a past 5 in this game, but it won't really matter as they go in for the mid lane now. They're all being committed. And again, another very clean rotation and execution by TNC. You find the mid lane of Yoe. They're not going to feel very good at all for the Void Spirit.
It's not shaping up well for Execration. 1-4, 1k lead for TNC isn't massive, but the momentum's there. Your timings in the Void Spirit, you're about to hit 6, which is great, but Armel's just about to hit 7 now, saving up for the Yags. No pressure mid. That's one thing with the support you have, like Abaddon line can rotate, but it just doesn't feel like you're getting enough here on BDZ to make those rotations effective. Still stuck at level 3. Even Boomy's at level 4 now, just being a bit greedier on that Tusk, so you don't have as much presence forward for Execration with these supports kind of behind like this.
Certainly. K-Net worth lead here for TNC as the game does continue. Whilst your Troll is still having a really nice time. Palos 36 and 15 in terms of CS. You did mention this earlier, but Bok not really emphasizing trying to slow down Palos too much because there's not much you can do up against the Troll. Now we'll just kind of trade farm with him. Armel is going to have RR running into him on the Abaddon. You've got BDZ there as well, who get in range for the Hex into the Earth Spike. But where's your temperature? Are they really going to be able to get it done? The Astral Spirit really landed. Armel will be okay, or maybe not. Yoe. That Astral Step, magic damage on top of the Beastmaster, so he will be able to escape. While top lane, Nico, chased down here by Gabby. He forced the TP right out of there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still, that is going to allow Gabby to just continue free farming himself on this Razor. All in all, though, still a very close game between these.
Not too far apart. I think the one thing that they're getting done here in TNC is because they have a Razor, they probably don't care too much about Palos' farm. Yeah, he still has a steady ride towards Battle Fury, but as long in this early timing, Gabby's just going to be able to take complete control. So as long as Gabby's also farming well, you don't really mind a free farm with a like this.
Trying going onto Bach. Nice hex set up there from BDZ. Bach gets the blood right off in time, but he should just be dead unless Armel gets in for the roar, but they have lost Bach. And they find a really nice trade onto the troll. Palos, he's going to pop the battle trap. Try and fight back onto Boomy, but there's his snowball out. And Palos really should have no way out unless the Astral Spirit does land and does. And Armel, he still manages to get the kill onto Palos. But now Armel's the one that's quite low and might just drop on the Beastmaster. He's following up in the tree line with the wild axe to be thrown out. They'll kill off RR Yoe. He can't land the Astral Step. He will miss with Yoe. He's going to tie to Boomy. Oh, and Armel. They just can't kill him. He just runs right out of there. Full top of the net worth board on this Beastmaster. And that has got to hurt Execration.
Toss so many bodies for it to try and find that counter kill, but Armel just gets the punishment off. They trade a couple of heroes. It's not bad. They're going to try to make a move on to Gabby now, at the very least.
Give it a crack. With the final split, perhaps they can get it done. Alos is there to help out, but there's just that click now from Gabby. They can continue the chase though with Nico, and Gabby has no help coming in. The Execration, realizing they can make that top rotation, do make it work, and that was a very valuable kickoff to get.
It's a good kill. They've left Gabby alone to free farm too much. Gives them some room here to get a push onto that top tier one as well. And TNC is not quite in a position to counter push on the bot lane. So it looks like it's going to be re-objective here for Execration up top. Helps open up the map a bit more, helps them stall out for Palace's Battle Fury timing. Just helps them apply some pressure. TNC, they're still rotating here at top though. Gabby actually does show up for defense here.
Does. He's going to try with the Sonic Link out on Palos.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be okay for now. Boomy. Find a way to start another team fight. Does get a great chance out onto Nico. With the blood right and the rupture. Nico forces time. They'll go for even more now. Diving in further, seeing who they can find, but it's like TNC won't get anyone else. Really nice shots there from Boomy, however. Locking down that Brewmaster.
That's the one thing with Boomy. He loves these heroes that change the layout of the map, like the Shaker, the Clockwork are among his best heroes. Tusk as well gets that job done very nicely. Boomy's been so active on the map. He just leads top. Gabby holds that lane fine. He's been so active, and you might punish him, but...
Oh, he snowballs right out. Very nice play there from Boomy. Right to the creep wave, and Execration, they aren't really able to find much so far, as we are going to have another disconnection here as they are still experiencing...
Dead.
TNC, I mean, they're 4K ahead at 10.5 minutes in, and with this draft, they're eventually going to be able to take off with this Beastmaster Ags, which, by the way, is about 2.5K gold off. In fact, never mind, it's 1.5K gold off for Armel. Then we have axes flying around.
Just a lot to deal with. Like, we've seen that spike for Beastmaster just be ridiculous across first series. Now we see it again. And Armel, I mean, he's been contested a couple of times. He hasn't died. And we've seen the committal from Execration to try and dive Armel, but TNC is also on top. They want to protect the Beastmaster, want to hit that Icon spike, and they have done a fairly good job in keeping him safe. The side of Execration, they're really just banking on a couple of things. They want Yoe to be up and running soon, and they want their 12 to be able to free farm into the battlefield. Still online, smoke out here for Execration as well. Yoe's got level 8, so there's much more damage on hand for the Void Spirit. They could look to burst Gabby once more, but he's out.
Gabby, nice TP.
You're dead.
He's gonna just make it. Know about it as well, and Yoe second off from that Astral Spirit connecting.
Dire's top tower is under
the bot lane. Carlos can be targeted. Static kick out from Gabby. Now the Raw being thrown out. Armel just locking him down. Carlos not able to get the battle trance. And look at the shards block there from Boomy. Just blocking the palming with the rupture around now onto Yoe. They are still chasing down Gabby on the Razor, but they might fall the process with Boomy. He does finally die, but now they'll turn right back around. Yoe's the one to go down to the Void Spirit. Back in onto the Brewmaster. They'll kill off Nico. Oh, there's one more left.
under attack.
They'll chase down RR. Poor old RR. He'll still be safe, I think. unless they're just going to dive tier 2 towers, and yeah, apparently they are. Bok, he's been left alone to do this by himself. Going to be able to just let RR survive a little bit longer. The TNC, they got so much out of that bot lane, and they're even going to get the tier 1 tower now.
Bottom tower has fallen.
The same story every single time TNC commits. They've got the numbers, they've got the control, they've got the damage, really good spacing out from Boomy, cutting off that path, in the free line, making it hard for them to follow up. Like,
I mean, it was a perfect
shot.
shot.
To kill. Yeah, just
see it on the replay now. Look at that shards block with the primal split. He had to walk a long way around, and it's just buying time, right? Buying time to reposition. And as I say that, there is a kill on the map right now as Yoe does kill on Bok. It really was a great team fight for TNC.
They're just finding everything. Armel, Ags flying out now. Who to travel next with a Blink? They've been playing really well with the Primal Roar, and the fact that Primal Roar is like a 90-second cooldown as well. It's so low, it's so easy to commit it. Constantly look for fights every minute and a half. Scales down in cooldown as well, so the Beastmaster just gives you so much, and I think this is definitely going to be something eyed for maybe a bit of a shadow nerf down the line, or one of those mini patch nerfs. It's just so strong. Like right now, Execration for their part, think about their team fight timing. Finger is on 160-second cooldown. Split is on a 140-second cooldown. Your fastest spell on cooldown is probably the Step on your Void Spirit, and you need more follow-up on top of that. So it just doesn't line up. TNC just can keep running you down, and they don't really need to wait for much.
You're telling me Think cooldown 160 and Step a bit longer as well, but how much is the Wild Axis cooldown?
0.
Balanced. Really?
Beautiful. Oh, and you have the Fairy Trinket as well, Mike. Look at that. 5% mana cost off.
Oh, good. I'd make the Spell Prism joke, but he has no cooldown, so there's nothing to reduce.
Or could use a reduction, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. Why not make that 0-second cooldown as well? Just screw it. Just make that the shards. Who cares? Why? Who needs a Necro?
Don't give a frog in it. Don't give him any ideas, Mike.
Sometimes I wonder.
Cooldown roar.
He's just like, yeah, we're going to remove Necrobook. It's too strong with the Beastmaster. But you know what? There's this other idea I have. This Aghanim Scepter, but it's not going to be good anyway. It's just 0-second cooldown axes. Turns out it's pretty darn good. Bit too good, in my opinion. But we'll see. I mean, the game still has a long time to go. We are 5-13. 5k net worth lead for TNC Predator. You know what I'm really intrigued by, John? The one thing I always get excited about with TNC is how they're going to show us how broken Morphling is. Right? We've seen the Morph Spirit Breaker, we've seen the Morph ES, we've seen the Morph
Beastmaster.
Both ES, by the way, the Morph Beastmaster. What's broken now? What a TNC? They're probably in the lab right now trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out what else they could break with Morphling.
Morph Beastmaster. I think D2 Bowie tweeted it out. Like, he showed a video. Just all the axes stacking up. There it is. That's what we need to see from Beastmaster Morph.
If you're listening right now, we'd love to see that for Game 2, by the way. See? I personally haven't seen the Morph Beastmaster yet, so I'd love to see it. I mean, why not? It sounds pretty strong, I'd say. You know, 4 axes flying constantly. Good.
Good God. That damage up, it's just ridiculous if you get Morph. Let's see if TNC picks it up. They've been a bit gun-shy on the Morphling because looking for past game as well. So they've kind of dipped away from that, but you never know. Still in the belt there. Always an option. TNC. They love those combinations. They're the teams that really showed up with Morphling or Chip in the major before lockdown. There's one team that will pull it out. It's definitely TNC.
Absolutely. How much longer pause goes on is it easy. Where did you say that Execration was from, John? In terms of region?
It's a bit more mixed, I think. I think Yoe might be Bisaya, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but overall, probably scattered. Maybe roughly around the same Manila area, I'm assuming. The only real geographically specific one was Adroit. Like, they were definitely just locked into Cebu, right? Like, those were the Cebuana boys. Their headquarters were in Cebu. I think the last time, what was it, BTS Pro Series 3 or 2, they were kind of locked out of Cebu because of the lockdowns, so they were stuck in Manila, and I believe they left Bach behind. Like, they all traveled back, and Bach was the one stuck in Manila. If I recall that right, that's why they had some stand-ins, because he had some issues traveling. But yeah, so for the most part, I think mainly Luzon area. Not 100% sure, but I will assume. Let's see, Skem, like in terms of the Filipino players, Skem is from Mindanao, he's from my island, he's from Zamboanga. That's it. Like everyone else is from Cebu and like Manila-ish. So yeah, kind of concentrated up there, but it is the most populated region as well, so kind of to be expected.
That geography. John, get back into the game now.
Oh,
yes.
Bit of a tidbit as well before we move on. Like, I believe, was it another player on Neon is from Davao as well. I think it's Play Hard. So there it is. He's from my city, but he's not in the city, of course, because they play in Manila.
Fair enough. Thank you for that, John. But there might be perhaps a smoke up in the mid lane as they are grouping up. And yeah, there you go. They are going to pop a smoke. TNC, obviously feeling very strong right now. You've got the Ags up on Armel. He wants to get used straight away as they start moving into that Radiant Triangle. They're going to run right into Palos, but Palos, he will back off at the right time. And instead it might be Yoe who cops all the harassment out as they just blow him up. This guy's mid-air. And you know what they could do now, John, if they wanted to, is they could go into the room. Oh, an arcane room. Oh no, you don't need the arcane. It's already a 0-second cooldown.
But the mana reduction. Mana reduction. How much does it cost now? 42 mana. The answer to life itself. 42. And look at this Roach. It's not going to be up for too long. Let's take a look now. Even the mid tower is going to be gone. And Execration. You just have no angles to contest any of this.
Oh boy. I mean, this is just the peak of balance right there. You go. There's your Aegis. Armel, he doesn't even want it. He doesn't even want it. Give it over to Gabby. Gabby, he'll come into the last second and take it off his hands. And now for your Execration, you've got to start asking yourself, how do you pull yourself back into this game? It does feel like with their drafts, everything was already answered by TNC, and for Execration, you're kind of just lacking any form of an answer right now. As you look back at Palos, and never mind him for a second, because RR's in danger now. Time going to save for a bit. The run of Atos and swap him back. Going to try for the TP play, but the snowball is going to be there from Boomy.
Under attack.
But again, we look back at Palos, John. He's still trying to farm the Battle Fury and literally just bought it.
It's not the fastest, considering his lane was fairly okay as well. It's not the ideal situation. He's been forced into a couple of fights that he doesn't really want to join. And even with this investment in the troll, like, you're still hard countered by Razor. So even if we get the itemization up on Palos, it feels like you're building up on something that's already counted.
Naked Battle Fury basically with the phase boots there. He needs to be very careful. Got no kind of defense apart from the battle trance.
And top tower is under attack.
So TNC, they're not going to find the opening. They do back out. It's not like you have anything to initiate with, like the Blink Dagger yet on Armel. He's still going to be farming that up. But they still control the whole map apart from that Radiant Triangle. So as far as TNC goes, they can just keep farming the map. Not really anything else they need to do here.
And they still hold on to the Aegis here on Gabby. Fresh one, still has a lot of time left. Looking to shove in the bot. And Execration, and they can try to invade this top jungle, and they can look to maybe shove out that top tier 2 as well. It's not amazing fast push unless Paula shows up, so you're still trading pretty unfair. You can see TNC, they're smoked up. You know where to explore, you know the movements up top, you can try to punish that push.
Radiant are scanning.
Now, Gabby's going to hang around down the bot side, but TNC are running through the mid-river now.
Nice scan.
Definitely a really nice scan there from Execration to find out the smoke, but Nico may not be lucky anyway as he gets rolled up, and he was underneath the Hawk. My god, the damage output as the pause does come out, Nico. Not a pub game, sir. Very cheeky. No, they will pause again. Looks like Yoe is having some lag issues and Palos does disconnect. yeah, bit unfortunate there for Execration. I think Nico was dead no matter what anyway, because he was underneath Hawk Vision and they were in range to get the Roar out. Definitely unfortunate timing here to lag for Execration.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Connection's not holding up well. It's been fairly rainy, at least in my part of the country as well. I'm not sure if it's rainy up north as well. That could be a factor. You know, every single time it rains, you got to ask yourself, oh, is my internet going to hold up? It's one of those things for the Philippine internet. Still, they are rotating onto Gabby in the meantime, right? So they're actually grouped up bot, and Gabby is alone, but he has Aegis. See if they have enough in the tank to kill him twice over as well.
Patience, as we do have 4 people disconnected. Indeed. They are going to reconnect soon enough, it seems. Hopefully the weather is really the cause, but... Well, then again, if the weather's not the cause of this, I can only imagine who is. Won't talk about that company for a second, though, John. We'll leave their name out of this. So it looks like Yoa is the only one left to reconnect before we can get started again. And this team fight obviously looks very bad for Execration, as you can almost guarantee that this Abaddon is going to die. Apart from that, nobody else is really around from Execration. They've all really backed off. See, they are chasing down Gabby down at the bot side. It looks like we have used up all their pause time for Execration. I don't know if TNC was joking, but I believe they can use TNC's pause time if TNC allows it.
Yeah, I think perhaps Boomy just needs to speak up again. The reconnects are coming in, though, so they're just going to wait a little bit more. Bit of a gentlemanship here. Just patience coming out. And hopefully that fixes the issues. You know, it's never nice playing with lag, and they do unpause in the end.
Mel says, no, we'll pause. Thank you very much. Gentleman Mel.
BDZ asking for that pause time, and Boomy gives the go-ahead. And
Excellent.
Boomy's like, yeah, just use it up. And Gabby's thinking, Gabby's like,
Gabby's always the cheeky one. He's always got something to say. Doesn't say yes, doesn't say no, just kind of gives you a little bit. Just lets you decide what he wants.
Yeah, Nico is saying Boomy is very friendly. Kuya Boomy is very nice. And, what was that? I believe Gabby's asking for 1K per minute of pause.
Yeah, I mean...
He's asking for some...
Well, Boomy can afford that. Clearly, the pause is happening because Boomy's got a phone call he has to take right now. I mean, we'll figure out what it was later. As RR going to be chased down by Armel. He did take down Gabby on the bot side as well, but he had an Aegis up. They are going to pop the battle trance though immediately, and they do get Gabby. So all things being said and done, not too bad for Execration.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Get the big kill. They sacrificed their offlane, sure. They sacrificed their Abaddon, not too bad of a loss. They managed to get the farm up on BDZ where he has his blink now. You've got the line with blink, you've got a lot to play with. He can follow up for Yoa or set up for Yoa. He can look to play aggressive. They don't have to worry about Aegis anymore. And the side of TNC, maybe have to reconsider just how far apart they get there. Gabby didn't even manage to clean up that bot tier 2. It's at 106 HP. Should take a little bit of a prod fall, but that objective still stands for Execration, which means they get to hold onto that bot.
Oh, Yoa. Gonna juke out the snowball from Boomy. Coming for him.
Bounty.
Mel found himself a very nice invis rune to bottle up, so see some initiations from him later on. How do you find the standing right now of Execration? Like, they are 6k behind, but I suppose maybe you can rely on your troll later on to kind of take over the game. Naturally, Palos is still not at the top of the net worth board, but he's hanging around there. He's top 3 right now. Do you have confidence that he's going to be able to pull out the late game troll?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's just so hard against a Razor. You're going to need a Lotus Orb at the least to counteract the effect of Static Link. And that's going to have to come out from somewhere. Maybe the build-up is there for Nico, but Nico's rushing the Ags right now. Once you have the Ags on the Brewmaster, the split is going to be really potent. Having that on fairly low uptime is going to be really nice to play with. TNC's going to have to watch that as it gives Execration more opportunities to fight. So it's less on Palos, more on everyone else. And you just need his Ags up on Nico to buy that space out, and you need Yoa to finish up his own Ags with a silence as well to really get control here.
Bot lane, Nico in danger. He's going to go for the primal split out and lag again. Nico, he's complaining about it. He's going to disconnect immediately. I believe it's up to TNC to pause the game, unless they could just, you know, say we're cool with it. Execration, though, definitely suffering here with their internet connection, and it's definitely very unfortunate to see. Nico, even with this primal split, it looks like he is probably going to die.
They're not that tanky. They've got enough damage to rip through. They already ripped through one Bruling. Next one's already at 145 HP. The last one's at full HP, but it wouldn't take too long. You really want to hit your count spikes to live through with your Brulings. Like, you need to hit level 20 there, and that's a long way off for Nico. Despite dodging out that initial control, we'll see if he does manage to run away here, but doesn't look very hopeful.
You have the go-ahead. Nico, he'll give it a crack. Just run, sir. Just run. There's no chance of hell buy. He even gives the buy. Oh, poor Nico. At least he has a sense of humor in these difficult times for Execration. Tier 3 tower now is going to be taken down by TNC. Slowly but surely.
Invisibility.
Be enough. Back off for a bit and look for another opportunity to get their way back in.
They pop the Invis here on RML. He's got the Roar ready to go. There are some good wards in the triangle. It's not going to be the safest rotation spot, but could just try to hunt down Palos if you're worried about the space the troll has. Yasha's up now, so he's got some more stats, some nice move speed, buffing up his right foot. Armor is good. You still need a way to break off, or if these help stop the static. And the force staff here on RR could help hold it.
Mid lane, they're going to try and go in onto Boomy. Going around for a Walrus Punch. Can he survive? Not quite. He's going to die, but TNC, they might keep trying to fight this one out as well. He ran right in. Now the Plasma Field is out from Gabby. He's looking for a static link target. There's your roar out onto Nico. Brewmaster in big trouble, but a great Earth Spike. Turn back around, but Nico is still going to die. And he does manage to pick up the kill, and well, they aren't going to quite move into that tier 2 mid tower yet. Instead, they might just try to find another hero pick off, but so they aren't going to find one. To farming for TNC.
Build up that lead, 6k up. You are still itemizing fairly fast here on Palos. SNY now up, so some status resist on hand to mitigate some of that control, and some added durability for a troll to stand in front. Still need something else. Like they need to save this 4-staff on RR for the troll, or for the Razor. Just ensure that you can 4-staff him away, break the link. That could be one way to get that done. Maybe you can spam 4-staffs here as well. Perhaps BDZ, he's queuing one up. So it looks like that's the game plan for Execration to ensure their troll will have some impact. Just multiple 4-staffs and break the static link.
Smoke up here from Execration. They do commit it. Where are we headed, though? I mean, it's very hard to evade the dire triangle like this. Boomings is in a great position to break the smoke, but they know he's there. He's under vision. Get him locked down with the Astral Spirit. Is it going to be enough? No, the swap is there in time to save the day. So Boomy, he'll save for another day. He's going to tie to Nico, but he'll get the snowball off, and now they can really start the team fight. Roar is there, onto Palos. They got the static link damage already, so he's not hitting that hard right now on the troll. But he's going to be forced to battle trans up and try to fight this one out. He does go off the bot and gets the Bloodseeker onto another now, and they found Gabby as well. A great team fight so far for Execration, but here comes Armel with a double kill with the axe to fly out. Nico, he'll throw him in the air, he'll just try to ignore the Peacemaster, but Boomy's on top, along with Tims. Nico, he's going to try and man-fight Tims.
Oh, Armel, chasing Yoa.
And Armel gets Yoa in the mid lane. Gabby gives the tip over.
Oh goodness.
These axes are so stupid. These wild, they're so stupid.
Oh, like cast range of 1,500, stack damage per. Not only are you amp your damage up as well, it's so dumb. It's
Bring
so
the
hard to
Necro
play
Creeps
against.
back, please. Bring the Necro book back.
No, Mike. This is the future now. This is the future, old man. And Execration are facing up against that future. 8k behind. The investment here on Palos. You can see he does some damage, but never feels enough. Although they catch out Boomy.
Nice pick off there onto Boomy. If they can get it, Snowball is out. Finger, not going to be thrown yet, but there it is. It easy, playing no games, does secure the kill. It is a pos 5 task after all, so not too difficult, but it was actually about 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger on that task, so had he had that up, he may have been able to find his way out of that, but Execration not to be dissuaded. They smoke up again. Into the mid lane they go. Mel, he's jumped in, but he's been baited. He's been baited by Yoe, but a great swap out. It's going to be enough, though. They just stun him up. This Beastmaster dropping low, but here comes Gabby to help out. They can't kill him. Mel's going to be just fine. He'll get the axes out right onto Nico with a rupture, forcing the primal split, and they will lose BDC first. They try to go back in onto Tims. Tims is dropping low, but so is Yoe. He's dropping very low, in fact. He does have an astral step charge. He'd be just fine to get away. Nico.
Bounty.
Gonna be alright. Or is he? That's a lot of TPs, Nico. He gets the tip. Boomy. Played with this man for long enough to know exactly what he's doing. Tip him immediately, even before he's dead.
Way too much movement coming out from TNC. Really good swaps coming out from Tims. They don't find big kills this time. Only find Nico, which, you know, it's nice. It's an off-lane Brewmaster. It doesn't feel like he's worth too much anymore. Like, he's so far behind as a core. I mean, even Tims is just nipping at his heels here in terms of net worth, so you're not getting as much there, but you're still slowing down the momentum of Execration. You're not able to find your big cores as well. And it allows them to maybe take more control over Roche. It's 20 seconds away. TNC will definitely be eyeing that one, and so will Execration. You don't want to give away a free Ag Shard. Can help it. They are just keeping position and trying to keep control in the triangle, but Boomy's already planting some really nice forward wards here.
Yoe is going to run right into bot, gets Assimilate. Resonant Pulse for Boomy, he's in with the Walrus Punch. It does land and lock him down long enough. They've got the Rupture out. He will step away from it, but he's going to be very careful. Now the amount of damage he does take from the Rupture. In goes Armel to lock him down and secure the kill. They go in for more now. RR going to be in danger. On the Abaddon.
The instructions are
forced off away, but it's not looking great for him. Still to follow up. They've even caught out Palos. The buyback from Yoe is going to force back TNC now. Side of Execration go right back in. Onto Tims and Boomy. Getting both so far. And they even found Armel on the Beastmaster. And they'll get another. Great buyback from Yoe and TNC unwilling to fight with that buyback committed. Fortunately for TNC, they do get punished heavily.
Yeah, it's a really great fight for Execration, turning it around. There's not much sustain here from TNC. So as these fights drag on, they don't really have heals to play with. Once Armel drops low, he is low. Got to watch that. Have no real way of saving him beyond Snowball. And really mistimed it for TNC. Roche is up, and Palos just starts digging in. It's 3 key items on your way if TNC can't fight.
And it will be. It's a bit of a wraparound. Gabby's running in. Roshan is pretty low. Gabby, he pops his BKB up, but it is a little bit too early as Yoe is going to jump right back in. Nico, he's there as well. BDZ with the Earth Spikes, but here comes Boomy to blow up BDZ, but Palos, he's back into the Roshan pit. It's very low with a swap out Tims. He may have saved the day, Tims. Can he pick up the Aegis? Not quite Palos. He does manage to pick it up. And now they can definitely find the Execration. They go back onto the Vengeful Spirit. Just going out, Tim's still somehow alive, but will eventually die in another pause. What an immediate unpause. As RR resumes, pauses again. Another disconnection now from Palos. BDZ's lost the plot. I'm not sure if you can translate that, John. It's a complete mess right now in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But I love it, John. It's a classic Rambula. That's what we want to see.
It is. Sobra just means it's too much. It's too much lag right now. And I don't know if you spotted it. The cheese and the shard were grabbed by TNC. So Tim's lived for a little bit longer. He ate the cheese immediately. You've got the shard sitting right now on Bach, so they can hand it off if they want to. They do have the Aegis on Execration, and sure, but they've lost a lot of value in that road. Like, that shard is such a big bump up. cheese as well. Would have been really nice to have in a secondary core. Palos is dropping low. He does have the battle trance ready to go, but he's static linked up. There are no force staffs available right now, so if he's not careful, he's just going to be stuck there with no damage.
Execration are going to try their best to reconnect in the allocated pause time of TNC. See TNC having no internet. Very, very nice. And Execration, they can reconnect in this game because they are slowly making a bit of a comeback, right? Like it's not guaranteed, but Palos is top of the net worth board, and these last few team fights have sort of been leaning the waves of Execration.
Yeah, they've been very disciplined with their spacing out. They've been really disciplined with force staff use as well. They just want to drag Palos away from Gabby. And for the most part, in a couple of these fights, Gabby only saps away, 30 damage? Not much. So a pretty long cooldown here as well in the static link, so it's not like you want to just have a little damage. You really need to maximize every single use of that spell. And it can get a bit tricky down the line. So you have to watch that. Respect the fact that Execration have ways of approaching this game, and you have to respect that even Yoa, like if he jumps in, catches Armel out, if you take out that Beastmaster early on, he doesn't get to do damage. Like, he needs to be alive very long in these fights to stack up the wild access damage. And in a couple of these fights where Execration wins, they usually start that by taking out Armel first. And again, they've got the mobility on hand. Yoa can jump the back line, they've got the blink in the line, isolate the Beastmaster from behind, and even with the BKB here, or Armel, like, if he's surrounded by 4 or 5 heroes, he's still pretty much dead.
Palos is asking about the pause time that is left. I don't know how much pause time TNC want to give over, but it sounded like they were happy to give all of it. Find out very, very soon. They're just constantly reconnecting, but I guess they just can't find a stable kind of...
sense a connection.
I don't really know how to word it, but I guess it's just not very stable when they connect.
Yeah, maybe looking for a stable line to the server. It's just constant, though. Like, there's something up. Maybe time to kill off the team router, get hard reset, turn it back on, check for spiders, as you would know, Mike.
Yeah,
how are spiders doing, Mike?
Spiders are very warm right now, John. We're hitting winter. They've got themselves, they've set up their home on my modem. But it is a very effective kind of network, John. It's working very nicely for me. No disconnections so far.
Yeah.
My wife has been complaining non-stop about it, I must admit. But I told her
it's the web.
It's
the web.
it's their home now, John. I can't. I'm not going to interfere with the spiders in their house. Have it. Just have to maybe burn it after we're done with it. So we do have to go ahead. See what happens in this team fight. I mean, it is a 2-0 so far. Armel's going to respawn, but they've caught Gabby in the Razor. Snowball is out. A great snowball save from Boomy. Right to the high ground. And I'll tell you what, if there's one person that's really stuck out today, it is Boomy. A really nice task.
He's just been on point, saving his team, setting up, just every single time, cutting off the right part of the map at the right time. And this is something the panel talked about at some point. Like, everything feels a little bit more narrow. So here's like Tusk, here's like Shaker, even Clockwork, all can block off really nicely. And these are all Boomy heroes. So in a way, these map changes are Boomy buffs almost, as he loves just blocking ways, blocking paths, and had a fantastic time so far. Execration, and they still hold on to the Aegis. They didn't lose too much there. They did drop the cheese and the shard, but not the biggest loss in the world. Wondering who they passed that on to. Really see it consumed by anyone just yet.
See.
Oh, it's on Armel. He gets the free Wild Hawk dives. He doesn't have to spend a 1-4 gold. Oh, more utility coming out for the piece.
Gonna jump in onto the Abaddon now. Forced off the way, it looked like. Through the borrowed time, he's going to be just fine. Armel, he's still trying to chase him down. Raw is going to connect, and they will secure the Abaddon kill. With that, they're looking towards that tier 2 mid tower again, as Gabby will get started. It shouldn't be too difficult of a task either. Gabby's just going to be perfectly fine to try and finish this off, but Palos
Dire's top tower is under
start
attack.
moving in slowly. Nowhere is in. Astral Spirit does connect. Now the battle trance being popped, and another pause. I mean, the swap's nice. Boomy, he's a bit frustrated, it looks like. I'm sure everyone is. We should be good to go again. And we will. They know where Gabby is. He's stunned up for a little bit longer, but it looks like he's going to go back into the team fight now. With the static links back onto Palos. They'll get the Aegis. Primal split was there from Nico. Tornado going to be committed onto Boomy. He blinks right out of there. Boomy, he's fine. Nice shards block to boot, and he's just right. He can't capitalize on anything here, Execration.
It's a really big win for TNC, taking out the Aegis. You don't have that failsafe anymore for Palos. They forced out the use of Primal Split, but there's an Ags on Nico, so cooldown's not too bad. I mean, he can start to save up for charges at the least as well. So there's still some uptime here for Execration to play with. TNC though, knowing that all these big spells are off, you smoke up.
See what happens. Their cooldown is just so low, they can just keep going back in and Yowie. He's going to break the smoke, but it might be too late. He's trying to initiate. He's just simulate back out, but now the swap is there. Onto BDZ. They want the Lion first. Get rid of all those disables. He's just trying to run. BDZ is pretty safe, but now the shards block. Boomy once again, making it very hard to escape as they will throw everything onto BDZ, but he's still not dead. He'll survive for a little bit longer. Eventually, though, Armel does get the kill. Boomy does go down, but does fight back. Abby's still killing off Yoel. Onto Palos. Execration, they have 2 heroes down with that buyback. Might be about that time to try and go high ground. They even have a siege trip there, TNC.
They have so many tools on hand left. Palos has to be so cautious. There's only 1 force staff up because they've only got 1 support up. It's all an RR to ensure that Gabby doesn't Gabby close. Even then, standing so far back.
Oh, great swap in onto Palos, and that's your troll gone. He can buy it back. I don't really know what he can do with it, as now even Nico's being caught out again by a great shard swap there from Boomy. Might be able to run himself out anyway. We'll lose RR instead. That'll be a mid-rack's gone. Tarmel continues to try and snipe away with these axes. Tier 3 bot tower.
There's just nothing to be done here. Execration. Respawns are coming out for Yoa as well, so maybe as a group of 3 they can go in. They've got the split, but they're going to be bleeding out these 2 set of racks. The top lane still protected, tier 1 still stands, so it's not mega creeps. They're looking bleak here for the Radiant side as TNC just keep that aggression going.
They're out of there now, TNC, just cleaning up the mid racks before they do leave. Oh, never mind, they smoked up, it's a fake. They're just making their way out as they swap in Nico, and Nico was just not safe. Easy debate there from TNC. Now again, they can't really capitalize on anything because there is still that tier 1 and top tier 2 tower at the top lane. But I guess an extra kill never hurts.
Yeah, freebie, you'll take it. Roche is still about 3 minutes away until we find out when the respawn is, so they can't transition into that directly, but they can start setting up on these outer towers. Tier 1 top, not going to hold for long. Tier 2 top, also not going to hold too long here. And TNC just widening the gap. 17 to 34, 16k up at 15 minutes in. Execration, things are looking dicey. Palos is trying to save up for a Satanic now. He's got the Thatcher on for control. They've got 2 force staffs, 1 each on each support. So there are some angles they can approach here, but they're going to have to give this outer objective. There's no fight there.
Tower has fallen.
Tier 3 top tower they go. Gabby still has that DB rune. He needs to activate it, now does. To make things that much easier here for TNC. I'm going to jump in Yowie. Try to start onto Gabby, but they want to roll out immediately onto Palos. Just so hard to fight into this as now Yowi's been caught out. He will have to step and just TP away, but no, he will not get out. Armel will secure the kill, and now they just dive. BDZ trying to run, he's going to be just fine. They try to go in again here, Palos. Trying to fight Armel. to throw axes at them. Now they'll turn right back around with the static link in. Earthspike is there with the battle trance. Now there's the battle trance out onto Gabby, but they roar him up with the snowball initiation as well. And Palos, he can't really do anything. He will just die, and they will just continue swapping more and more heroes in. And it'll be a very easy Game 1 victory here for TNC Predator.
Yeah, there was some fight coming out from Execration. And for a while there, as long as they isolated RML, felt like they could clean up the rest of the heroes. And they were building the right way into supports. 4 stabs. For a while there, as long as they isolated RML, felt like they could clean up the rest of the heroes, and they were building the right way into supports. 4 staffs on hand to try to break the static link. Just didn't pan out, and a couple of those fights just fell apart for Execration's end.
Well, let's head back to our very handsome panel and see what they had to think about this Game 1.
Took a while to get here. There was some technical issues, but we're here now. And TNC, as we predicted, given the draft, it was a tough game for that Troll Warlord.
But just barely.
Just barely.
They had a couple of pretty big mistakes that they can't allow themselves to make against like the other top teams here. So.
A little unfortunate that disconnects plagued the game, and we didn't really see clean Dota coming from either one of these two teams. And like Black said, TNC, it wasn't always quite sure that they're taking.
I expected a little more.
Yeah, I expected cleaner execution from them versus Execration. After all, Execration was almost eliminated, almost relegated.
They just beat Neon in the grand final, and now they're starting against Execration.
And it was a grand final that's pretty important for SCA. It's one of the biggest tournaments down there, so biggest, I believe, even yearly tournament on LAN. So interesting that they struggled so much versus Execration that was also plagued by disconnects. Obviously, the game always felt in their control, but you're playing versus this Troll versus Void Spirit, and your cores don't necessarily scale as well, right? Like you have Beastmaster, you have Razor. If Troll gets big enough, you should be able to take it, but
you have anything like if Troll kills the Razor there at the Roche Pit, like he doesn't get saved by the Tusk, I think the game is gonna go in a completely different direction. Yeah, Boomy there probably saved the game for TNC. Yeah. And if that didn't happen, maybe Troll gets one more item, like a Daedalus, suddenly too much damage coming out from him, even through the drain, and then suddenly you're in a bad spot on TNC. Like you can't allow yourself to make these mistakes.
Their draft might have been a little bit too cute for their own good. It obviously did work out in this game, but...
did you end up finding why they picked the Bloodseeker? Why Bloodseeker, as opposed to the vast other majority of carries that are more popular?
We have seen Bloodseeker on the offlane work against Spirits. We have seen this in the Singapore Major. We've seen the offlane Bloodseeker with the Atos and a little bit more control, and you control any sort of Restore, Member, Void Spirit. They all struggle versus this, but there are probably better options. You're also playing into the Panda and into the Troll, so it does have some power in a matchup such as this one. Is it the best offlaner? In my opinion, right now, definitely not.
Yeah, and with this new Beastmaster Aghanim Scepter, I feel like a lot of teams. He's not as good of a pusher as he used to be because he doesn't have Necrobook, but Inner Beast is still amazing at taking objectives. But TNC were so kill hungry, I felt, that they were just looking for fights as opposed to systematically grouping up and being like, okay, we have an advantage, we have a net worth advantage, we have Brewmaster split us down, now's a good time to take towers, but they just felt kind of disconnected.
Yeah, maybe it's also a little bit of a problem with the itemization on the Razor. I would have loved to see an Aghanim Scepter just to be able to push the towers much faster. He chose to not go for that, which I think in a lineup like this, where you're on somewhat of a timer, like this item timing can really just break the game for you. which they didn't go for it. Still ended up winning, so works out. But as I said, if they play against like a top tier 1 team in SEA, they're gonna be struggling if they perform like this.
And it wasn't even so much the cores that were keeping them in the game. It was Boomy on his Tusk, who I think deserves the MVP.
Yep, well played. As I said, that game-winning snowball at the Roche.
The snowball and the shards to block off the stairs.
Yeah.
Tims as well had a couple of pretty good swaps throughout the game, saving his scores. Also almost snatching that Aegis. He swaps the
Got
troll,
slaps.
gets into the pit, instantly gets bashed twice by Roshan. It's like the worst scenario possible when you're trying to make that play. But
He did get the cheese and the shard at least.
he got the shard for sure. Did he get the cheese?
He
Yeah,
ate,
he ate
the
right away.
cheese and then he put the shard in his inventory.
Okay, so it's 2 out of 3. It's perfect.
Yeah, but not a 3 out of 3.
No, not 3 out of 3. You have to step it up, things like those bars ain't gonna fill themselves, you know. The player evaluation.
Also, the
once-
Boomy bar, did you see the damage it was there?
Yeah.
Tiny speck.
It's not his job. His job is to prevent the enemy damage.
We're here to down to
Right. There's always room for improvement, which is why I want to see what these teams are capable of. In game number 2, we're going to jump to a quick break, but when we return, more TNC versus Execration. Secret Labs. Game number 1 of Execration versus TNC. It was spotty, but apparently Execration are looking into fixing their internet, so hopefully that will be fixed for game number 2. As for the draft for game number 2, maybe fix that first phase troll. Don't really know if that's the way to go if you don't ban out the Razor.
Yeah, don't want to leave yourself open. Such an opening.
Yeah.
Opening.
Open opening. That was instantly shut down and closed by the Razor.
It's like a samurai battle, you know? Like, one guy's like, the other
Yeah,
guy's
he's
like,
already raising the sword, and the other guy's already stabbed him in the chest.
Exactly. It's like that. I feel you can't even open up like that, right? If you have to have the last pick of the first stage.
if you have first pick, you can do it.
Yeah,
If you have second
exactly.
pick, you can't.
You can, because you're going to lose that battle. Razor will be picked up, and if you ban it, then they can pick it as well, right? So you're in a pretty weak spot.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the justification because it was Troll, good carry, and Abaddon, kind of a counter to Beastmaster, but is new Beastmaster not so much because it's not about the roar, it's about the axe.
He was even roaring the Abaddon.
Yeah.
It was like he was mocking him for fun. Yeah, he roars him. He roars him, Abaddon pops his ulti, and then he just continues smashing those axes. Beastmaster is the new, well, you know how they make those memes about bristleback and how players are literally just
mashing
two buttons.
At least you have to mash two.
Two buttons. Beastmaster is easier. You just mash one button and that's it.
And not as fast either.
Yeah, you get some
true.
time. That's
So you're telling me you have to use Quick Cast for Beastmaster? Pressing mouse one takes too much time.
okay, mouse and
Are you not a Quick Cast player?
I'm not a quick cast.
Ooh, as a Meepo player, you're not a Quick Cast player.
Yep, never.
Really? Black?
My Meepo skills are without quick cast.
How about you? Are you Quick Cast?
Of course.
You had to be like converted though, because War 3 never had that.
I was converted, yeah. Actually, I didn't use Quick Cast until last year.
Really?
Yeah.
What convinced you? You're playing some punk or
last
something?
No, my teammate was like, I tested out, you're going to be much faster. I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I was so much faster.
Of course.
Yeah, it's like you literally just save and click every time. Like, I probably lived a billion times because they just instant blink out rather than having to click again.
I don't know, but I play like a lot of Clockwork, and I would feel very, very unpleasant having Quick Cast hook shot.
But you get used to it because, like, you can still cancel it, right? Like, you can.
Yeah, but I like seeing the range indicator.
All right.
I like seeing whenever that green line for a hook shot, I'm like, okay, this is how far I can
So
go.
he's one of those guys that can't play Void with Quick Cast. He's like, how big is my chrono? Oh, sorry.
It got buffed.
I've introduced many previous panelists to the horrors of my settings. Let me introduce you as well. Not only am I not playing with Quick Cast, because I liked playing micro-intensive heroes, and in Warcraft 3, Control 1 was always like the first control group on the 1, right?
Yes.
For some reason, my items are Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3.
What is the some reason?
I just wanted to have the items on 1, 2, 3, but I also had control groups there. So I justified Alt 1 for the first item, Alt 2 for the second. So if I want to use an item, I need to press Shift Alt 1. To, let's say, the old...
Were you a Han player?
No,
I think a couple of pro players have that too. Like,
there's a couple.
Alt Q, Alt W.
Yeah.
There's a couple, but none of them are fast. Like you can't be.
Because in Han, I know a lot of people's item hotkeys were on Alt, and so they would do like Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3, or whatever, Alt W, Alt Q, and then coming into Dota, Like especially with legacy keys. There's so many legacy. Are you legacy, Black?
No.
QWR.
Dude, you totally converted. That's incredible for a veteran player.
It's just like it's so much faster.
Agreed.
Everything just is so much faster. Like that's all you have to say about it. Faster.
What about smart auto attack? Smart auto attack is like it'll wherever you put like your left A click, it'll find whatever's in the closest area next to it. Whereas normal
so you
attack
mean like
move,
if you just A move somewhere, it's detect the closest target? You mean?
so if you normal A move, it attacks whatever's closest to your hero. Smart attack move attacks whatever's closest to the cursor.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
Yeah.
I don't use it. That's a bit too advanced for me. I'm a boomer.
I didn't even know that option existed.
Yeah. I'm a boomer. I really am. And the worst thing is, I recognized that like my settings and not using AutoCast was pretty bad for me, right? It's like it's putting you on a disadvantage.
Yeah, change it.
I tried changing it, and then I was like,
it's gonna take you 2 or 3
I
weeks.
like my MMR way too much.
You have to lose a little to earn a little.
Yeah. I probably dropped about 1,000 before I got used to it.
Wow.
Like I blinked in with Axe. I wanted to blink in with Axe, but I couldn't because I had one more button to press, and then suddenly I just called the air before I blinked in. It's gonna take some getting used to. And my teammates are like, "What are you doing, man?"
Learning.
Sorry, bro. I just switched
the
my
worst
settings.
thing for me is Tsunami. Let me test this. Do
Yeah.
you know what hotkey is? You're American. You only use English.
What, you use some Dvorak keyboard
No,
or something?
I'm just asking. Do
The
you know what
Y&Z?
hotkey is
AZERTY?
to switch the language on the keyboard? Do you know the hotkey?
Is it Control Alt?
Nah, but you're close.
It doesn't use the Windows hotkey?
Shift Alt?
It's Shift Alt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And Shift Alt obviously for me is to precast something, right? To Shift Q a movement.
Okay,
Shift
yeah.
Alt 1.
Yeah.
So every time I would Shift Q a barrow strike, I would also change my keyboard to Russian or something, and then my hotkeys would be even more messed up because the letters are all switched up.
That's true.
It's not the greatest.
Yeah, that's why I gotta go to Zoomers, man. Go switch.
For anyone concerned right now, currently Execration's sorting out their internet, so to preserve the integrity, we're giving them some time to figure it out, so we're not just wasting your time talking about hotkeys, although you should review your hotkeys. You should review your settings. There's a lot of great options, like you use auto right-click. Whenever I started having to fight over bounty runes, I use
Auto right-click?
repeat right-click or
But
whatever.
that is still slower than manual clicking, though.
They nerfed it, but it's still like.
Wait, what is that? How do you do
No,
that?
like you just keep your
You
right
just
click
keep
pressed,
right
you go
And
to
it
rest.
keeps right-clicking it for
But
you.
it's a lot slower, like
Yeah.
half the speed. Like I go like when I really want to have a battle, like I take one, like I take the mouse in my left hand, I go like
Dude, that's the Mario Party strat.
I never lose. Except against Ice as Ice because we kind of developed a strategy together.
Oh, no.
So we both just stand.
I used to be a bass player, so my two fingers are really fast
Okay.
already. Played metal and whatnot. It's like some 200, 300
Dude, we
BPM
should
or
have
what.
a button mashing contest.
We should, yeah.
So this was, I don't lose bounty room, but
Like tug of war, like fast.
I'm curious. Okay. What about directional move? If you use like
Only on
for
certain heroes.
Shadow Fiend, I use it.
Yeah.
Because you gotta land those races.
Wind Ranger 2, so you can stop attacking laser targets.
You can. They changed that though. If you hit the stop key now, she'll stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on focus fire.
it's a nice quality of change for her. Even though I didn't play a lot of Wind Ranger, I love buying Blade versus them. Like when they changed,
Or just pick a Centaur.
Yeah, or Centaur. Yeah.
it felt good. It felt good seeing Wind Ranger unable to do anything about that. You know, like you're a clockwork. You get her, you blade mail, you cog in, and
But usually
watch her
she
die.
runs after you, but then you run after her.
Yeah,
and she's the one
exactly.
But she can't. She's still looking at you. Apparently, if you hit the patrol hotkey, she would stop, and so you could move by patrolling, and she wouldn't attack.
There's like so many weird.
That's,
Yeah,
it's
it
so
was really
interesting
weird.
because patrol in Warcraft, what it would do is it would
take
patrol, but the
anything.
moment there's a target, it would attack it.
It's kind of like an A move, except you don't walk back.
Wait, but I thought patrol is just movement.
No,
I thought
patrol
hold-
is mo-
Patrol,
patrol is
means something comes to your attack range, you attack.
you attack
Oh.
it, but you'll continue moving after it's dead.
Oh, okay. No, and here in
Warcraft.
Dota, yeah, patrol is just movement.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Are you sure about that?
I use it for illusion heroes.
Do you
Whenever
have
I pick-
auto attack on?
No.
Well,
So
then
maybe that's the
why.
reason.
Okay. I see.
Because
But if you play a lot of hero heroes like Naga and stuff, you need auto attack.
I just attack the move all the time.
that's also doable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Auto attack is still.
But that takes like an extra.
I don't claim to be
Just saying.
an authority on
You gotta
Max MMR strategies.
You gotta be as efficient as possible with the clicks, you know.
It's
Like,
true.
just because I'm fast doesn't mean I can't be fast.
True.
Yeah. Like Arteezy is still using legacy keys. Maybe would have won that major if he did.
And having to reach all the way to that keyboard for
Dude,
Razor.
it's not easy. It's actually,
What are Razor's legacy keys?
I don't even know.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
maybe if he switched, he wouldn't use that spell with the Razor. He wouldn't get Carapest.
Yeah.
You know?
He's like, oh guys, I just switched my hotkeys. Luckily I didn't plasma field.
Exactly. I didn't plasma field. I didn't get Carapest.
Hey,
They literally lost the major in that situation.
I know, it was brutal.
Kaka is like, he's gonna plasma field. Why didn't you plasma? Oh, sorry.
Exactly. God, Arteezy next level play didn't
Five
plasma
head,
field.
dude.
Yeah.
I was like, why did you plasma field there? Were you in Kaka's head? No, that's my hotkey.
It's my hotkey.
Kaka's like,
You gotta confuse the enemy, man. That's like
It's a mental game.
It's a mental
No Tail
game.
said it. Dota's a sick mental game.
exactly just play worse than you usually would use them
on purpose.
on purpose.
I do that every game.
It actually works like a surprising amount of times. Like you play really bad, suddenly the enemy's like, what is happening? They can't adjust to the situation, and suddenly they just don't know what to do.
I mean, that's definitely what happened in the finals, right? IG, they played pretty badly first two games. Suddenly, question mark changes it all.
They probably ask themselves the question mark, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Why am I picking
Why are we
Faceless
in this
Void
existence?
in this game?
Why am I 0-8 with Void?
I think it was on the interview as well. What did they say? Something like, okay, so what changed in the second game? Oh, we watched EG and we realized we have to play like a team. Oh, really?
To go up into the grand finals to realize that.
we have to play as a team. Yeah, that's some.
But it was a very
top-tier
interesting
insight.
shift, right?
Yeah.
Like it was like EG here, IG here, but as the series progressed, it went like,
Yeah.
They did.
yeah. Then at the end, we see like supernova black holes and stuff. Like they will never forget that.
Poor Shrimp, bro.
Shrimp Pro is
The worst thing is, like, some of those black holes were so unfortunate because he was under vision. Like, he's running under.
they outplayed him so hard.
They outplayed him, but vision is what made it
of
really
course.
happen. Because you see that black hole coming, you see that element.
And yet here we are with Beastmaster not being nerfed. Although his shard, you can't micro the Hawk anymore. Although last game they got the shard on the... Did they get it last game? Or was it in the first series? They got one of these series with every single game having Beastmaster had a shard, and it was
Usually
Suicide Hawks.
Stand and get another axe going, or two even, depending on how close you are to the target.
Yep.
It's a lot of damage. Like the shard is not bad at all. Like even though they took away the
Micro on the Hawk.
micro, I think
but you
they
can't-
increased the duration by
I,
one.
you know, as a player that has the hotkeys as I do, I can't. I'm too busy casting the axes.
It's true. My Q button's all taken up.
It's exactly.
Are you using legacy keys also?
No, I'm not touching.
So there's a Q, left click.
Is there
Q, left click?
Is there maybe a Q, like auto Q, like auto right clicker,
Oh,
auto
man.
Qer,
They-
so I can just auto
true.
access?
I think there's some. Oh, I didn't mean that Q. I was like, I thought you meant Dota queuing.
No.
no.
It's keyboard queuing.
Because there's like a Dota app that's the Q
Yeah,
from
I've
the
seen
bathroom.
So I'm
Or you can just put something
look,
on your enter key.
I'm streaming and like every time I go to a bathroom break or whatnot, I'm still queuing. And there's I get popped up like every time. The moment I leave, I get the accept.
Yeah,
the chat is always like, "Oh my god, accept."
Now you need to put the enter. You need to put your phone on the enter.
Yeah.
What I did is I lied to them that whenever someone writes accept in the chat, it accepts. And meanwhile, I'm just like off camera pressing it.
How's the mouse moving? You guys are controlling it.
No, just press enter, you know.
Oh, okay.
Where's the hand coming from? Is it you? No. Oh, where? What hand?
Where's the game coming from? I'm sure is where most people are asking. Don't worry, we have 10 players in the lobby.
Full lobby. Yeah.
We are making progress, friends. You guys want a real game? I want a real game. I want to see what happens when a team fight happens and someone isn't mid-walrus punch.
I mean, for these times here, we should have two computers set up here and just 1v1 each other.
Yeah, we could do that actually.
Yeah, sure. They're literally just right in front of us, one PC there, one there, and we have one caster for
Is
the game.
1v1 even cool anymore in
Yeah,
the
it
mid
is.
lane?
But
We can at least
I
smash.
mean,
the
When
bounty.
does a 1v1
No
even
bottles
end?
allowed.
The
no
bounty,
bottles. Okay.
the bounty rune 1v1. Who's gonna get the bounty rune?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Let's have a mashing contest.
BO11.
Sure.
So make sure you need endurance too. Like
You
just
do?
power alone doesn't help.
You know,
power,
you know all
sure.
about the difference between sprints
need
versus marathons.
I do, yeah. I'm gonna be able to click fast.
You need
and
a strategy
long.
too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
I'm preparing
Like,
already.
there's no way you can outclick me if I do my thing. Unless you do the thing too.
You don't even know what my strat is. So.
You literally said you're just clicking, but I'm clicking plus strat. Like I'm tilting the mouse 90 degrees, 45 degrees, sorry. I hold it, grab it.
Wait, you're actually holding the mouse in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Out on the table sometimes, depending on how I feel.
yeah, but you're gonna miss the bounty.
No, why? Just hold it stable. Like you just.
Yeah, the mouse has nothing to move off of, so your cursor's not going to go anywhere.
Alright, sure.
I think Black's onto something. I mean, he developed it with Eyesight Slicer, crying out loud.
Dude, we never lost the boundary.
Was that before or after you practiced black holes?
I'm not gonna take any part in this. You wanna take over?
No, I'm just kidding.
I need more
Now
information on the
just kidding.
Chinese memes.
Like, you could already see Ice's ghost face come up behind his head.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
He's like, what?
Young Daryl's coming for you.
Ooh, yikes.
Okay,
Shouldn't have said that.
we attempted to get in the lobby.
It did work.
It
for 1
worked
second.
briefly.
Then we got
I,
thrown back
I
out.
swear, you guys, I want this game just as badly as you do.
No, you don't. You like hearing stories from me?
Tell me a story, Black.
I don't know how much time we have. Is the problem.
We have all the time in the world, let me tell you.
Okay. I'm gonna give you like a 2 minute story.
Sure.
So I was buying groceries, right, in Germany still.
Okay.
And my neighbor has one of these automatic garage gates. You know, like with the remote, you go like up and down. Yeah. So like he left the house, and I was just walking past, and I'm like, hi. But I was noticing that like he backed off his car out of the garage. He was about to leave, right?
Okay.
And then as the gate went down, I ran into the garage. I rolled in. And then he's like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
He opens the garage again. He runs after me. But I already walked out of the front.
He left it unlocked?
Out of the front door. No, I unlocked it because I was inside the house. Then I juked him.
What possessed you to do this, even?
I just had like this moment of revelation. I was like, that sounds pretty funny. Let's do it. And the guy was so mad, dude.
What did you do with the groceries? Did you combat roll while holding the bags?
No. I left the bags like on the floor there.
So you left the bags in front of the garage, you rolled into the garage and left on out the front door?
Yeah. Like
Wait, front door of the garage?
No, front door of the house.
So you
He
ran through his
the
house.
So the door is here, right? The garage is here. I went,
Ran over, slapped the wife, kicked the dog, ran out the front door, and was like, all right, this has been a fun little experiment that I've run.
How well are you acquainted with this neighbor?
I'm not.
Never
well.
met him in his life.
I'm not super well. Like we exchanged some words.
Pleasantries, like good day,
Yeah, something like that.
Guten Tag.
He was so mad.
Never got a good day after that.
Dude, he was actually so mad. But
He definitely strikes me like a sort of a person that would do that, you know, like just for the hell
Just
of
for the
it.
memes.
dude, it was so. He never expected that to happen, dude.
No one expects that to happen. Why would you ever expect a kid to roll through your garage?
How old were you?
Like 20.
Oh my god! The story gets worse and worse with each detail.
It was a good time for me.
Cool.
It was a great story. You know why it was a great story? Because we got a draft
Ooh,
out of
let's
it.
go.
Excellent work, Black.
Thank you. That's why I'm getting paid the most.
Roll in through the draft.
So what band? Beastmaster first band. Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Execration paying their analysts very well to recognize what the
Probably
problem
had
was
to
in their
crunch the
draft.
numbers on that one.
I'm surprised they even got it through after the first series. Maybe they didn't watch that.
Maybe I didn't watch.
You just prepare on your own. TNC as well. Let's see. Will they ban out Yayo?
Yes.
That Prophet
TNC
Puck banned out.
Predators
We're
turn
back
to
to the
pick.
major once again.
Beastmaster, though.
These teams, they need to let... But Beastmaster as well banned out. Also picked in the major a lot.
But in the first phase, no, right? Usually second phase.
It was banned out versus Ice. Like,
of
a
course.
lot.
And you may see Execration drafting a little bit faster than you'd think, because they did get a penalty for taking so long. So minus 110
10
seconds reserve time.
remaining.
110.
And you have how many?
I think you only have
That's
2
it.
minutes to begin with.
Yeah.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
10, right? I believe. Whatever.
Clock's
Well,
ticking regardless.
At least, you know.
Oh.
First game,
Red team
80 seconds to draft, the first pick. Now they're gonna be.
of
It's like, hurry up, guys.
TNC with the IO.
Kari-Io.
Kari Io, exactly.
Yeah, Kari-Io. Or maybe support.
Oh, why not Kari?
Nope. Don't you dare.
We have seen
Don't
the
you
support
dare,
win at the
Black.
major. We've seen it.
Yeah, and it lost all but
10
one game.
seconds
Well, he wasn't
remaining.
part of the panel.
You weren't
He
part of the
doesn't-
panel, Black.
He doesn't know about your strife.
I had many a
5
rant.
seconds remaining.
I'll send you the VODs, Black.
I saw some things. I heard some things. I imagined some things.
I bet you did. That's what troubles me the most.
Quap and Io. This already puts most likely
Dire
that
team ban.
Io before. I like to see Io more with that Prophet mid lane, something similar, something tanky.
Banned,
Maybe
unfortunately.
Slardar offlane. Exactly, they banned it themselves.
Yeah, and Quap just a response to Tusk. You're unkillable pretty much unless you use your blink. Like
10
them.
seconds remaining.
Level 1 got changed, not the most recent patch on
TNC
Blink.
Predators
Or the
turn
scaling
to
got
ban.
changed on
Yeah, scaling
Quad
and
Blink.
cooldown.
Yeah, and the
Like lower
cooldown.
cooldown but lower range.
It doesn't
as well.
matter. He's not
Team
going to
ban.
roll on you 24/7 in the mid lane. He's going to use
That's
that
what
shot
they
once
think.
and then you
Predators
roll.
turn to
Yeah,
dire
we
team
talked about
ban.
these 4 positions. They don't know what to do. They're like, go mid? Why would I bother going mid when they're full HP, full mana constantly with the bottle spam?
It just makes your rotation so much worse. As a position 4 when you're a Tusk and you're playing versus a Quap, Puck, any sort of a hero with mobility.
Yeah.
Because you
10
don't have that
seconds
natural
remaining.
flow. I'm going to go mid, then come back.
I feel like we might see it at
5
some
seconds
point where
remaining.
like just both of the enemy supports will just secure both runes and they just really want to screw up the mid laner.
TNC Predators turn
And
to
then
ban.
they also try to contest the bounty rune. I think something that can definitely happen where the enemy mid laner just gets so screwed over by the supports that
By the way, was the math done on bounty runes? Like because
It's
not-
less.
it's less, right?
much less. I mean the bounty runes give less and they spawn less, right?
But they
They
spawn on
bumped
the
up the
10
GPM,
seconds.
though.
They, yeah,
remaining.
they
They
spawn,
bumped up the GPM,
they
yeah.
spawn on the first 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You get one on 3
5
minutes, then you
seconds
get
And
remaining.
0 minute.
and of course on 0
The
minute
zero
you
is
get
still
2.
the 4, yeah.
Yeah.
On 0 minute you get 2.
Yeah.
Then on 3rd minute you get 1. Then on the 6th minute you
get
get
one.
1.
Yeah.
And also they don't disappear, right? Like you get
Also
2
true.
bounty runes.
I think they only did that though because they know new patch people don't know. They're not good with numbers. No Dota player is. They're definitely gonna forget to pick them up once
Predators
or twice.
turn to
Also, we haven't really seen very much late game, but I think, like, you know, come, like, 60 minutes, there's, like, a team that's been on the enemy side of the map, and then there's probably, like, 5 bounty runes that have accumulated on their side because they just haven't gone back yet.
Yeah, we can maybe see a smoke out from the team losing, you know? Just
pick up
bounty.
all
Dude,
the
you
bounty.
could, yeah, I'm
Go on a
hyped to see a
bounty hunt.
buyback,
10 seconds
a bounty hunt,
remaining.
exactly. Oh, Lizard, what a coincidence. A bounty hunt. What a great
5
hero that would
seconds
be,
remaining.
huh? Every single game.
Imagine if there was some hero that
Could
was
hunt bounties.
hunting bounties. Like some hero that I also consider is extremely broken and so far underpicked. But at the Division 1, in the Season 1, we've seen bounty hunters really backfire. It was horrible. Every time bounty was picked, he would just lose instantly. So there
They're
were some
scared.
problems, exactly. Still feel the hero is really strong.
TNC has memories of Season 1. They ban out the Medusa. They know what Execration did to them.
It was the Mars as well.
Really?
Yeah, they picked Medusa with the Mars, Phoenix, and Batrider on mid lane.
Medusa is also one of the better heroes against Quap in the mid lane. Or even safe lane if Quap wants to go off lane instead.
Dire
Over
team
the new
pick.
Medusa.
Not
Mirana.
the best versus Io overall. Your
Yeah.
tempo is a bit faster, but it's still solid.
I mean, Stonegaze is pretty good. Like,
you feel that Medusa is really strong right now, right?
yeah,
Same.
like this new Aghanims build that people are doing is super good. And you get a shard, you just
10
stone everybody,
seconds
and you
remaining.
only stone them, and you snake again, you stone them. You just stoned all the time.
5 seconds
People
remaining.
just like being stoned.
Yeah. What can you do when you're stoned?
What can you do? Just sit around.
TNC Predators turn.
Mirana.
Enjoy the life.
Mirana, Io. Phew.
So
I heard stuns are good, but
I wonder if this is like a... Oh, wait, never mind. They banned out Phoenix.
yeah, Phoenix exactly.
Yeah.
That was my first thought too, but they banned out
10
the Phoenix.
seconds remaining.
Okay, what this Mirana does, it's another hero that Tusk can't do
5
anything.
seconds remaining.
So you have Io with Tether, you have Mirana with Leap, you have Queen of Pain with Blink. Tusk feels pretty lackluster already.
where's the synergy though?
There is no. Okay. There is none. And absolutely no synergy between these three
That
heroes.
sounds good. Snapfire, okay, we have seen that quite a bit. Snapfire plus Mars Arena.
Old school combination.
Yeah.
Pretty much the moment they came out, they were paired together. Everyone recognized.
Yeah. and same with Mars Willow.
I've seen some snaps win versus Quap mid too, which is
I mean, Snapfire just has
Dire
really
team
good stats
pick.
gain. Of course, the info
Legion
bottle.
a
Commander.
lot of damage.
Like, I feel like Quap actually got nerfed this patch because she was always this Harris hero. Now Harrison doesn't matter. So,
Yeah, do you even take Dagger now in the mid lane matchup?
good question. Maybe just farm up with your own Scream.
Yeah.
Get like
Who
fast
was it?
six.
There was one player in the Singapore Major that went Max Dagger versus
10 seconds
BK
remaining.
or something like.
How did that go?
Not too well.
I'm not
5
surprised.
seconds
You also have
remaining.
zero comeback mechanics.
Dire team
Yeah,
back.
I'm not even sure. Right now, I guess you just go with the Scream, and that's it. You just farm up.
Yeah. Legion Commander.
Okay, well, you got some setup now for Mirana Arrow, and
It's a old school combination if they decide to put IO on a support.
10 seconds
back in the
remaining.
day, IO
NC
plus Legion
Predators
Commander
turn
were not
to
very
Dire
ban.
Back in
team
my
back.
days.
Yeah, we're pretty
ye
legit.
old Dota.
Ye old Dota.
But in
days.
ye new Dota, press the attack, shard, magic immunity, walk through Mars Arena, easy peasy.
Sure.
Still absolutely no low committal stance from TNC. They have the arrow and they have
10
the duel,
seconds remaining.
At least that's a combo.
Yeah, give me like an Ember Spirit for
5
TNC. Oh, they already
seconds
have
remaining.
Queen of Pain. Okay, who's a carry that has cheap committal?
Void.
TNC Predators
Faceless?
turn to ban.
it's so cheap.
Cheap
I mean,
committal.
time dilation.
Hey, the new shard to jump in and out.
And
you
you
seen
can
that?
and you can choose when.
Dire
Yeah.
team
I mean,
pick.
within 1.5 seconds. But
Okay,
it's
so
sort of-
actually TA banned out by Execration, so they're protecting the Invoker mid, and they're thinking that Queen of Pain is not mid.
well, it's called
Or
Invoker as a
might
hard
not.
counter. to Quap.
TNC Predators turn.
I speak for the
Without region him,
trees.
we
I think
outlasted
it's
him.
Quas Wax and you just
Yeah.
region.
Although
up
with the
forever.
new region, maybe not as bad. But
Yeah.
then you get the additional health, additional int.
They
Does
ban out.
Invoker get a bottle?
Luna,
Is he the
choose
only
your
mid laner
hero.
that would not get a bottle in this
I mean,
situation?
there's a couple.
There's
Don't take
Visage,
couple.
Invoker, Viper, all these.
You wouldn't get it on Visage?
No.
No, okay.
On Viper, though, sounds
Viper,
Viper's
could,
okay.
yeah, Viper is fine. Visage, definitely not.
probably not. Yeah. Want to get the medallion.
Ban out the Jug. I wonder if Execration are thinking this might be a support IO.
Well, actually, I thought I would pick Ursa. So I picked Nature's Prophet into the LC. That's very brave.
And it's also Nature Prophet carry,
Yeah.
right? It should be Prophet carry with. It's a very strong lane, Prophet carry plus Tusk.
And they go Luna.
I mean,
Shard got changed. Now it's
IO
auto
Luna
attacks.
as well. That's
So it's
that's
a-
an old school
it's a
classic.
Support IO.
Yep.
I don't know about
Position
that.
4.
Chief. Luna as
haven't
a
seen
core. Someone was saying that the shard was good. Wasn't Lacoste saying that the shard was good on
Like
Luna?
now your beam doesn't stun longer, but every beam auto attacks enemies. Which sounds kind of funny. I've never seen it before. So
I mean, it's a good old school combo with the IO. You have a lot of stacking potential on the map
a lot of
right
clearing
now.
potential, too.
Yeah, so you can deal with the Prophet as well.
and you will have a very strong BKB timing against this Invoker Prophet.
I don't like their draft though. Like, I still feel they lost it hard.
So are you predicting Execration?
I'm not predicting Execration
No.
still. I'll still predict TNC, but I feel like they won the first draft. The second one they definitely did. I'm still predicting TNC though.
Same TNC, just because they're the better team on paper, and they just came off a win of Neon. Yeah, the draft is. Woo!
Yeah, the
Yes,
I'm always
ladies and
hung up on
gentlemen,
these last
welcome
picks. Like
back.
you said,
We are to our second game between TNC and Execration. It is you don't know next to my John.
for battle.
We have an anime draft now from TNC. Got the Mirana, they've got the Luna. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. You know, you've got two heroes here. Always nice to see. The anime kicking in. No Dragonite, no Davion on hand, so we'll forgive it. But you've got the Invoker on Execration as well, so there it is. Just lots of anime heroes. Now, it should be interesting to see what Execration does with that. Yeah.
Only they added Quap to the anime. The one hero that was missing. I think God said it already in Singapore Major, but couldn't agree with him more. We made the anime. Very happy man.
I mean, maybe with book 2, we'll see. Yeah, you can see Execration kind of clumping up, and of course, hopefully the internet issues have been sorted now. I can provide some context, as I have read up a bit. So, Execration normally plays out of the studio called Loop One, Bombo X Combo, big casting studio in Philippines, casting Filipino. They play in that area, and apparently there's some power issues right now. There are some pretty strong rains in Manila, apparently. So they've had to move out, and that might be the source of their issues playing somewhere else. Hopefully it's been sorted. We have given a lot of leeway here. So, but not a good sign when the pauses fly in again. But, you know, it's also Southeast Asia. It's also Filipino Rambulan, so kind of to be expected as well.
Now we do have a quick go-ahead as Yoe, the boss. Good. See what they can get done here. Execration. What is it, John?
Armel called out to Yoa and it's like, boss. Then Yoa's like, then Armel's like, later. I know what they're planning. Maybe they're planning to play CS again. Because every single time we hear TNC alt chat, it's always about CS, not about Dota. They alt chat about CS every single time.
What's wrong with that, John? Tim's being chased down by some treants here. Palos is fine. Try and fight as they do have some very strong early game here on Execration with Tusk. Be a pretty even trade, it looks like, as do see Nico fighting with Boomy for a bit. Boomy being able to back off there, back to his Luna. It's fine, but I did say it was going to be an even bounty rune trade, but I believe it was actually a 3-1. They only managed to get one for TNC.
It's a really good start there for Execration. Of course, we've got to point this out as well. Tsunami didn't get triggered by this on hand because they had to switch over, but Boomy on the support IO. It's the support IO here. I'm sure Tsunami must be having some emotions there in the green room. We'll see if it holds up. Gabby, of course, in that laying down bot up against BDC, and Nico on the Mars and on the Snapfire. A bit of a shame, as you know, Execration used to have a player called the Rupido. He loved the Mars. You don't get to call it out, but I want to say it one last time. Still, Nico should hold his lane steady, but it's hard to harass out an IO +1. Gabby should still be able to get some decent enough farm, and it's really more on BDC to try and cut off that IO and try to apply some harassment on the source of regen if they want to get some aggression here in this lane.
Say Tsunami's going to get upset about the support IO, John. He might be a little bit more upset at you mispronouncing his name again. We've gone over this before, sir. Taught you the pronunciation of that word?
I don't English so much.
You do, son. You're doing a great job, don't you worry. RR and Bot going to try and get onto the LC, or rather RR and Palos.
Spoil that shot.
Bot pretty tanky on the Legion Commander, should be just fine. Gonna hang around with Mirana, just being a little bit cheeky with the arrows, as bot lane is where the first blood does occur. Nico able to pick up Boomy on the IO, and it's like you said, John, it's a support IO. Almost to be expected at this point.
Just isolate him, burst him down. Gabby can't really do much to stop that movement. And he's got the aura up, he's got the boost TP. Doesn't do anything to stop it, John. You gotta watch that aggression there.
Off lane. Execration, already finding 2 kills across the map. RR just finding Bok out of position and does get the tag team on.
Yeah, and it really goes into how Execration's drafted. They've got a lineup that can be really aggressive early on. They've got great damage on hand with these lanes, like Palos with the Blightstone, of course, can just unleash a ton of damage onto Bok. And Bok, early levels for the LC, not necessarily the best. He doesn't have a point to press the attack to try and sustain. All he can really do is try to shove the wave out with the overwhelming odds, and Tims can just sit back and try to arrow. Now, it is paying off for the Mirana. We're getting some good EXP here for Timson. We know he loves to try and rush out his zone levels more than anything else. That is going to come at a slower start for Bok, so we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of just prioritizing Braun in that thing.
I never asked you, John, but what was your opinion on these new water runes? Are you a big fan of these things? You think it kind of evens out the mid lane a bit more?
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's like, meh. I mean, usually I'm on pause 5. Kind of make it a habit to rotate just so that my mid doesn't cry about RNG. Now I can relax a bit until the 6-minute mark. Sometimes they cry for me to fight, but for the most part, it's all right. I think mid laners enjoy it, or actually, I have no idea how they feel because it kind of evens out, so you don't get a major spike. If you're losing, you're happy. If you were winning before with power rune trades, you're not. But I think it's just a bit of a boon for some heroes that love to spam the bottle. Like in this case, Armel has to bottle up. As an invoker, you don't want to pick it up. So Yo is always going to be lacking just a bit more of that regen, and Armel gets more presence early on because of how these water runes and bounty runes work.
Very, very true. say the new invoker shot feels kind of ridiculous for bot lane. BDZ going to be chased down, but they've also got Gabby there on the Luna. Can fire back now against the Mars, but Nico going to prove to be a little bit too tanky for now. Gabby will just go back and salve himself up. They do at least keep BDZ quite low as let Gabby pop a spear there for a second, but just fine, and all across the map, Palos dropping pretty low on the Nature's Prophet. Had to be back on the count.
Just seeing each lane just kind of poking and prodding. There's some opportunities for each side to kind of push out. I mean, even Bach, right? That's a Nature's Prophet up against a Legion Commander. Overwhelming odds gives you so much value once the treants are up. You will have to watch that spacing, and for the most part, in TNC haven't found an opening to get a clean kill. But I think their lanes are going out well. Box up ahead in terms of
Gabby.
assets. Armelas as well.
A lot of heals coming in just at that last second, barely keeping Gabby alive, and now BDZ is going to be chased down. Do they have enough? No, they don't. The stick charges keep BDZ alive, and Gabby, he'll also be alive here, but Boomy might have to really stick around his Luna and make sure that Gabby does remain healthy.
That's a lot of aggression coming through. Just at least getting the space out for the snap bar going on does open up more avenues for Gabby to farm up. Going for an interesting build as well, going for the Moonblades maxed out first rather than the beam, so your Eclipse is probably not going to hit as hard. You're not getting too much from your Lunar Blessing here as well, but it will help Gabby clear out camps. I think TNC is going to have to look into, start stacking up for the Luna down the line, enable that flash farm for the hero.
So, Flame Palos are still having a pretty decent time, but it looks like Bok has found his own footing now on the LC. He at 32-7. I know you were talking about this before we even got into the game, but Legion Commander, a bit of a Bok special. When I say that, Bok, he's going to be in a spot of danger, but not too much. He's going to be alright. Walk himself out of there. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, I can't say the same for Armel. Managed to blink away, and he even gets a regen rune. Of course he does.
It's always good, and you can see Armel just controlling the lane quite nicely. Yo is tucked at 22-6. Armel's up 56-9, and again, he's got this bottle again. Joker is just not a natural bottle player, so you miss out on a lot.
Gonna have to man fight this one as Armel. He's rotated very, very early on the swamp to try and go after Palos on the Prophet, but the arrow gonna land just in the nick of time. Tim's. Something we used to talk about all the time, John, the Tim's Marana, always a real treat to watch and just always at the right place at the right time.
You gotta respect that arrow. It's just not safe to try and TP out if creep wave isn't blocking you. So we managed to find that pause 1 kill, TNC's first kill on the board, very big target to take out. You're still finding everything in the lanes. Like Gabby, despite having that slower start in his lane, is overtaking in terms of last hits as well. And it's just going to really escalate as, again, you go for the blade skill. It's so easy to do that.
Arena is down. They're going to try and get this Luna. Gabby, spot of danger, still surviving thanks to Boomy. With all the hills flying out, and now it's right back onto Nico. Arrow not going to quite land, but it won't matter as the body blocks are there for Boomy. He's holding Nico back. Just can't get back to his T1 tower. They might be able to get Boomy, and they do. Mid-tether, at least kill the support IO, but you're safe, Gabby. You got the Mars. You can't be too upset about that if you're TNC.
Huge boon for TNC. Just building up that lead once more, slowly building up, and we're keeping that aggression up. 2-3, 1k lead up for TNC. Aside of Execration, they need a lot of stuff to come out. Yoa already has his burn, already has fresh charges on it as well. You might want to play around with combinations that the Invoker can give you, and they already rotate mid for that.
Yoa trying to get started, a nice speed set up there from Nico. It's the snowball and Boomy, but not save the day. He's going to try and go after the DD. In fact, he'll deny it off and just try to escape now. Yoa wants to chase him down. I don't really think they can hold him down, but the shards are going to be on target. Really nicely placed into the spear, and that'll be a secondary kill now for Execration. See, that's some big losses in that mid lane.
And they've got to respect that power here. Like, just having that cold snap plus Fern combination on hand set up, it's so devastating.
Orlando EMP now onto Gabby, being body blocked as well. Into the spear again, and Execration feeling very hot, but Armel, he's going to try and turn this one around with a big sonic wave out. BDZ just channeling the kisses. He can't don't get that close though, and they'll give a dual win away over to Bok, who wants to go down and chase now. An arrow hit as well will not really connect on the Mirana. They are still chasing down Nico. They will be able to pick up the Mars. It's a Bok. He is to the side of the tag team damage. Still trying to chase down Yoe. They want that big invoker, but here comes the Prophet now to help out. Maybe this is going to be enough as Arnold is dropping extremely low and they find another. Great shots out, and TNC, they tried to punish, but they went a bit too far and they get punished themselves.
It's a great turnaround from Execration. You love to see the Nature's Prophet for Palos just being active on the map. They're playing around with the level 6 fights. The Arena Kisses combination is just pretty hard for TNC to fight into. They don't have the best cancels for the Kisses. I mean, they've got Arrow, but once it's extended, there's a lot of leeway there for BDZ to just channel his spell off in the back line. They do manage to get at least a dual win here for Bok, but they're trading away a lot for that. And Execration still keep that aggression up. They're smoked up.
Absolutely. The Radiant Triangle they want to go.
Vanish.
It won't be broken. They're getting this out on Gabby, but they're running to Boomy instead. And the Moonlight Shadow was just popped, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to save the day for TNC. They will still lose Boomy. Execration already 4-9. Net worth lead still slightly the way of TNC, but it's looking much better already from Execration.
Dyer's
They're
top
just
tower
in good
is
form,
attack.
keeping aggression up. They're just constantly forcing fights. They still have Arena up. Gotten enough space that Yoa is starting to build up now on the Invoker, despite not having as much last hits. It's keeping up pace there with Armel, and this constant pressure is not something TNC can fight into well. If you just want to sit back and farm here for Gabby, they kind of want to get some EXP up and going on their own supports as well. And until you see some items up for Gabby to be ready to fight,
Out of my
he's just not going to be able to contribute much. Compare that to Palos. He just TP's in, he's working towards the Orchid. Even without that Orchid, he's just ready to go, pump some damage out. And they're always just going to be up in terms of numbers and damage. Because, well, TNC, they just need to farm up with Gabby.
They do. Way to go. All about just holding on to those towers from TNC and not allowing Execration to hold this map. Speaking of towers, though, that Tier 1 bottom tower going to be under siege, and Gabby has been caught out again. Yoe is there with Palos. They don't have the damage up for this time. And in fact, Pop is looking to turn right back around onto Yoe with the relocate from Boomy. But a great arena in, and even better Sonic Wave. It's not going to be enough from Armel. He's stuck up in the shards again. He'll blink out now. But it's still a massive win for Execration. As they might even find Tim's here. Back off. Still no team fight's really working in the favor of TNC.
It's a slow start for TNC. 4-11. Execration, again, they just have the numbers every time. Palos just keeps in, no problem. Play around with the arena timing, around with the kisses as well. And there's just no easy way to cancel that off. Now, they did manage to save Gabby here on TNC side. He just gets back to farming, gets back to building up. There's some good stacks here in the triangle. And they actually do manage to save their bot tier 1. So TNC's looking at the bigger picture. They're still happy about maybe sacrificing the heroes. Sure, losing Bok is not ideal, but they're buying space out.
They are. Armel on the bot side looks like he might be being chased down, but Moonlight Shadow is going to come in, and Gabby is just going to happily keep free farming this ancient stack. Very nice stuff. Going for the Dragonlance build up now, so not trying to do anything cheeky with the Eclipse, which he hasn't leveled up yet.
Dire are scanning.
Or if we do end up seeing anything like an Aghanim Scepter from him, but no, he wants to go the SNY build up. Still Nico. Show himself for a second on the Mars, but he was invis. See Gabby. Need some help with this. You can't TP Palos in, and there's your arena out. They're going to focus down Boomy first. Get rid of the IO, and now it's on to Gabby, who's very far forward. He's going to try and run out of this, and there is no way in hell. They land the tornado, they'll find Gabby. They might even find the Marana Tims, who does get caught by the shards. Execration. They're looking really good this game number 2.
Radiant's top tower is under
They just
attack.
know how to play against this
Radiant
lineup.
structures
They're punishing
are
TNC
fortified.
for the fact that they do not want to fight at all. You skip the clips, Luna does nothing in these fights. She stands there, throw some right clicks that don't really hurt yet, and she just melts. Execration, Orchid's up and running on Palos, so his presence is even more devastating in the middle of these fights. And they have such low cooldowns in their assaults. Arena's not that long, and this is not that long too.
Off top lane, gonna be caught out, and you kind of question why Bok even hung around there. We're kind of saying as well, TNC, they don't want to fight, especially with Gabby right now, and hanging around while that T1 tower is dropping is never really going to work out in his favor. See, they've got to find the space. They still have that mid tier 1 active and alive, but it looks like Execration will slowly but surely start setting up to take that tier 1 mid tower out.
I mean, they've got everything they possibly want right now. They've got so much power. They've got the blink up here on Nico. You can blink in, set up the arena. Arena's off cooldown. Kisses are off cooldown. They can just keep forcing fight for us. TNC, I mean, they kind of can, right? If Armel shows up with a good scream, there's a possibility of that. He's got the Yules now as well to protect himself or to set up. The issue is no one can follow up on Armel. Like, they need a blink up on Bok to ensure get duel, at least lock down one hero on top of the burst damage of Armel. But without someone to gap close with Armel, Quaff alone at this point not enough, especially with all the control Execration has to counteract Queen of Pain. Like, you've got snowball saves, you've got just even the cold snap can be troublesome, and even the Orchid is going to cause issues if you commit. So TNC, they just don't have the answers on hand yet. Try to get movement out, but kind of blind in map as well.
They're blind, and well, Yo is going to run right into Tim's and the Mirana. Realize they were smoked up for a second.
Radiant scanning.
Lane off. To be careful as the arena is going to be dropped immediately by Nico. Great setup there. Really have much vision, but he had just enough to know where the LC was.
Radiant's middle tower.
Gotta be your mid tier 1 probably dropping now. They really can't defend this.
Radiant's middle tower.
Nico, nice spear, a lot of patience, but no follow-up.
Execration, I don't think they mind too much. You know where Armel is, that means they can pressure the rest of the map, knowing that there's no Quap bursting down. Armel does manage to keep the out in the end. But losing the mid tier 1 is big. Like, their entire map is just opened up for Execration goal. They've already got really full wards here to watch that bot jungle, and they jump in.
Alos. Yep, Vermi. Gonna try and TP out of there. The Orchid will not be enough. My goodness. Very close stuff there from Boomy. You can just see how afraid TNC should be feeling across the map.
Dire are scanning.
Nowhere safe right now, especially if you are hitting creeps. And speaking of, Tim's, he decided to hit some creeps now, but Nico
take us
in the tree line. Shadow actually to be popped now from Tim's. It's a march. It seems like they just want to get on the map and just start pushing out some waves, but Bok
Radiant's
immediately trying to be punished for that. Yoet doesn't really connect the tornado.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You can see they're doing the right thing,
Dire's
but they've got to do this for quite a bit longer, it seems.
Gabby's still keeping up in the farm, just about 100 gold behind
Palos
right now, so we're in kind of a decent spot, although Luna wants an item for taking these fights. Execration, understanding they've got a lot on hand, just shove in the bot tier 2, and it's a nature's prophet. It melts towers quick, even without anything like the Necronomicon coming through. NP by himself is enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Easy for Execration is 4-16 now, 1k net worth lead for this Dire side. It's actually quite surprising that it's only a 1k lead considering how many kills they've got on here, Execration, but how the other crumbles in this game number 2. I suppose now if you are Execration, you can start looking towards that Roshan. Actually, top lane, never mind that Roshan, because Palos, he has found a big target. Armel try and find his way out of this one, but there is no chance. Nico with the perfectly timed spear will make sure the Quap does die, and well, again, if they really want to, they could go for a Roshan, but it looks like they're not interested. They're probably just enjoying killing off TNC a bit too much. More than happy to just keep this momentum going.
That they are. They just take control of the map, keep running down, prevent any source of farm coming in for TNC.
Radiant's middle tower is
the
under
reason why
attack.
Execration's not in as much of a lead is mainly because of how the farm is working out. Like, Armel's been happy enough to try and split push. You're seeing Yoa and Nico take the back seat and just building up from creeps. And that is sort of hurting them. Like, Yoa's at 7k, Armel's still 900 gold ahead despite dying multiple times here. TNC still have some approaches to take. The big thing they really need, the big spike, is really Bach would work. Bach just needs to find some space to get his blink gold up, but that entire jungle's just occupied by Gabby. Every single camp is just marked as Gabby's turret.
Radiant's top tower
leaves very
is under
little
attack.
space for the Legion commander to try and progress here.
Yeah, I mean, I was so happy to see that TNC did draft the Legion Commander, but now without a blink up, you can't really do much. They're going to try and fight this top side. Moonlight Shadow being top, they might be able to run straight in onto Palos, and Bach is going to try and throw with the jewel out. Tornado immediate. However, Palos is dropping low and does die. A great start to keep up for TNC, but now the Chaos Meteor will roll right through the arena. Equips out from Gabby. He has leveled it up now. They do get another 2-for-1 trait thus far as they find even more. RR trying to run away, but does pop an arrow to the backside. And there you go, TNC showing some signs of life. Get back to farming even more now as Yoe. CR Mel be able to just solo the Quap any longer.
Top tower is under attack.
That'll be enough, TNC. They're going to set up to the top two. Nico. He is there. Might be a little bit early as the relocate is coming in from moving to heal back up Gabby. In fact, they've already lost. Looks like they're about to lose Nico unless the Sonic Wave was right between the two heroes. But it won't matter. They got the duel to lock down Yoe. Gabby does die, however. Nico, he came back in and cleaned up the Luna. Cookie, not going to be there in time. So you got Yoe, but you lost that position 1 carry Luna. Had the Sonic Wave landed, Nico would have guaranteed been dead. So very unfortunate for TNC.
Execration are holding on. They're not too rattled about losing that last fight. They know they've still got really good timings to play with. They just immediately smoke up. Still got Arena. They do not have kisses, but so far Nico's just been on point with his control and damage anyway, so it doesn't feel like the kisses are necessary.
Armel, he off the mark there. Nico, we're not very happy with himself about that spear. Blink in anyway.
Really favorable for TNC. If Execration doesn't find fights, you can just see Gabby gets so much space in jungle, they build so many stacks up, even Armel gets some recovery farm here. And once you do have this Manta up on Gabby, it's just more ways to avoid the control of Execration, which is all they really need. Having the Manta means you can dodge out the Cold Snap, you can dodge out the Orchid, you can maybe try to avoid the EMP combos as well for Gabby, so he can just stand in the front, keep dealing that damage he wants to throw out. And, you know, when you have something like the Quicksilver Amulet as well, right, like it gives you that passive move speed bonus when your spells are in cooldown. Eclipse is such a long cooldown. Like, you're always going to have a little bit of that stack with Quicksilver every single time you use that spell. So it's a lot of value there for Gabby. Execration, they don't want to play this slow game. Like, they're kind of farming up in Palos. He's got his own BKB on a Nature's Prophet. But you have a really early spike you have to play with. Like, you do not want to force a late game fight up against Luna. She's still devastating towards the late game. Like, you get so much damage bouncing around with your glaives. You can maybe look towards the Satanic build-up down the line, disassembly play with a Mask of Madness. It can be ridiculous, especially with an Aya to help you. So, Execration, they need to keep that momentum they've been showing us. Maybe play with the smokes, maybe look at Roche. Although that Roche isn't that safe, there's a really good board here from TNC to watch down the line.
Has been brought up by the IO, so again for a spit Execration. Be ready to fight again. I mean, they've got every ulti up. There's your smoke out. Where are they headed though? There you go, there's a line being drawn out right through the river. Nobody going to be around that point that they made. Unless they're going for a Roshan, but they are not. The dire jungle they go. And nobody going to be around to be found out. See, they might have to just back off again as that Moonlight Shadow is going to wear off. Smoke should be wearing off rather soon as well. Or Spirit in the Roshan pit to boot. So they can't go for the Roshan after either.
And you can see Execration, they're the ones smoked up now, and they've got an inkling as to where TNC's at. And start to punish. All spells off cooldown. Fresh BKB on their Nature's Prophet. It's a lot to show here for Execration in the next fight.
Counter smoke, Execration want to initiate. Who are they going to find? Armel, he's going to be alright for now. Instead, they do go in onto pop of the Legion. Massive sonic wave there from Armel. Alright, he's going to remain alive with the snowball, but now the Eclipse comes in. Gabby trying to turn this one around. Onto Nico. They are dropping like flies here, TNC. Or maybe not Gabby. They'll turn right back around onto Execration. Looks like it's time for TNC to try and clean up, but Yower, a big tornado out, does land on all three heroes. EDZ still going to drop as the snowball does roll through onto Armel. They'll get the Queen of Pain. Gabby keep chasing down RR. Try to get this death on the tusk. I believe by the numbers, it is still a pretty big win here for TNCs. They get an ultra kill out for Gabby. That was also a dieback on the tusk.
Pretty much 5 heroes dead there for Execration. A couple of mistakes from TNC. The duel from Bach ended up on the Mars, and Nico actually got the damage. So, probably not the best hero. The Mars still managed to get the arena off, but overall, he won a really big fight. 20 damage on Mars is nice. You're not going to be too upset, although.
Yower mid lane, gonna try onto Gabby. Gabby's actually falling quite fast. He doesn't have his BKB available right now, but the relocate, not gonna be it. Yower does kill him off. Gabby, he's a little bit overly confident there, but again, his BKB was on cooldown, and now Lumi's gonna be in danger. Tries to get himself out. Moonlight Shadow definitely gonna help him out, but he's been speared up to a tree. He's gone.
Good punishment out from Execration. You can't really misstep like that as the Luna without your BKB, and now the Rosh up is up for Execration. There was a good ward from TNC to watch. They could maybe look to sneak around, try to grab it. Arnold's sort of in position, but without the rest of the heroes, this is just not a fight you want to force out. And that's going to be ages here for Execration. First one of the game. Gonna have his second life on Palos, and that can make all the difference in these fights.
The arrow is going to scout out the Roshan HP, but it's way too late. So Palos happily taking it on the Prophet. Very menacing now. That MP. TNC, they're not quite out of it yet. I mean, they still have the net worth lead on their end of things somehow, but a few little mistakes being made here. Radiant side is costing them some easy lines. Very curious to see as well as to what Gabby's gonna. In fact, never mind. He's going straight into a hurricane. So there you go. Just feeling like he needs that extra line of defense.
I don't mind it. Like the Dragon Lance is kind of a dead spot. You might as well upgrade it. You get some mobility on hand. Force staff yourself out of the EMP combo. Force staff yourself out of the Ice Wall. That's what killed Gabby last time. Just all the control coming out from the Invoker combo. And it's more protection. As the game drags on, again, TNC doesn't feel pressured in this game. They can just sit back, building up really nicely on Gabby. He is finding a lot of farm. He's got his Titan Sliver as well for his tier 3 items. So very nice pickup for the Luna. Execration, they do have some scaling here for Palos. NP, we've seen drag into late game in its own way. Still don't want to constantly try to pierce high ground against Luna. It's just, Glaives just do too much work in D-pushing. So in a war of attrition, the Luna should still be able to keep up and just keep growing bigger. And that gives more opportunities here for Armel to finish his farm. He's going to achieve this next. So more durability on hand, some good damage and slow, and the slow is the big one. Kind of lack decent control in TNC, just adding an additional slow.
Is going to be there. They're caught out Yowie. That's a massive target. They can't blow him out in time though. Or can they? They do get the kill. Gabby, the one to secure it is now. He goes right in onto RR, and that'll be your task. Find a snowball out of there. Relocate away onto Gabby, as they will still get the kill. Relocate, I'm not sure what it was about. Perhaps they saw somebody there. Looks like they may have just seen Palos hanging around on the Prophet. trying to snipe somebody else across the map.
Dire's
I
middle
think they
tower
were just
is
returning
under
home. They
attack.
came from mid. At a really good time as well, as there was a double damage room for Gabby, so it still works out. Tier 2 tower mid, not going to stand for long.
Definitely not with that DD. Look at the attack speed.
Dire's middle tower.
Press the
has fallen.
attack. My goodness. That's a lot of attack speed for this Solar Crest and press the attack. Yeah. You know where Gabby keeps all the glaives. And the overcharge.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
The high
And
ground.
suddenly they're taking high ground. Nice and easy stuff here. Gabby just casually takes the mid rats after a rather difficult game, but here comes Nico jumping in onto Fumi. They do get the IO, but Gabby is still going after that mid rat. He pops his BKB, still trying to go after this. Now TPing away, they won't have the damage output to kill him. Still, Execration, they defend Millie Barrett, so it's not all too bad.
Not bad at all, but they're starting to have issues. You're starting to see it. Well, like, they just don't have enough to contend with Luna, and once they give some ground away, Gabby just overtakes. Keeps getting the hits off, he finds an opportunity high ground, your objectives melt, although you're looking for an opportunity, but can't really follow up. Too close to base here for Execration, and they're just going to have to go for their own push. The creep wave is lagging behind just a bit. It should still melt for the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, he does have the shards and the prophet to boot, so you've got the greater tree going. Four of them, in fact, in there. It's rather cute how big they are.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Arrow does connect. They are going to back off.
They can't sustain that push, not against Luna. They need to maybe find a way to jump Gabby. We've seen them isolate Emu, which is nice. You take the eye out of the equation, simplifies it, but you need to ensure that you have enough in the tank after blowing up the IO that you can still follow up in the Luna. Like, they throw everything they have for one hero, just don't have enough to deal with everyone else. And Gabby is going for the full damage build here, buys out most parts of Stateless, lacking that Demon Edge next. He's going to hit like a truck. And you even have the BKB up now in box, so he's safer to start these duels up. Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt, John. Have you seen this Luna shot?
No, but I am keen to see it here. It
right,
seems ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? Because you can crit on the bounces. So you lose a beam someone, and then suddenly a glaive's bouncing between the teammate. And I believe the time I saw it, we weren't casting, but they bought a Divine Rapier. And people were just melting every time you loosen beam. And with the Daedalus, it's still going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for that. But Gabby is such a massive issue right now. Execration, they had to play up to their momentum, and they just kind of give too much space out to Gabby. They still have opportunities here. They can get good initiation going.
They've got the Snapfire act as well, so they're going to initiate with that right in on him. He's going to be able to leap out. Now, team fight does stop. Fumi is dead. Meanwhile, the duel is out onto Yoa, and here comes the Glaive. Palos in danger. It's so much damage. He will just die instantly. Onto the next. Gabby will just keep going onto Yoa. That'll be another one.
Interesting.
It looked like a decent start. BDC gets the tip there from Gabby.
Dire's
they kill off Fumi, but once the support IO is dead, it feels like the Luna just doesn't need it anymore.
It's the same issue in that last fight. Like they throw everything they have to take care of the IO, and then they have nothing left for everyone else. It's just way too much to contend with. The BKBs are breaking the combo situation up as well. They can't land the control they want on Yoa, as long as the BKBs fly off from the start of the fight, and always does. So they're stuck in a really awkward spot.
Cool, Gabby. Search the mid-ranks now. MP lands. He is there. You've got to blow this Luna up. He's still alive though, Fumi. Can't keep him alive long enough. Gabby, he's gone. Relocate was a bit late. On to arm north. Sonic Wave actually thrown out.
Oh, nice arrow.
Arrow actually lands on Yoa as well from Tim's. They lose the big pos 1 Luna, but they get everyone else out of there.
That is just good for TNC. So they hold on to the high ground with their Execration, although. Oh.
Everything fine for now.
Forced to BKB back there. So he's down to his 6-second charge, but he's got his Chivas up. Mind too much, doesn't die. They need to just stall out for Gabby to be back, and for Execration, they need to force the issue. No buyback. Arena is going to be up in about 7 seconds. Kisses as well. They've got their combo on hand, and without the loot,
Double trying to come back from this game. Raider Trains, of course, making it a lot easier. I mean, just look at the damage output. Of course, you are still just waiting for Gabby's a nice initiation there with the spit out. Not nice enough. Follow-up was not there. That'll be it. They get the tier 3 tower, but they're not sticking around any longer. They don't really want to deal with this Luna. TNC, they immediately smoke up.
Want to make something happen now. They know they're really strong as long as Gabby's around. Boomy and Gabby can, of course, just relocate in to join these fights. There's no pressure for the Luna to even stick around. They can just focus on split pushing the bot wave and looking for that target.
Amel, a lot of blinks in. BKB popped as well, but RR, quick on the fingers, does get himself out. In a listening panel of clicking pointers, John, we're arguing who is the better and faster clicker. Smoke up though, Execration. Oh, yo, he jumped right in now, but does pop his BKB. They've got Boomy on the iron. Snowball is there, counter out the duel, and now Bob is in danger, but a big sonic wave, oh no! Right in there. They didn't even need to pop the Eclipse. They just blew up to the magic damage output of the Quap. Looks like it's back through the mid lane now.
This is a dangerous spot for Execration. No buyback and Yoa for quite a fair bit of time. And that's just going to open out the entire high ground push. Now, the bot lane still protected for Execration. But I think the tier 4s are a very viable target here for TNC if they just want to force the game done at this point.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
And there you go. That'll be one rack down. Solar Crest going to help the cause. Boomy will pop the overpower. Off's not around with the press the attack yet, but he'll be here soon, don't you worry.
Under attack.
Let's lose some theme things. He's so darn silly seeing it bounce between buildings, and we have a pause coming out. There might be some connection issues again here.
The arrow.
Where's the arrow?
Oh,
right.
Palace. Palace, run! No, Palace!
Hey, he gets funky. He's alright. He's alright. TNC, they're only interested in the racks anyway.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course, Roche is up. Really well timed from TNC. That was a bit of a longer Roche respawn timer as well. Second Roche of the game, Aegis Cheese, and the free Ag Shard. Gonna go right in. He finds it. No wards here from Execration. Can maybe scout with Sunstrike, but Yo is still dead, so Execration can't really even contest this Roche at this point.
We need to give the chance.
It's a good question. Kind of like LCs here. You get Spell Immunity for a bit, lowered cooldown and press the attack. That sounds pretty potent, especially since all these Spell Immunity has been all the breakings here on the side. That could be one they can hand off to.
Immortality!
No, you are correct. It does go to pot.
Really nice. Spell Immunity on, press the attack, lower cooldown, press the attack. And that's it's basically like a Minotaur Horn, right? It's almost just like a Minotaur Horn on a skill stuff. That sounds really balanced to me, Mike. Very fair.
I like it. Very
you even
balanced.
get hit 25, get the AoE, press the attack.
Oh,
free spell immunity for everyone.
Wait, so hold on a minute. That free BKB, if you get the 25 talent, it actually works on everybody within the AoE.
Should? Yeah, on paper.
Oh my goodness. That does sound a little bit too strong. Nevertheless, Moonlight Shadow is there. Palos needs to be very careful because the duel is going to be up from bot immediately onto the Prophet. He'll drop the arena down. Where's your follow-up damage? Snowball going to save the day for now, but now the Eclipse is flying in and the Sonic Wave out from Armel. They have to slow to the damage output, and TNC is taking no damage whatsoever. So bye back on RR, but they are going to lose another in the form of Palos. He'll commit his own buyback now. That may allow them to hold on a little bit longer. Then again, Gabby can just spam loose a beam jump. Just let the glaives do the work.
Has fallen.
They're down one man for the ancient defense. We need more here.
Oh, Gabby, he's in with the swift link right onto Yoe. Oh no. And off with the blink.
Dire's
But it won't
middle
matter, the tier 4
has
tower is
fallen.
dropping very quickly, and now they are onto the Ancient. Gabby just really taking his time here before he starts hitting the Ancient, but he will eventually get there. Execration, how do you defend this? They're gonna try, but Gabby's already killed off RR. Strike is off the mark. Now Arena is down. They're just trying to block them from hitting the Ancient. But eventually they should be able to get there. And Gabby, he blinks right in onto Yoe again, onto Palos. They just want to fight. The GG has been called. TNC, they will be able to clean this one up 2-0, and Execration unable to take a win off this Radiant side.
See come out in really good form. They make that Luna work. They buy out enough time for the Luna to get that farm up. And that's the one issue for Execration there, right? They were so even in terms of gold, even if they were ahead in kills, that they weren't finding the big targets they wanted to be. They wanted to bully out Gabby, but Gabby was always in the right part of the map, get farm up, and an overfarmed Luna is just not something Execration's lineup could deal with.
Fair enough, and with that, of course, we are going to throw to the panel to see what they thought about this series.